A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Well, Jane's idea of starting a business which rents out bridge players to persons needing a fourth player to make up a game is about to become a real business. Marge is investing her savings and has taken as her partners Jane and Mr. Jackson, the bridge expert. They've rented an office from Mr. Ace, who's giving them their first few months rent-free to see if the idea catches on. Tonight our scene is the Ace's living room, where we find Marge busy with pencil and paper, Jane pecking away at a typewriter, Mr. Ace with his evening paper. Listen.
Well, I think this does it.
What's that?
This is the water ad I'm running in the papers tomorrow. How does this sound to you? Do you mind listening?
No, go right ahead. Oh, what is he doing there?
I don't know. Jane, will you stop for a minute?
Jane, what are you writing there?
What?
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm busy. Please don't bother me. I want to read something to your husband. You mind stopping just a second? Oh, all right. But hurry, Marge. I want to finish this. I can't make any headwork around here at all.
What are you doing?
I'm working. We all have a lot to do.
Oh.
I'll only be a minute, Jane. Now, how does this sound? Wanted, bridge players. Neat, personable young men who play fairly good bridge. Earn extra money in your spare time evening. Apply in person, 1233 Post Building. How's that?
Well, it doesn't give much of an idea of what the business is about.
Well, that's just the point. I don't want to give the idea away and have somebody else start it before me.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think that's all right. And Jackson's going to hire these fellows? Is that the idea?
That's right. He's going to interview all applicants. I've got to leave almost everything to him because I'm going right on working at my job, so I make sure this thing's a success.
Oh, that's a very wise idea, Marge.
I hate to get sarcastic, but are you two finished? Yes, we're through. Thanks. Well, you don't mind if I go on working now, do you?
No, of course not. What are you doing there?
I'm working, can't you see?
Yeah, but what doing? What is that?
Well, this is for the radio. I'm almost through if you two will stop talking. For the radio? Yes. You said we're going to advertise on the radio, didn't you?
Oh, you're writing some advertising for the radio?
Oh, Jane, don't you think you ought to leave that to the radio people to work out? You're only going to use little minute announcements. I know, and I just wrote one. Oh, you did? Well, let's hear it.
Yes.
Well, it's not quite finished yet, you know.
Yeah, we understand, Jane. Just read what you have there.
Well, all right.
This is going to be good.
What?
I understand it, eh?
Well, you're muttering something. Now stop it.
Oh, Jane, a man's best friend is his mother.
Well, if you two are going to laugh.
I'm not laughing.
Well, don't mutt.
Mutt?
Stop laughing, Marge. This is business. Okay, Jane, go ahead. What'd you write? Well, I give up.
Oh, don't give up. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm not giving up. That's what I wrote.
Oh, I see.
This woman says to her husband, well, I give... Oh, I better start at the beginning. My mistake.
Yes.
The following message is electrically transparent. Well, I give up.
Well, I give up, too.
Electrically transparent? Yes, you know how to say on the radio. It's electrically transcribed, Jane. And he's the second place we don't have. Right. Oh, yes. Oh, wait a minute. I'll change that. I thought that didn't look right when I wrote it.
What is he doing there? Did you tell her to write some advertising?
Not me. Wait a minute. Let's hear it. Go ahead, Jane. Just a second. There. Now, the following message is electrically transcribed. Well, I give up, Jack. What's the matter, Jill? Well, I called every Tom, Dick, and Mary I know, and nobody can play bridge tonight. Well, don't frown so, Jill. We don't have to play bridge, do we? Let's sit around and read some good books.
Well?
How is it?
Well,
is that all there is to it? Yes, I have to be very short. You said a minute, and it's taken me 10 minutes to write this. I guess we'll have to take some out as it is. But then what's the idea of it? What does that advertise? It's for our 4th and 5th survey. Where does that come in? There's no advertising there. Oh, well, I'm not playing.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, after Jack says to Jill, we don't have to play bridge. Let's sit around and read some good books. That's when the announcer comes in. With what? Well, he says, folks, don't read any good books. call up before the bridge service, and they will send you a check.
Well, that certainly is transparent, all right, isn't it?
Well, I'd like to know what's so funny. You know, I couldn't wreck my brain trying to think up something. You two sit there and laugh. Well, Jane, you want to know what I think of that thing you wrote? Yeah. I'm going to be brutally frank. What do you mean?
You mean frankly it's brutal.
Oh, stop. Oh, I get it now. You don't like it. Well, Jane, it's like this. Oh, no, I get it, Marge. You don't have to draw any blue points for me. You don't even want to hear the last of it.
You have, I hope.
Oh, no, you haven't. The part where the announcer says you can call up the 4th of bridge service and get a 4th of bridge, that's what I was going to have Jack and Jill do. Only they call up for a half a bridge. Because, you see,
They call up for a half a bridge?
Yes, they're alone.
Well,
they need 2/4.
2/4, and that's a half. Yes, I see what you mean now.
Oh, well, now that's settled that I give up.
Oh, Jill, don't give up.
Well, Jack, keep running.
Jack?
Oh, you're both making me up. I'd just like to know one thing. Can you do any better, Marge?
No, I can't, but this is not your department, writing advertising for the firm.
Well, what is my department, if I may be so cold?
Well, I don't know just yet.
You don't know? Am I a partner or not?
Of course.
Well, Mr. Jackson's a partner, and he has a department with the bridge. And you're a partner, and you have a department with the water. And I'm a departner, and what's my department?
You're a departner? What are you talking about?
Oh, now you two are getting me sore. This whole idea was mine, and I can see what you're doing, Marge. You're trying to make me get out of the partnership.
Oh, I am no such thing, Jane.
Oh, don't try to pull the bull over my eyes. You don't have to hit me over the head with a crowbar to make me take a hint. Not hard, anyhow.
Jane, I didn't say anything like that. I simply said you don't have to worry about the advertising. I'm going to see to that.
Well, what am I going to do? Nothing?
No, there'll be plenty for you to do. When Mr. Jackson starts interviewing these good players, you have to go to the office to take their names and send them in to Mr. Jackson one at a time, and you have to answer phone calls. Oh, there's plenty to do. Don't worry about that.
Well, all right. Just so I do. I'm not going to sit around like a buff on a log doing nothing while everybody else is busy doing something.
Mr. Jackson now. I'll let him in.
Oh, what's he going to do out here tonight?
Oh, we have a business conference. We're going to discuss prices and things like that.
Oh.
Well, come in, Mr. Jackson.
Here, old girl. Afraid I'm a little late.
Not at all. Come right in.
Well, I've been working on the street of prices that is to the north today. Well, good evening, Mr. Jackson. Oh, how'd you do, Mr. Ace? And Mrs. Ace?
Oh, Mr. Jackson.
Well, take off your coat and let's get right down to work.
Right, sir. You know, I've been wrestling with tickets all afternoon, trying to arrive at some definite scale of prices. There we are. There are 2 methods of operating, Miss Hale.
2 methods?
Yes. One, if you wish, is the system by which we charge nothing for our players.
Charge nothing.
What kind of a system is that? Why, please, let me finish, old boy. It's really quite involved. You see, Miss Hale?
How about me?
What?
I'm a partner, too, you know.
Of course you are, Jack.
Well, he keeps saying Miss Hale like I was.
Oh, come on over here and get into the discussion. Sit here.
Oh, all right.
Go on, Mr. Jackson. Now, what is the system you're talking about?
Well, it's one method of operation whereby the players are sent out free. We charge nothing, and we split the winnings of each game with our players.
Split the winnings? Oh, no. I'm not putting my money up for a gamble. I'm going into a legitimate business.
Well, I don't
that's
understand
ridiculous. How do you know they're going to win? My dear sir, after I've interviewed the players and have trained them in some of the finer points of bridge, I assure you the chances of their losing are very remote.
Well,
I'm not interested. I want to charge so much for a player. Now, the point is, how much?
Well, of course, that's another method of operation, or modus operandi, if I may use this expression.
Well,
By this other method, we make a charge of $5 a player for an evening.
$5?
Isn't that pretty high? I mean, there are some people who play bridge for only a 20th of a cent a point, where $1 is a big loss for any one of the players.
Well,
of course, old boy, and for those games, those 20th of a cent games, we send out some of our less skillful players and charge, say, only $2 for a full evening.
You need to be asked in advance just what kind of a big game it is.
Right, you are, and then we charge quarterly.
Well, that's all right then.
Well,
Wait just a minute, Mr. Jackson.
Oh,
now, here's what I'd like to know. Suppose you send out a player and he loses. Who pays for that?
The players, of course.
Well, that may not be very profitable for the player. I mean, if he gets $5, we'll pay for an evening, and he splits that at the office, that leaves him $2.50. Now, suppose he loses about $5 or $10.
My dear man, once again, I must impress on you that players will stand very good chance of losing. They will all be under my guidance and instruction, and their chances of losing will be so small as the negligible.
Well, I hope so. But if you ask me, you're going to have trouble hiring your bridge gigolos on that proposition.
Now, wait a minute. Now, here's the way we're going to run it. The office charges the client either $2 or $5 for a player. The player gets half of that fee. If he loses money playing bridge, he has to pay his losses himself.
Yeah, but that's where your trouble starts. You can't do that, Marge. These men you're going to hire are looking for work. They don't want to gamble.
Well, I don't either. I'm not running bridge games. I'm renting out players, and I'm not going to stand their losses.
Miss Hale, I repeat, there is little chance that they'll lose it.
Well, I've got an idea, if he's so sure. Mr. Jackson, how about you taking a gamble?
How do you mean?
Well, you make a deal with the players. You split their losses and their winnings. That's your part of the business. You take no part of the fee.
Well, of course. I'd be very glad to do that.
You will? You mean you don't want any part of the fees the clients will pay?
I'll take my chances with the bridge profit. You can have the full 15.
Well, okay, if that's the way you feel. I wouldn't call it costly, though. I'm figuring on doing a big business once we get started.
My dear girl, I'll make more money with the profits from the bridge games than you'll make splitting $2 and $5 fees with the player.
Well, I doubt it, but it's all right with me. I'd rather make mine slowly, but surely.
I think you ought to draw up an agreement to that effect, Marge, so there won't be any argument later on.
Mr. Dace, the word of Willoughby Jackson is his father.
Of course it is. And just to make sure, we'll put it on paper, huh?
Very well, Miss Hale, anything you say, of course.
Answer that, will you, Jane? Jane!
Well, where did she go?
I don't know. I didn't hear her go out. I'll get it. I'll answer. Hello?
Hello, is that you here?
Yes, this is... Jane!
Well, where is she?
Where are you?
I'm across the street using the phone.
Across the street?
Yes, I just want to get a word in edgewise, even if it's over the phone.
Get a word in? What are you doing over there?
I just want you to ask Marge if she thinks I'm a silent partner.
Ask Marge if she thinks you're a silent partner. What isn't that all? What's the matter?
Well, at least two of the partners understand the arrangement. Just how the system works out and further development in the opening of the office we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
America was not yet at war, and the air in Washington was summer pleasant. But neither Katharine Hepburn nor her supporting cast nor I thought of pleasantries in those days. We were there to try and convince a handful of congressmen to permit refugees to enter our country, very small refugees, baby refugees who would be in the path of the German blitzkrieg. We did the broadcast, and happily our immigration door opened a small blessed crack, and some very small blessed children escaped Hitler and company.
Innocent children caught in the whirlpool of inhuman hatred. Children ostracized, excluded from schools and public places, threatened with physical harm, forbidden the simplest requirements of spiritual survival. Surely our American sympathies go to the most pitiful and helpless sufferers. America must do its share in offering refuge to some of these children as a token of our sympathy and as a symbol of our faith in the ideals of human brotherhood.
Miss Katharine Hepburn in another original drama. Its title, Miss American.
The scene, a great luxury liner returning from Europe to America. It is late at night. A girl stands on the boat deck looking out into the darkness, her face to the wind that lifts whitecaps on the tumbling sea. Suddenly, an older woman approaches and speaks.
Well, Ronnie, I must say this is a peculiar way to behave.
What did you say, Aunt Mary?
I said it distinctly and you heard me. Do you realize that people have been asking about you?
Have they?
Oh, Ronnie, do come downstairs, standing up here in the cold.
Please, I'm all right.
Oh, Ronnie, what is the matter with you?
Poor people.
People? Oh, that. Well, Well, after all, my dear, there are always a certain number of undesirables on board a ship this size. And if you'd only stop wandering up and down the second and third classes, you'd find everything quite right and proper. Right and proper? As for the children, I spoke to the captain about them. Did you? Staring at us every time we walked the deck. I told the captain exactly how we felt about the matter. We? The things we talked about this morning. Oh, yes, I remember. I should think you would. You were quite definite in your opinion. And, of course, I agree with you. They've no right to take such young children and bring them to New York to heaven knows what. But you know the captain. That little charming smile, and he changed the subject, and, oh, what difference does it really make? We'll be ducking in the morning and away from all this.
Aunt Mary, there's something I want to tell you.
No, tell me later, my dear. Right now, the thing for you to do is to go down, get dressed, and join the others just as quickly as you can. Come now.
No. I want to stay here.
Why, Ronnie.
Please. A few moments longer. I'll come down.
Ronnie, I've never known you... Well, very well. Have your silly little mood. But I don't understand what it's all about, mooning up here in the dark like a romantic 16-year-old. All I say is hurry downstairs. We'll be waiting for you.
Romantic. Yes, it is romantic. I'm in love with... If she knew... In love with... Yes. Love at 23rd sight with...
America.
That's a childish thought to have.
Patriotic, Pap.
Of course it is. Of course. Getting softening of the brain. Thinking silly things. Over-emotionalized. Ought to go below and join the party. Stop standing here thinking to myself.
America.
No, why shouldn't I think it out? How did it start?
The things we talked about this morning.
Yes, Aunt Mary did say that. The things we talked about this morning.
Those children.
Always staring at us.
Why bring them over?
Full of foreign ideas. Always staring.
Not like us. Foreigners. Not like us.
Not like us. I said that, I remember. Not like us. Not like us. Not like me. Not like me. Resented their being on board. What happened? Oh, let me remember. I went walking on the lower deck. They were sitting there as usual.
The four of them.
Yes, the four of them. Sitting in a row. White faces, staring eyes, looking at me. At me. I couldn't stand it. What did I say? Yes, I said...
You, children, don't you know it's bad manners to stare at people?
For a moment, no answer. 3 little boys, 1 little girl. Their staring eyes. Why should they stare at me? I said...
Answer me, one of you. If you're coming to America, heaven knows why, at least they should have taught you some English.
They didn't move. 4 rigid little figures. And then...
Do you all speak English?
Well, at last, Suspense speaks.
No, that is not my name.
He said that. Then he closed his mouth. And the 4 of them were sitting there once again. Those eyes of theirs, staring. I said...
What are you sitting there for? I've been watching you all through the trip. You sit there in those deck chairs hour after hour. What are you waiting for?
America.
She said that, the little one. And then she closed her mouth so tightly I could see the muscles of the corners of her lips. She sat there, tense, frightened. Not another sound from any of them, their eyes beyond me, on the sea, on the horizon. I said...
All right, you're waiting for us to reach land. But what's that got to do with the 4 of you getting up, running around, having fun? Come on. Don't you know how to laugh? Do you know how?
Then we are in America. Then we will laugh.
So that's it. You don't like the sea. You're waiting for the land.
No, we are waiting for America.
Waiting for America? What's
silly nonsense were these children thinking? Couldn't laugh until America. I thought to myself, how silly. Prove these children strangers, aliens, foreign to our thoughts. Aloud, I said, "Listen, the four of you. Are you trying to rid me in your infant continental manner? If you're waiting until you land until you laugh, I'm warning you, you better start laughing now." Isn't much to laugh about there, let me assure you. The dullest, dumbest place on earth. Why do you think I went abroad? Laugh in America. Don't make me laugh. Got depressions and recessions and concessions and while I was talking, the children's faces grew angrier and angrier, their eyes larger and larger, hating me for what I was saying. Angrier and angrier. At last, one of them cried out,
No, wait.
"Wait?
Miss American, wait. What you say, it is not right.
What's not right?"
All these things you say of America, I do not understand. I do not know. But this I know. It is not right.
No, that is not right. Now, wait a moment. And what is right, Herr Professor?
America is good. And it's a good place. Because, Jan, you say it. Because in America, all men are
created equal.
Yeah, and they are endowed by their creator with the right of life, on liberty, on the sort of happiness.
Bravo! Right out of the old Declaration of Independence. So where did you learn that? And what does it mean?
Young teacher. Yeah, yes. Here on the boat, they gave me a book. I read. How you say it, Miss American. I teach.
You teach? You? And what you teach, all that about life and liberty. What can it possibly mean to poor children like you?
Maybe I do not understand everything you say, Miss American. But what we learn, it means that no matter what is wrong in America, it can be fixed. We are free and equal, and we can work and help America.
Help America? When he said that, I didn't have anything more to say. Nothing cute or bright or clever. Poor little children. I stood in front of them. Suddenly, I wanted to say so many things to them, but my throat, I couldn't. I couldn't until one of them said,
"Please, Miss American, what the books say about America, it is all right."
Right.
Tell us of it, Miss American.
Pity.
America. It's very large and very beautiful. And all the people in it, or their fathers, or their fathers' fathers, came over the water to it, just the way you're doing. And there's a bigness to it, and a braveness to it. And you need never be afraid. And no matter what goes wrong there's always hope, as long as there's someone like you to remind the rest of us that the American way is the human way. That's what I said to them. Yes. And they came close to me and touched my hand. And they smiled at each other and at me. And so I'm in love. Yes, in love. With my country. For remembering 4 little people who want to help us.
ladies and gentlemen, we bring this program starring Katharine Hepburn to a close. The broadcast was especially written for this occasion by Arch Oboler. The cast included Betty Kane, Jackie Grimes, May Grimes, Jackie Kelp, Adelaide Klein, Ed Latimer, Bobby Reddick, and George Wallach. And speaking, Raymond Edward Johnson. The music was composed by Leith Stevens, who conducted the orchestra.
Good evening, all. I'd like to tell you of an interesting theory in regard to time. There are some who say that the past is never gone, that it still exists on a different plane. Everything that has happened in the world continues to be, although mortals are unable to see it. Let me put it this way. You're riding in a motor car along a one-way street. You pass a magnificent palace which you greatly admire. The street makes a turn, and your car turns with it. Now the palace is out of sight. You can't see it anymore, but it still exists. It's still there on the one-way street, only you're not permitted to go back for another glimpse. The past, like the palace, has not disappeared. You merely haven't been gifted with the ability to return to it. So the theory goes. At any rate, suppose I told you I could take you into the past. Suppose I could flip back the years like the pages of a book once read and give you a second reading. What period would you choose to return to? The golden age of Pericles in Greece? The Napoleonic era? You can't make up your mind, huh? Then let me make the choice in your behalf. I don't think you'll be disappointed. London in 1900. The gaslight and the hansom cab. Cobbled streets and staid old English houses, mysterious and romantic. And to complete the picture, we'll choose a very foggy night to visit Loring Square.
Well, we're here, Lily.
Oh, help me down, Fetty.
Of course. There. Here you are, Cabby. Much obliged, Governor. Now, come along, Lily.
Oh, it's so good to be home, Frederick. I'm glad you decided to keep your house. I've always admired it so.
Well, it's your house now, my darling. And you can do with it as you see fit. Now, where did I put my keys? Here we are.
Frederick?
Yes, my dear.
The cabbie's still there.
Eh? Why, so he is. Something you want, Cabby?
No, I beg pardon, Governor. Come on, off we go now, eh? Get out there.
Why was he staring at us in that way?
I haven't the slightest idea. He may have possibly had a nip or two, eh? Now, put your arms around my neck, sweet.
Here, on the street?
I'm going to carry you across the threshold. Come on, it's the custom, you know.
Oh, darling.
There you are, Mrs. Spangler. You can now consider yourself officially married.
Put me down, darling.
You know, I love you very much.
And I love you, Frederick.
Welcome home, Mr. Spangler.
Huh? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Flint. This is your new mistress.
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do?
I hope you'll find the house in satisfactory condition, ma'am. I've been scrubbing and cleaning it for over a week now.
It looks splendid, Mrs. Flint.
I did everything but the cellar, Mr. Spangler.
Oh?
I wanted to wait until there was a man in the house before I went down there. The place is so dark and damp it gives me the creeps. I'll put your things away, ma'am. Is your luggage outside, sir?
I'll pick them up myself, Mrs. Flint.
It's quite all right, sir. I can manage.
She's rather odd, isn't she?
Odd?
Her manner, I mean.
Mrs. Flint is rather superstitious. But you'll get used to her after a while. I've had her for only a month, but I find she's very competent.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be good friends.
You want me to bring these bags up to the north room, sir?
The north room? Why not the master suite?
Well, sir, I was thinking that the mistress had preferred...
Bring the bags to the master suite, Mrs. Flint. You understand?
Just as you say, sir.
Why were you irritated just now, Frederick?
Oh. Well, there are times when Mrs. Flint shows less than her usual amount of tact. Joyce and I had always occupied the master suite. I suppose Mrs. Flint imagined that you might prefer to change.
Joyce was my friend, Frederick, as well as your wife. And then there can never become a cause for tact between us.
I know what you mean, Lily. And it makes me very happy. Joyce was a wonderful woman. I never thought I'd find an even finer one in you.
Let's look round. It seems so long since I've been here.
Well, nothing's been changed. I've left it all the way it was when Joyce died.
Poor Joyce. It must have been horrible.
I'm sure she never knew what happened.
It must have been awful for you too, Frederick.
It's something I just as soon try to forget completely.
Yes. This picture of Joyce on the piano is very nice.
I'm sorry, I meant to get rid of that.
Get rid of it? Why?
Isn't it obvious, Lily?
But I don't
Well,
know.
I do. I'm sorry, Lily. I didn't mean to snap at you.
Frederick, darling, don't you realize how I feel about Joyce? You have no reason to be upset.
I'm not upset, Lily. Now, let me have the picture. Give it to me, please.
Very well.
I'll put this away for good.
The bags are in your room, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anything I can do for you, ma'am?
Not right now, thank you, Mrs. Flint. Mrs. Flint, did you know the first Mrs. Spangler?
Oh, no, ma'am. I've only been here a month.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Spangler just mentioned it to me.
She must have been a lady of taste, ma'am. This house was even prettier when I first came here. Before the master started to get rid of all her things.
But he told me he hadn't changed anything.
Oh, he's done a lot of changing. That picture over there is the only thing that... Why, it's gone.
Yes. Mr. Spangler just took it away.
Peculiar, isn't it?
What is?
The way those things upset him. I'll never forget what a rage he flew into when I started to go through Mrs. Spangler's trunk in the attic. The first Mrs. Spangler, that is. He shouted at me and told me to mind my...
Mrs. Flint, I believe you have some work to do in the kitchen.
Yes, so I have. Excuse me, please.
Talking is another one of her habits which could stand improvement. What was she saying to you just then?
Why, she was telling me about...
About what, Lily?
Nothing, Frederick. Nothing at all. Come in.
Good morning, ma'am.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Flint.
I brought your breakfast.
Oh, that was very sweet of you.
Mr. Spangler left the house over half an hour ago. He told me to give you these keys.
Oh, they're the house keys?
Yes. They're all there, except the key to the attic.
Well, where's that one?
Mr. Spangler keeps it himself.
He does? Why?
That's something I never had the right to ask him, ma'am. Someone's at the front door.
You can leave the tray, Mrs. Flint, and answer it.
Well, who'd come calling at this hour of the morning? Yes?
Is this Mr. Spangler's residence?
Yes.
Is Mr. Spangler at home?
No, sir, but the mistress is in.
The mistress? You mean Mrs. Spangler?
The new Mrs. Spangler.
Oh, I see. I'd like to talk to her, if I may. My name is Markham.
Come in, sir.
Thank you.
You'll have to wait a bit. The mistress is just getting up.
I'm in no hurry.
I'll tell her you're here, sir.
I'd appreciate it.
The name was Markham, sir?
Inspector Markham of Scotland Yard.
Oh, Inspector Markham, Scotland Yard.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Spangler. I'm sorry to disturb you.
Oh, that's quite all right. What can I do for you, Inspector?
I was hoping to see Mr. Spangler. I thought it might be wiser to discuss this matter with him.
He won't be home until this evening.
But in that case, perhaps I'd better relay my message to him through you.
What message, Inspector?
It's rather awkward to discuss it under the circumstances. I hope you won't take offense.
Oh, I'm sure I won't.
I presume you know the details concerning Joyce Spangler's death?
Yes, I think I do. My husband told me about it.
Just what did he tell you?
Why, she was in that horrible train wreck several months ago. The Scottish Express to Glasgow.
The wreck occurred, that's true. Many people were killed, some of them practically unidentifiable when the bodies were recovered. And then there were some, of course, which were never recovered.
I understood that Mrs. Spangler's body was one of those.
The wreck occurred as the train was crossing a bridge. The river is a swift one, and we surmised that some of the victims might have been carried out to sea by the current.
That's the way I understood it.
According to Mr. Spangler, his wife was aboard that train. She was on her way to visit an aunt in Scotland.
Yes.
Of course, we only have Mr. Spangler's assurance that she was actually on the train.
Just what do you mean, Inspector Markham?
Joyce Spangler is now considered to be legally dead. It has come to my attention, however, that there is a possibility she may not have been aboard that train at all. Good evening, sweet.
Good evening, Frederick.
Everything go well with you today?
I had a visitor. Actually, he wanted to speak with you.
Oh, a visitor?
An Inspector Markham from Scotland Yard.
And, just what did he want?
I think you'd better see him, Frederick. It's rather important.
But what did he have to say?
He told me there was a possibility that Joyce was still alive.
He told you that?
Of course, I know it's ridiculous.
How does the eminent inspector from Scotland Yard reach that rather startling conclusion?
Doesn't it upset you?
Upset me? Why?
Well, you and I...
My first wife is legally dead, Lily, and you and I are legally married. The inspector from Scotland Yard is an idiot.
Frederick, you can prove that Joyce is dead, can't you?
Naturally I can. There's nothing to be upset about. The most idiotic blunder I ever heard of. And Inspector Markham's superior shall hear about it from me.
He also asked me a few other questions I couldn't answer.
In regard to what?
Joyce's estate.
What did he say about Joyce's estate?
He wanted to know how much money she left and to whom the house belonged. Before her death, of course.
I see.
I told him I believed the house was yours and that as far as I knew, Joyce left no money. It was only a guess, but I was right, wasn't I?
You were wrong, Lily.
What?
It's something that's too obvious to hide. Besides, what have I to hide?
You mean...
I inherited the house and £50,000 in cash when Joyce was killed.
Well, are you enjoying your visit? Do you find it unique to return to the past, to roll back the years and witness an episode in the lives of two people? Yes, two people who existed over 50 years ago in London, while Victoria was still the Queen. And for all we know, according to that theory of time I mentioned before, those two and their drama of life and death may still exist today.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Spangler. There's a Mrs. McIntosh here to see you.
Mrs. McIntosh? Show her in.
Yes, miss. This way, please.
Thank you kindly. Good evening, Mrs. Spangler.
Good evening.
I guess you don't know who I am.
I'm afraid I don't.
I'm Joyce Spangler's aunt.
Oh, yes, you live in Scotland, don't you?
She's mentioned something about me then.
Aren't you the aunt Joyce was going to visit when she was killed?
Yes, poor child. She was on her way to spend a week with me in Glasgow, or so the story goes.
I beg your pardon?
Is your husband at home, Mrs. Spangler?
No, he's not.
Good. I was hoping I wouldn't have to meet him. I've no use for the likes of Frederick Spangler.
Mrs. McIntosh, haven't you forgotten that you happen to be referring to my husband?
I haven't forgotten it, and I'm saying it for your own good.
Why are you here, Mrs. McIntosh?
I understand there's a picture of my niece in the house.
A picture I should be pleased to have, if it's all the same to your husband.
If you ask him for it, perhaps he'll give it to you.
I have no intention of asking him. I'd like you to do that, and send it home to me, if you will. I want no part of your husband in any shape or form, as the saying goes.
If you please, Mrs. McIntosh.
You needn't be offended. Perhaps you don't know as much about Frederick Spangler as I do. Perhaps you haven't discovered yet what poor Joyce discovered.
Discovered? What?
What kind of a man he is. Joyce was afraid of him, Mrs. Spangler. She lived in deathly fear of the man.
She told you that?
She didn't have to tell me. I could see it in her eyes when she spoke of him. And sometimes, when she'd be alone with me in Scotland, I'd hear her shrieking in her sleep, and the things she'd say would make her blood run cold. She'd deny it later, and now I know why.
I don't believe a word of it.
The more fool you. If you want to treat yourself to a living death, you can...
Stop it, don't say another word. I forbid it in my house.
Very well, Mrs. Spangler. Suit yourself. There's just one thing I'd like to add, and you'd do well to keep it in mind. 2 days after Joyce's body was supposed to have disappeared in that train wreck, I received a letter.
A letter? From whom?
From Joyce. And you know what she wrote? She wrote that she'd changed her mind, and that she wasn't coming to Scotland after all.
Lily, my dear, are you asleep?
No, Frederick. I'm still awake.
I won't turn on the light and disturb you.
Did you see the inspector?
Yes.
What happened?
Nothing.
Well, what did he say to you?
It was merely routine.
Frederick, you're holding back.
Don't talk like a child, Lily. It irritates me. I'm not holding back a thing. The incident is over. Let's forget it.
It isn't altogether over, Frederick.
What do you mean?
Mrs. McIntosh arrived in London today.
What did she want?
A picture of Joyce.
She'll whistle for that picture before she gets it from me.
Why don't you send it to her, Frederick?
Because I'm not interested in doing Mrs. McIntosh any personal favors. Is that clear?
Frederick, you've never talked like that before.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Terribly sorry. Oh, Lily, forgive me.
Please, don't kiss me.
Very well. Just as you say.
Frederick.
What is it now?
Mrs. McIntosh said... She said...
Well, out with it.
She told me she'd received a letter from Joyce just after the accident.
A letter?
The letter said that Joyce had changed her mind. That she'd decided not to go to Scotland after all.
So that's what the inspector was up to, blast him.
Bridget.
The old owl must have shown him that letter.
What does it mean?
Nothing. Joyce had changed her mind. But I persuaded her to go anywhere she'd planned.
I see.
You believe me, don't you? I asked if you believed me, Lily.
Of course. Of course I believe you.
Well, then there's nothing to worry about. So long as you believe me. Nothing in the world to worry about. Go to sleep now, Lily. Pleasant dreams.
You asked to see me, Mrs. Flint?
Yes. I'm leaving your service, Mrs. Spangler.
You are? Why?
Because I can't stand this house any longer, that's why.
But I don't understand.
I'm sorry I can't give you notice. I'm leaving tonight.
So sudden.
Oh, I'd hate to tell you the reason why I'm on my way. I just hate to tell you.
I think you owe me that much of an explanation.
You haven't heard the gossip?
Haven't heard what, for heaven's sake?
They're saying, Mrs. Spangler, the first Mrs. Spangler was murdered.
Oh, no.
Everyone in the neighborhood's been talking about it. They're saying this is a house of death, and that poor Mrs. Spangler's ghost haunts the attic room.
And you believe that?
I've reason to believe it, let me tell you. And Scotland Yard has reason too. They'll be finding out a thing or two one of these days. I only hope it's not too late for you.
Be quiet, do you hear?
Lily!
Oh, I was just telling the mistress.
I heard what you told her.
Well, they're my sentiments, Mr. Spangler.
Be quiet.
Frederick!
Get your things and leave this house before I drag you out myself.
Don't you dare to lay your hands on me, you hear? Don't you dare!
Get out! So, everyone is gossiping, are they?
Mrs. Flint isn't responsible for what she says, Frederick.
They think I'm a murderer, do they?
Please.
Well, let her go. I'm glad to be rid of her. I'm glad to be rid of them all. Now I can feel less spied on. I prefer being alone. And you prefer being alone, don't you? Don't you, Lily?
Yes. Of course I do.
For some, the hands of the clock moved quickly. But for Lily, each minute seemed an hour.
It's 10 o'clock, Lily.
Yes.
I think I'll turn in. Are you coming?
No, I'll stay up a while.
Aren't you tired, Lily?
No.
Don't lie to me, Lily.
Lie to you?
I don't trust you, do you hear? I don't trust anyone anymore. You're all spies and you're all against...
What are you saying, Frederick?
Lily, is it the attic that bothers you?
The attic?
Is it because I keep the key to the attic and you've never been inside?
I haven't even thought about it, Frederick.
You're lying again, Lily.
No, I'm not.
I said you're lying! Next time you lie to me, my darling, I'll close my hand when I strike you.
How dare you?
I'm your husband.
I'm getting out of this house.
Oh, no, you're not, my dear.
Go with my arm.
First, I want to satisfy that curiosity of yours.
What do you mean?
You and I are going to visit the attic, Lily. Now. Here we are. Shall you open the door, or shall I?
Let me go, Frederick, please.
Stay where you are, Lily. Step inside, my dear.
It's so dark in here.
Well, I light a candle. There you are, Lily. Look around the attic. I want you to make a thorough search to reassure yourself.
I have nothing to search for.
No? Tell me what you know, Lily. Tell me what you know, and I'll tell you what I know.
Frederick, let me go.
I love you.
What's going on up there?
Save me! He wants to kill me! For heaven's sake, save me!
It's all right, Mrs. Spangler. No one outside the door, so I forced my way in.
Inspector, look on the flooring. Underneath the rug.
What do you mean, Lily?
There's a body there. Joyce Spangler's body. Don't think I didn't know. I was just waiting for the chance to escape from an inspector and come to you. He killed his first wife and now he wants to kill me.
Underneath the floor, eh? Well, let's see. Yeah, the flooring's loose, all right. When did you discover this, Mrs. Spangler?
Yesterday. But the whole neighborhood knew about it before I did.
They must have been psychic, Mrs. Spangler. As you seem to be.
What?
Take a look under the flooring, Lily.
Isn't there?
No. You see, we removed Mrs. Spangler's body over a month ago. So you couldn't have possibly known she was there unless you put her there yourself. When Mr. Spangler discovered the body, Lily, over a month ago, he told me of his suspicions. He knew how much you wanted to marry him, and he also knew you were the last to see his wife alive. But he had no proof. You were both alone here in this house while I was away. You killed her, Lily, so you could marry me and share in her wealth. Then, believing the police were almost on top of you, you tried to blame it onto me.
You mean you married me? suppose I killed her.
I happen to have loved my wife, Lily. Mrs. Spangler's intention to visit her aunt and the train wreck were lucky coincidences for you, Lily. But not lucky enough.
Apparently, I made a very bad mistake, Inspector Markham.
Yes. And the gallows, Lily, were made for people like you, who make mistakes.
Over 50 years ago is a long, long time, and yet, couldn't it have happened today? And now I'll take you back again from out of the past into the present. My theory of time was an interesting one, don't you think? But the story of Lily Spangler was just that. A story and nothing more. And it stands to reason that if the story is fictitious, the theory is a fraud as well. And yet, if you ever get to England, you might visit the Tower of London and consult the execution records. In the file marked November 1900, you may possibly find the name of Lily Spangler.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station, written by Lawrence Clee and starring Hart McGuire. You heard Coralie Neville and Richard Davies as Lily and Frederick. Also in the cast were Dorothy Dunkley, Nigel Lovell, Winifred Hindle. The Clock is a Grace Gibson radio production directed by John Saul.
Signal gasoline, the gasoline that does go farther. The Signal Oil Company presents The Whistler. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Murder on Paper.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Well, to begin with, I'm not telling this story. No. Fred Wallace is telling it. Fred Wallace is a writer of detective stories for pulp magazines. And this is the best story he's ever told. Yes. Go on, Fred. Continue your dictation. You were a writer and a police reporter, and you never held a job very long. Just why was that, Fred?
I was a victim of the ponies. I couldn't stay away from the racetracks. I was hitting the 40-year mark, and I was down at Hialeah Park in Florida when I met a gorgeous blonde from California named Lita Martin, her friend Vera Durant. This Vera was a widow who was tossing money around and having the time of her life. She wasn't too pretty, not as pretty as Lita, but her husband had left her $500,000. That made up for it. What more can I ask? Am I taking too much time?
All the time you want, Wallace.
Well, by the time the Hialeah meet was over, Vera and I were married and on our way to her place in Los Angeles. Santa Anita was closed, but Hollywood Park was about to open, and I'd figured on running a stable and a string of ponies. I didn't mention the subject until we pulled out of San Bernardino. What's the matter with the idea, Vera? I thought you were crazy about horse racing.
I had a lot of fun at Hialeah, Fred. I enjoyed watching the horses run.
You won some money, didn't you?
Little, but I didn't go for that reason. My friend Lita insisted I spend the season in Florida just to get my mind off things.
Well, you certainly seem to have a good time.
Now that I think of it, it seems silly. It's gambling, and I don't approve of gambling.
What? Well, that's certainly news to me. The way you threw down $100 bills, I thought you were an old-timer at it.
It was my first time at such a place. Oh, Fred, darling, there's no reason why we can't go to the races once or twice.
Once or twice?
I know you've been able to get by on your gambling, but you're 40 years old. It's time you settled down and accomplished something in a bona fide business.
Business? What do I know about business? But I know horses, and with a good string, I can clean up.
Fred, darling, there's no need for you to clean up. All you need to do is learn the business my husband left me, and to be able to take care of that.
Oh, a chemical plant. Are you kidding, Vera?
I'll speak to Mr. Adamson tomorrow as to the right job to start you on. And you'll find it most exciting when you get into it.
Okay, honey, I'll try.
Well, Fred, you weren't exactly conscious of it at the time, but that was when you got the idea for all this. You could pick horses, but you couldn't pick women. Once Vera got home, she was entirely changed, wasn't she, Fred?
She was all business and hung on to nickels like they were $20 bills. What a change. But I went to work in the chemical plant at $75 a week and tried my best to like it. I was bored stiff. And finally, I located a bookie and started playing the horses again. One day, I got a bit too deep, and I borrowed some dough from a guy. When I stalled him a little too long, he threatened me. He was a well-known gangster, and I got frightened. I went home during lunch hour to see if I could wangle some extra dough from Vera. But Vera, honey, $1,000 isn't going to break you. You act like you didn't know where your next meal was coming from.
You have a salary of $75 a week, friend, and a car, and all your living expenses are free. Any sensible person can certainly get along on that.
Sensible or not, I need $1,000 now, and I gotta have it.
Why?
All right. I borrowed that much from a guy to place a little bet, but I picked the wrong guy. He turned out to be a gangster. He's put me on the spot.
Oh, don't be so corny on the spot.
You won't let me have the money?
That's childish nonsense.
I'm not kidding. This guy's serious. But do you care? No. You got more money than you can ever use, and what good will it do you? None. You're a cheap little penny pincher.
You'd better go, Fred. Back to the plant.
What good is your money? No good. You don't enjoy life, and you never will.
Please.
What good is a lot of money if you can't use it? You might as well have a bunch of rocks in the bank. You're a stingy, selfish, self-centered tightwad, Vera. Do you hear me? Stingy, selfish, and miserable. I gave her the works. But when she pranced out of the room and slammed the door, I knew she meant it. And I knew, too, that I'd overplayed my hand. Then I got to thinking about what I'd said. That her money was no good to her and that she didn't enjoy life. All kinds of dough, and she didn't enjoy life. That's what I was thinking that day on the train. If she didn't enjoy life, why should she go on living?
With the prologue of tonight's story, Murder on Paper, the Signal Oil Company brings you another of the strange tales by the Whistler. But before we go on with the story, let's consider carbon, that word you hear so often in connection with automobile motors. Well, just what is carbon and what does it do? Well, coal is carbon, so is soot. Some motor oils form the hard kind of carbon in the cylinder head, gradually building up a thick, hard crust that causes knock, loss of motor efficiency, lower gasoline mileage. It can even cause costly repair bills. That's why the solvent refining of Signal 4-Star Motor Oil is doubly important to you at this time when you want your motor to last out the duration and you want all the miles you can get from rationed gasoline. You see, because of solvent refining, which is the latest, most costly process known to oil engineers, Signal 4-Star Motor Oil actually forms less carbon. And it's soft soot-like carbon that tends to blow out with the exhaust gases. Thus, by keeping your motor cleaner, more efficient, solvent-refined Signal 4-Star Motor Oil does two important things. One, aids longer motor life, and two, helps your gasoline go farther. So for your motor's next refill, ask your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer for your best buy today, Signal 4-Star Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
That's when the whole thing crystallized, wasn't it, Fred? It was as clear as a bell. As a writer, you'd plotted 100 murders where the killer was always caught. This time, you'd shuffle them all together and plot one where the killer would never even be suspected. You didn't have the plot yet, did you?
But I knew I was going to kill my wife, Vera. I grabbed my hat and left the house, got into Vera's convertible coupe and started driving. I headed out Sunset toward the beach. I don't know why, except maybe I didn't want to go back to the plant. And Vera had a beach house at Malibu. I pulled up in front of it, got out, walked down the side of the house toward the beach, sort of aimlessly. Started to flop down on the sand. I didn't see Vera's friend, Lita, stretched out on the beach next door.
Fred, hey!
What? Oh, hi, Lita.
What are you doing down here at this time of day?
I don't know, just monkeying around.
Oh, yeah? Well, come on over here and sit down, Fred. I won't bite you.
Yeah? Okay. I knew I shouldn't have done it, but I sat down close to her. Too close. And when a guy gets that close to a gal like Lita Martin, well, it's like sticking your nose over a can of ether.
Are you afraid of me, Fred?
Afraid? Not in the least. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Something's wrong with you. A domestic problem, Fred?
No, a business problem.
Business? Oh, you're worried as much about the business as you are about the North Pole. I'm going to the races this afternoon. Want to come along?
No, I haven't time for that sort of thing. Besides, Vera doesn't approve of it. I got a lot of work to do at the plant, and she'll expect me to make a report to her this evening.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that you're making such an effort to learn the chemical business. But it's certainly a mystery to me.
What is?
How you ever took up with a girl like Vera in the first place.
Vera and I are very happy.
You really love Vera, and not just her money?
What a thing to say. Of course I love her. What's wrong with Vera?
Nothing's wrong with her. She's one of my best friends. But you and Vera are as much alike as night and day. At least you were. You get a kick out of everything, Fred. Vera is such a tightwad that she never enjoys anything, except making money. She's never really enjoyed life. How could she?
What?
Well, she has everything to make life livable, but she'll never enjoy a minute of it.
Yeah.
When are you going back to town?
What? Oh, I'm going back now.
Oh, good. You can take me in. I'll tell the maid I'll go in with you. I'll change in just 3 minutes. You don't mind taking me in, do you, Fred?
Why, no. It's a pleasure, Lita. Glad to.
And it was on that ride back from the beach that you got the idea, wasn't it, Fred? A few blocks from the beach, you realized the convertible was pulling hard to the left. You stopped on an incline and found the valve in the right front tire was leaking. You jacked the wheel up to change, but you didn't pull the emergency brake on hard enough. The car slipped off the jack and started to roll, but a call to Lita, and she grabbed the emergency, Fred?
That gave me the idea, how to get rid of Vera. She'd planned to go up to a mountain place that evening because the first snow had fallen, a perfect setup. But I needed a witness for what I was going to do, so I worked it so that Vera invited Lita. About an hour before we left, I put the leaky tire back on the wheel, then loosened the bolt on the emergency brake to where it would just barely hold when pulled all the way back. I dropped a couple of sleeping tablets in Vera's tea just before we left. Vera sat in front with me and Lita in the rear with the luggage. After we passed the Crestline turnoff, I picked a spot on a downgrade. I pulled off to the side, facing a 500 or 600 foot drop. I stopped, eased the handbrake back all the way. It held just barely.
What's the matter, Fred?
I put that tire back on the wheel. I thought I'd fixed it, but it's almost flat again. I can feel it. I'll have to change again.
Oh, well, can I help you?
Oh, thanks, Lita, but I can handle it. Guess Vera's sound asleep. Hand me the jack and that wrench under your feet.
Okay.
I left it out because I didn't trust my job on that tire. Thanks, Lita. I'll have it changed in a jiffy. I jacked up the right front wheel till it just barely cleared the ground, removed the hubcap, applied the lug wrench, and I was all set to throw the car in motion. I wanted to get Lita out of the car on the opposite side because she was to be my witness if I needed one. Lita, bring me that flashlight beside you. Guess I'll need your help after all. It's dark out here.
Yes, Fred.
As Lita slammed the door, I gave a terrific pull on the lug wrench. The car rolled off the jack and went into motion. I yelled just for effect, but it was only a few feet to the edge. The car shot over, hit a ledge about 20 feet below, and then crashed on down to the bottom. I stood there looking down, acting as though I was paralyzed. Then I turned around with a horrified look on my face and let out a terrific groan. But Lita wasn't there. She disappeared. I was frantic. I screamed into the dark, "Lita!" But no answer. My witness had disappeared.
You were terrified, Fred. You stood there trembling in the dark, screaming for Lita, as though she were a mile away. Then it came to you. You grabbed the flashlight and shot it around and down on the ledge below. And there was Lita, on the rocks of the ledge and blood on her face.
I knew then how she'd got there. She jumped on the left running board to grab the emergency brake and gone over with the car. That's what I hadn't counted on. Lita wasn't supposed to have touched the brake. Only this afternoon she'd pulled it on. Now, when it didn't work, she'd know for sure that it had been tampered with. She could tell them that the accident was no accident. I picked up a rock, started down to the ledge to give her a good bash on the head.
But a car pulled up, Fred. Vera, your wife, was dead. But they rushed Lita to San Bernardino. You never left Lita's side for 3 days because your witness was now a good prospect for state's witness when she came to.
But I thanked my lucky stars when she regained consciousness. She knew me, but she couldn't seem to remember just what had happened. I was awful sweet to her. I told her my own private version of the accident.
Fred, what happened?
Don't you remember, Lita?
No. All I can recall is a terrible crash. Nothing more.
The tire went flat, and I stopped to change it. I jacked the wheel up and started to remove the lug nuts, and it slipped off the jack and rolled over the cliff.
Well, where was I?
Vera was asleep in the front seat, and you were sitting in the back seat. You must have been thrown clear when the car hit the ledge. Or maybe when you saw the car rolling, you tried to jump out. Perhaps that's what saved you.
Poor Vera. She didn't have a chance, did she?
No. What do you mean?
Well, didn't you say she was asleep?
Did I say that? Well, yes. That's right, she was.
Well, at least she didn't suffer. She probably never knew what happened.
Lita, you can't remember a thing about what happened?
No, I can't seem to remember just what it was all about. It's all very hazy. But did the doctor tell you?
Tell me what?
Well, he said my loss of memory was only temporary. At least he hoped so, and maybe in time, he didn't say how long, but that in time everything will clear up. In a way, I hope that won't happen.
Why?
I'd rather not know any more about it than I do.
For your own sake, I hope. I hope you never remember about it. It was too gruesome. Lita?
Yes, Fred?
Look, it was all my fault, darling. It was pure negligence on my part. I should have put a rock under one of the wheels. There's nothing that can be done about poor Vera now. But you're going to be all right. And I want you to know that I'll do all in my power to make up for it. It's my duty. It's the least I can do.
What are you getting at, Fred?
It'll be my duty from now on to take care of you, Lita. Vera would want it that way, I'm sure.
Fred, I don't understand.
Later on, we can be married, and I'll always stay right by your side. After all, you and I always thought a great deal of each other, didn't we?
Are you trying to say that I'm paralyzed or something?
No, darling, not that. But haven't you looked in the mirror?
I'd say...
Lita, as soon as you're out of here, I'll spend every dollar Vera left me. I'll have the best plastic surgeons in the country, and you'll be just as beautiful as ever.
Fred,
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of the famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, everything Vera had was left to you, wasn't it, Fred? But you dumped it all on the market, including the plant and all the real estate. Turned it into cash. Married Lita, had her face fixed up, and bought another beautiful place up at Big Bear Lake. And took Lita up there. You had no servants because you wanted her all to yourself, didn't you, Fred?
I watched her like a hawk because I wanted to be around if she should regain her memory. But after a while, she got to acting kind of strange. She began to ask funny questions. About what happened that night, I mean. The cloud was beginning to clear up, is what I figured. It was getting on my nerves. And I knew for sure that if it cleared up and she remembered about grabbing for that brake, the whole thing would come out. She'd know that I'd killed Vera. Then one afternoon...
Fred, I just had another one of those terrible dreams. Nightmares.
Nightmares? Since when have you been having nightmares in the afternoon?
I've had several of them. It's terrifying, Fred. I can't understand why I always dream the same thing. I seem to be driving a car at fast speed. There's a high wall in front of me. I grab the handbrake and pull, but the car won't stop. And just as I'm about to crash, I wake up in a cold sweat.
Are you dreaming? Or is it just your imagination?
Why do you say that?
If you've got something on your mind, why don't you say it?
I don't know what you mean, Fred. I didn't mean to upset you.
I'm not upset.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, dear. There was a man here to see you this afternoon. Said he'd drop by later.
Yeah, what man?
He said his name was Jenkins. He owns the garage in the village.
Jenkins? What about him?
Well, it was something about your brakes. I think he said your brakes were loose. He said he'd come by later.
Brakes? I don't know what he's talking about. I've never had my car in his garage. The only connection I had with him was when he hauled that wrecked convertible up the...
What's the matter, Fred?
There's nothing. Maybe I'd better run down to the village and see Jenkins.
Why?
How do I know until I get there?
Yes, Fred, you don't like the looks of this. Rush down to the garage at the village and see Jenkins. See what he's told Lita. See what he's found out.
Oh, yes, Mr. Wallace. Well, I got a little bill here for $18 that I can't overlook. Then I had something I wanted to tell you about the Chrysler convertible, the one that went over the cliff.
What about it?
Well, you know I hauled it up the hill and took it to my shop. I've looked it over, and it can be fixed up.
I told you I didn't want it fixed up. Junk it.
Junk it? Well, then you'll have to sign this pink slip over to me.
I'll sign it, give it here. But I want it junked.
Yes, sir, but I can only get $100 for it as junk.
All right, junk it, and you keep what you get for your trouble. I don't want anything. Here you are.
Oh. But what I wanted to tell you was...
Yes?
I know why it rolled over the cliff.
Why?
The emergency brake wouldn't hold.
I know that.
And that's something I can't understand. Handle pulls all the way back to the last notch, and the brake lining barely touches the brake drum. I can't understand that.
I can. The brake lining was worn. It was loose.
The brake was loose, but the lining wasn't worn.
What?
It couldn't have been. I relined all the brakes for your dead wife last summer. And I cinched up the emergency to where it had worked when pulled only halfway back. Well, that's what this $18 bill's for.
Well, then the bolt on the brake must have worked loose.
No. I checked on that. The nut was screwed clear to the end of the bolt. But it still had a cotter key in it. I've never made a mistake like that in my life.
Well, then how would it get loose?
I don't know. Unless somebody loosened it on purpose. Maybe somebody had it in for you. It's the only thing I could think of. As I was telling your wife on the phone...
What?
I said as I was telling your wife.
Talk to my wife about this?
Well, yes. Didn't she tell you I called?
How much did you tell her?
Well, I tried to explain about the
You have no right to talk to my wife about such things.
But I just thought you ought to know.
Yes, of course. I just meant that you shouldn't have bothered my wife about it. She's been very nervous since the accident. I try not to mention it to her.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry.
It's all right, only we're both trying to forget the whole thing.
Sure, Mr. Wallace.
So just send me a bill and I'll mail a check. And just forget about this.
Sure. I'll get the bill for you in just a minute.
Never mind, I have to hurry. I have to get home right away.
Well, Fred, Jenkins stumbled onto the evidence, didn't he? He doesn't seem to suspect anything, but he talked to Lita, whose memory is returning. Now she knows what happened.
All the way back, my mind was going a mile a minute. Lita knew, and I had to make my plans quickly. Plans to get rid of her. I drove in the back directly into the garage. I guess that's why I didn't see the car parked in front. When I rushed into the house, Lita was standing in the hall waiting for me.
Oh, darling, I was hoping you'd get back.
So you knew all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever it is, it'll keep. Right now, come in the living room. There's
But
somebody...
it won't keep. The game's up, Lita. Jenkins told you, didn't he? Didn't he?
Well, he said something about the brakes on the convertible, but
That's not all. He told you why they didn't work, why the car went over the cliff, didn't he?
Fred, listen, the sheriff's office...
Oh, so you got the sheriff's office in on it, too. Well, what were you waiting for? Why didn't you turn me in long ago? You knew about the brake. You probably even knew about me putting the leaking tire back on and jerking the car off the jack. My only mistake was in not letting you go over the cliff with Vera. Now it looks like I'll have to do that all over again.
Fred!
As if you didn't know. Now I'll have to take care of you.
I don't think so, Wallace. I think I'll have to take care of you.
What?
Fred, I tried to tell you. The sheriff sent a deputy out to see me, and...
Oh, you did trap me, you dirty...
Side, Mrs. Wallace. I've heard all I need to.
You won't catch me.
Fred, don't! Don't, Fred!
The Whistler will bring you the rest of the strange story in just a moment. Meantime, Signal Oil Company wants to pass along this important War Production Board warning about the shortage of auto batteries. Due to increased military requirements, WPB announces 40% fewer new batteries will be produced for civilian cars during January, February, March. You know what that means. More and more cars that need new batteries will have to make the old one do. So play safe. Keep your present battery working for you as long as you can by seeing that it gets the regular attention it needs. That means stopping at your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer every 2 weeks for his complete battery checkup. He'll add distilled water to restore the safe level and remove destructive corrosion from the terminals. If your battery seems run down, his hydrometer test shows whether it needs recharging. And your Signal dealer is equipped to give you a quick, thorough recharge job. All this is part of your Signal Complete Go Farther service. Every car needs it more than ever today. See that your car gets it by stopping at least every 2 weeks at your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
And what happened then, Fred, after you ran out the door?
I saw the deputy's car, but I didn't see the other guy, the driver, until I ran past and there was a gun in my face. I took a wild poke at him, but he just slapped me on the side of the head with the gun barrel. When I woke up, I was sitting here.
Yes, Fred. Sitting in the sheriff's office, and now you're speaking into a microphone, making a record of your confession. You may have been excellent at plotting murder on paper, but when a man's emotions become involved with the real thing, it isn't so good. You see, you were perfectly safe. You committed the perfect crime. Neither Lita nor anybody else suspected a thing till you yourself divulged it. And the sheriff's deputy has just told you that all he came by your place for was to return Vera's purse, which a couple of Boy Scouts had found in the brush where the accident had occurred. Yes, it was just nerves, Fred. Nerves. That's all.
Well, guess that'll be my last murder plot for a long while.
Yes, Fred. I can assure you that the gentleman at San Quentin will see to that.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale, the curious story of Murder is Legal. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and oil and fine quality auto accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, story by J. Donald Wilson, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking and inviting you to listen next Monday night at 9 when the Signal Oil Company presents The Whistler. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you do go farther with Signal. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Murder is Legal.
I am The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who've stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. This is the Strip, playland of Hollywood. Here are the most elegant gaming houses and nightclubs in the Western Hemisphere. Here are the sumptuous apartments of the great and near great, the idols of 1 million adolescent girls. In the apartment of David Faraday, hero of costume epics and courtroom scandals.
Mr. Faraday. Wake up, Mr. Faraday. It's time for you to go to Mr. Crossfire's party. Come on now, Mr. Faraday. It's just me, Jenny O. And no reporters here. Open up, boss. Boss, I'm coming in. I know you're tired, boss, but you just got to get up. Trial's all over. Boss, are you all right? That's blood there. Oh, Lord, help me. Mr. Faraday, you've been shot. You're dead.
Yes. In the elegant apartment of David Faraday on the Sunset Strip, the body of the screen's swashbuckling hero grows colder. Only 2 blocks down the street, and the guests are arriving at a party given in his honor. A party given by the most important man in Hollywood, a man who's never been in front of a camera.
Oh, Clifford, darling, am I late? Oh, Putty was an angel of patience. I spoiled the last 3 takes in my hurry to get here, didn't I, Putty? I'm so anxious to see David, and he won't answer his phone. He hasn't talked to anyone since the trial, even me, his fiancée, and I've been calling him all afternoon. Clifford, what do? Hide your winning client so that the jury can't change its mind? I've been frantic, haven't I, Putty?
If you don't mind, Miss Lorraine, my name is Putterwitz. Putterwitz, not Putty. What was my wife saying?
Putty, dear, your wife hasn't had a thought since she married you.
Since before, maybe, huh?
I wouldn't worry about David Madeline. He was very tired and probably went home to sleep. The trial was very wearing. However, I think that he'll be here.
It was very close, wasn't it? I mean, the girl's story was quite sound. But of course we all knew that David would get her. With you for a lawyer, how could he miss?
After all, you wouldn't want to spoil a perfect record of acquittal.
Well, that's really up to the jury. But it was a difficult case. So much publicity complicates any defense.
Hello, Madeline. Oh, darling. Darling, you look ravishing. That is for a girl whose fiancé almost went to prison. Why, if it had been Tommy, I wouldn't have slept a wink.
Oh, Mr. Carstairs, you know Miss Mannering of Colombo. No, I haven't had the pleasure.
Oh, you're the famous lawyer, Clifford Carstairs. Oh, I've heard so much about you. No one you have ever defended has ever been convicted. Oh, of course, Madeline. How silly of me. Naturally, you didn't worry with Mr. Carstairs defending David.
Now, you flatter me. The evidence freed him, not I.
Tell me, Mr. Carstairs, is it merely evidence that frees all your clients?
Naturally. However, the most important factor is careful preparation. Every contingency must be taken care of ahead of time.
Of course.
In a sense, the verdict is in before the case ever comes to court.
It must be confusing if the criminal knows that's the crime to start with. I mean, before you could take a hand in arranging the evidence.
Well, naturally, Miss Mannering, I try to avoid taking cases that are too confused. However, no case is perfect legally. That is because no defendant ever considers the legal angle before the circumstances arise. The perfect crime will never be committed until a lawyer can handle the chain of evidence from the beginning of a crime, even before its commission. But, of course, that is impossible.
Unless he were to commit a crime himself.
That would hardly be ethical, Miss Mannering. Besides, he'd be unable to defend himself, and thus the whole theory breaks down. But before we embark upon our life of crime, Miss Mannering, you'll find the bar in the library at the end of the hall.
My honor, Miss Mannering.
Oh, what a delightful European bow, Mr. Put-your-way.
Wait, Madeline.
Yes, Clifford?
You don't seem very happy. I thought this was to be our night.
Our night to celebrate David's acquittal? Don't be absurd, darling.
Oh, what could I do, Maddie? My professional reputation was at stake.
Our love, too, darling. Don't forget our love. That was at stake. It was me or your reputation. In Kansas City, I think you would have chosen differently.
Kansas City was 10 years ago, Maddie. Isn't it enough that I still love you without having to give up everything that I've gained to prove it?
Oh, Cliff, you were my only hope. If David had been convicted today, I would have been free, and we could have been married. For the first time since my divorce from Jack, I was going to be happy with you. But this way... Oh, you won your case, but I've lost mine.
No, I've lost too, Madeline.
What?
I've loved you for a long time, even in Kansas City. Even when you left me to marry Jack.
You can talk about that now.
Yes. Jack was the handsomer, the younger, the more promising. So you married him, even loving me. And still, I loved you.
Your love has strange ways of showing itself then and now. You set yourself out to break my husband. You had him disbarred, ruined his career. Was that love?
I knew you'd leave him after it was no longer a shining new prize.
I didn't leave Jack. He left me. After the automobile accident, the night you had him disbarred. He said he didn't want me to be saddled with a cripple, so he just disappeared. I couldn't come back to you then. That would have been crawling, and I won't crawl for any man.
But you'd crawl to David to save your career, to keep your beautiful face in front of the public.
That's something else. Something you could have saved me from if you'd loved me, instead of having David acquitted today.
You'll be quite safe now, Maddie. You see, David is dead.
You...
Something like that. Yes.
With the prologue of Murder is Legal, the Signal Oil Company brings you another of the strange tales of the Whistler. Now, before we return to our story, I'd like to ask you a question. Are you planning on repainting your car before the day arrives when you can replace it with a new one? If you're like most motorists, your answer is, not if you can make the present finish last out the duration. Well, right there is where your Signal gasoline dealer can be of real service to you. He now features the famous Venus one-application auto polish. In one easy operation, Venus removes dingy road film to bring out the true color of your car, and then leaves the renewed finish sparkling under a protective glaze of Carnauba and Ozosirite, the hardest and most waterproof waxes known to science. Made by the Whiz Company, nationally famous for finer quality automotive products, Venus Polish is just one of your Signal dealer's complete line of Whiz items to make your car look and run better longer. Next time you're at your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealers, look over his Whiz products. you'll find motor rhythm, metal polish, car wax, radiator cleaner, upholstery cleaner, and many other upkeep items. Like all your Signal dealer services, Whiz products have proven their ability to help your car last longer and go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Madeline Lorraine, the glamorous picture star, has just heard the startling news that David Faraday, her fiancé, is dead. What makes it more startling is the fact that Clifford Carstairs, the famous lawyer, has practically admitted to her that he murdered David, his client.
It's so funny.
Did you understand me?
Yes, Goofy, darling. David has been murdered.
Well, I thought you'd be pleased, but...
I am, darling. I am. Just that it's so funny. So horribly funny. You wouldn't risk losing a case, but you'd risk this crime. Oh, you're a born comedian, Cliff. Pookie should hire you.
Stop it, Madeline.
Why? Don't people laugh when they're happy? My career's safe. So's yours. Our love is safe. Why, it's wonderful. But what about the police? You and me.
Are we safe, too? Yes, I think so. The police will discover that Jack, your former husband, committed the murder.
Yes. But I don't understand. Is he here? How could he?
One at a time, sweet. Yes, he's here in Los Angeles. I saw him last week. I had occasion to cut through Pershing Square on my way to see a client. He was sitting with his wooden leg propped on a bench, feeding a pigeon. He's changed, Madeline. I hardly recognized him. He didn't see me, but I made inquiries. I can find him when I need him.
But I still don't understand. If you killed David, well, you did, though. So why should the police?
Very simple. Elementary matter of preparation.
Oh.
Faraday was shot with a gun registered to your husband. You've had it for years, but no one will know that. Also, there are the marks of the peg leg on the balcony. The room was broken into. He had plenty of motive, and besides, I think I can persuade him to confess. That is, if I make it sufficiently profitable.
No, Cliff. No, we can't do it. Between us, we left Jack's life. We can't make him pay for our crimes, too.
Don't be silly. He won't be convicted. None of my clients ever is. Your glamorous friend was quite right. I wanted to arrange my own crime, set the evidence beforehand, and I have. This is perfect, Madeline. It'll be a clear case of self-defense. With me as his attorney, Jack is a cinch for acquittal.
It's precious, Cliff. Darling, you're a genius. You arrange everything the way you want it, don't you? It's wonderful. And so funny. So terribly funny.
Yes, you've planned a perfect crime, haven't you, Mr. Carstairs? Madeline thinks it's very funny. Funny and clever, Mr. Carstairs. Yes, Madeline Lorraine's husband, her first husband, that is a cinch for acquittal. That is, if he cooperates. And he will. Won't he, Mr. Carstairs? You know he will.
Hello, Jack. Sit down. Glad to see you again.
I'll bet. You were pretty sure of me, weren't you, Carstairs? Pretty sure I'd come and sent for me.
You came, I see.
Yeah, the great Carstairs wins again. Someday you'll overstep yourself like I did. I'm waiting.
Why be so bitter, Jack? I've always liked you personally. You know that.
Sure, you only broke my career, had me disbarred for one little slip. Then I get drunk and lose a leg in Madeline. That's all there was in my life, my career and Madeline. I'd be dead now, but for two things. Watching her rise in the world and waiting for you.
Well, that was a long time ago, Jack. Why don't you forget it? I did what I had to do. There was no rancor in it. It was nothing personal. Won't you believe that?
Maybe. How is Madeline? I guess she's going to marry that Hollywood heel. Too bad, Carstairs. Looks like you lose out again. I've got to hand it to you, though. You protected him. I hadn't thought you had so many scruples, Carstairs.
He was my client. I had to protect him. I have another client now, though, and I need your help.
Well, I never thought I'd hear the great Carstairs yelling for help. You should have thought of that before you had me disbarred. Sorry, chum.
No, I told Madeline you wouldn't be any good to us. But she insisted that I contact you.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
I didn't consider it was necessary. You know I see Madeline. I know you still love her.
The story, please.
You do, don't you, Jack?
The story, fast and good.
Well, Madeline, like all figures in the public eye, had some things in her past that the plans might not have approved of. It was essential that she keep them a secret.
So?
Well, David Faraday knew of these things and was using them to blackmail her into marrying him. Late this afternoon, she met him at his apartment. The colored boy was out. No one saw her. They quarreled. She had that old gun of yours in her bag. She shot him, Jack.
The poor fool. Poor little fool. Is there any chance for her, Carstairs?
If it comes to open court, not one in a million. I'd do what I could, naturally, but there's not one chance in a million of getting off with less than life.
How can you keep it from coming to court?
By acting fast. They haven't found the body yet. When they do, the newspapers will be howling for a conviction. It's election year, and the DA will take a fast confession and not ask too many embarrassing questions. That's where you come in.
Wait a minute. I'm not burning for anyone else's murders, wooden leg and all.
I'm not asking you to burn for it, Jack. You see, I know this DA. He won't even fight a self-defense plea if it looks good at all. With Maddie, there's too much supplemental evidence. They'd have to make it second degree. With you, it's a cinch. I'm Faraday's lawyer. My dictaphones will show his reaction to your being in town. How he wanted to send for you. How he was afraid of you. Clear cut. Self-defense. Madeline wouldn't have a chance. But I'd stake my reputation, even my wife, on getting you off scot-free.
What makes you think they'll believe this confession? Even if he did have a motive for getting me there.
In the first place, that gun was registered to you. In the second, I've checked over the scene. He had a paper knife in his hand. I arranged the room to look as if a fight had occurred. Also, there are marks of a peg leg in the soft ground outside his balcony.
In other words, if I don't cooperate...
The police will probably pick you up anyway, precisely.
If I do?
I am empowered to offer you the sum of $10,000.
15.
I won't haggle.
Sorry, Carstairs, I can't see it. It's a fine deal. I go to the chair for Madeline's murder, and you pay $15,000 over to my widow. Maybe you'll even throw in a crypt at the cemetery, but it's not enough.
Let me restate my position, Jack. Perhaps I didn't make it clear. On the one hand, you confess the circumstances of Faraday's death, and I'll guarantee to get you off. On the other, I tip off the district attorney, and 90 to 1 may indict you anyway. Without my support, I don't think you'd have much chance of acquittal, especially when the blackmail attempts that you made on Faraday come out.
I never tried to blackmail Faraday, and you know it.
Well, as his lawyer, I'd be in a position to know these details, don't you think?
Did I ever tell you I hated your guts?
Frequently. In Kansas City.
I didn't say it loud enough. Well, Carstairs, you've got me over a barrel. There's not much I can do.
Good.
But I want it in writing.
Don't you think that's too risky? And besides, it wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on.
Maybe, but that way I know you won't double-cross me. I'd trust Maddie if she were in it alone. With you, I want a contract, you might say. Something to hold over your head.
Very well. We'll make it out right now.
Okay, you phrase it, but put in the money and it could guarantee my acquittal.
We don't trust one another or even like one another. But in this, you have my word.
Well, Carstairs, we're partners now. We've a contract for crime. Shall we drink to our new venture? And to how much I hate your guts.
Yes, a good legal partnership. Practically a corporation, if you add Madeline. And 3 such brilliant people, too. They're sure to make a go of it, wouldn't you say?
Who's there?
Quiet, it's me, Jack.
Jack. Oh, darling. I mean, it's 4 in the morning. I have to be on the set. Can't you wait, Jack?
I heard what you said the first time. Let me in the French door.
Jack, you haven't come near me for 10 years.
tonight, I thought maybe you needed me.
I do, Jack. I have for a long time. I sent for you often. You never came.
I wanted you to have your chance, because I didn't have mine. You've got everything now. You're a big star. You've a fine home, jewels. What more could you want?
Well...
Safety. I'll give you that, darling. Was what Carstairs told me true?
Yes.
Poor kid. But nothing's going to happen. I just wanted to tell you that. This is one case Carstairs won't dare lose.
I know. But that's not what I want.
What do you want, Mattie?
Do I have to tell you, Jack? After all this time, do I have to say it?
Yes.
I guess I don't belong in Hollywood, Jack. I'm a fake. I go around being Madeline Lorraine, hard, indiscreet, sophisticated, just as Hollywood as I can be. But underneath, I'm just Mrs. John Tennant from Kansas City.
Do you mean that, Madeline?
Don't you know when you're being proposed to? And don't say this is so sudden. Not now.
Darling.
I tried so hard to be tough. That's what I was. Until tonight. And when this happened, I couldn't put on the act any longer.
What about Carstairs?
He wants to marry you when this is over.
And you?
Not anymore. You know what I want.
All right, Madeline. If that's what you want, truly. Tell no one anything. We'll go through with this. When it's over, I'll have $15,000. We'll go away someplace. Brazil's a good spot. We'll start over. 10,000 should see us through.
I thought you said 15,000.
I need the rest. I have a debt to pay. A 10-year-old debt.
Yes, you'll go through with it, Jack. The papers next morning have the story. David Faraday, swashbuckling movie star, was killed in a drunken brawl. His confessed slayer is John Ternant, ex-husband of actress Madeline Lorraine. Ternant allegedly came to the star's apartment at the request of Faraday's lawyer to sign an affidavit regarding his divorce with Miss Lorraine, which took place in Kansas City 8 years ago. An argument ensued, and Faraday, according to Ternant, seemed intoxicated, attacking with a paper knife. In the struggle that followed, the actor was killed. The renowned Clifford Carstairs is representing Ternant.
Gentlemen of the jury, the defense rests, firm in the knowledge that no American would convict a man for defending his life from a foul murder.
You are wonderful, Cliff.
Thanks, Mattie. Let's walk down the hall a minute. It's good policy for me to leave the room now, and besides, I want to talk to you.
All right, Cliff. Well, Cliff?
What?
Then you wanted to walk and talk, you said.
Well, yes, I want the date for our wedding set, Mattie.
Oh, don't rush me so, Cliff.
Rush you? Why, it's been 2 months since David's death. You just keep putting me off. Do you think that's fair, Mattie?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't given it very much thought.
Well, you still love me, don't you? That hasn't changed, has it?
Well, everything changes, Cliff. There's nothing certain, except, of course, a Carstairs verdict. You always win, Cliff. You always win, except this time.
Well, I told you the verdict was a sin.
No, I didn't mean the trial. I meant me. You lose me.
Oh, Mattie, you can't do this to him.
I don't see that I'm doing anything to you. I'm just doing something for me. Not for Putchewitz, nor public, nor David, nor you. Just me. I'm going back to Jack, Cliff. After the farce in there is over, we're going to go away and start all over.
Oh, Madeline, you owe me more than this.
Do I? I'm sorry, Cliff.
I only killed a man for your sake.
That was your idea, Cliff, not mine. And then that night, when you told me about it, and about how you were going to use Jack to protect us, well, it was suddenly so horribly funny that I laughed. Do you remember? In that instant, faced with a murder, I realized what I really wanted. And it wasn't you at all, Cliff. It wasn't Hollywood or my name in lights either. It was Jack. I'm going back to being simple. Being just his wife. And it was so tragically funny.
It doesn't amuse me, Maddie. What if I were to expose your connection with Faraday in the killing?
Remember the contract you signed with Jack, dear. You can't touch him without putting yourself in the chair. As for me, I don't have my public anymore. They can think what they please about me. I'm a different human, Cliff, than the one who came to your party that night. And if I've been foolish, I'll atone for it. And that's my answer, Cliff. And it won't change. I'm sorry. The great Carstairs has lost this verdict.
But that's not all of this strange story. The Whistler will be back to tell you what really happened. Meantime, I want to answer a question which, judging by the number of inquiries, must be puzzling a lot of drivers today. It's this. Since certain gasoline ingredients have gone to war, aren't all of today's gasoline the same? No, indeed. If you've tried many brands in your car, you've already noticed a difference in performance. And I'll tell you why. Each oil company has its own refining method for its own brand of gasoline. Well, as thousands of Western drivers who keep a close record of their gasoline mileage know, the Signal refining method has for years been famous for its extra mileage. Signal is frank in telling you that with certain ingredients reserved for fighting planes, Signal can't promise all the brilliant performance you enjoyed with pre-war Signal gasoline, and which you'll again find in further improved Signal post-war gasoline. But the name Signal still stands for the finest quality gasoline that can be made. And Signal still places the emphasis on mileage. That's why with gasoline rations, Signal Go Farther gasoline is more than ever your best buy today. If you haven't tried Signal Go Farther gasoline in your car, there never was a better reason or better time for getting acquainted with your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, of course, Jack was acquitted. You won again, Carstairs. Everything turned out just as you said it would. Except, of course, Madeline. You killed a man for nothing, but it was a perfect crime. The evidence was arranged as only a lawyer could do it. But then Jack was a lawyer, too, once. You know what a good lawyer with, shall we say, $5,000 can do, don't you, Mr. Carstairs? $1,000 here and there to the proper people, and a tip-off to the police. You've done it often enough yourself. A frame-up, they call it, don't they?
Hello, Carstairs. Remember me, Reynolds, District Attorney's Office? I want to ask you a few questions.
Oh, well, sit down.
Thank you.
Always glad to help you, boy.
Good. Then answer this one. Why did you kill David Faraday?
What?
The colored man says you came in that afternoon. Says you paid him to say he was out. Says he was scared to talk before.
Why, that's ridiculous. He wasn't anywhere around.
Then you admit you were there.
I admit nothing.
How about the gunsmith downtown? He says you paid him $1,000 to file that identification number on a gun. You haven't got a chance, Carstairs.
I've been framed.
It's an open and shut case. Funny, we'd never have thought of it. We got the tip from that guy you forced to confess to the crime. He skipped to Brazil. Afraid we'd make him stand trial for perjury. We wouldn't, though. In our business, we know how easy it is for a smart lawyer like you to frame a guy and force him into a confession.
I've been framed, I tell you. It was his gun.
Tell that to the judge. Maybe he'll believe you. No, Carstairs. Even you can't talk your way out of this one.
Yes, Carstairs. Framed, but in this case, framed for a murder you did commit.
The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The curious story of the Bells of Aberdowie. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories and by your neighborhood signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, story by Robert Lubbock, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking. Remember to let every traffic signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Adam and the Darkest Day.
I don't know whether you ever heard of a place called Chicago or not, but I knew it very well in my youth. I've forgotten how long ago that was, even. There was a lake, beautiful big wide lake that could be bluer than the sky of a summer morning or gray as... that's odd. I can't think of anything that's gray the way the lake was on a stormy day. Gray like the trees used to be. No, more alive, like the gray of steel. Steel? Oh, that's the metal we used to have. Forget about it. I used to go down and walk along the lakefront years and years ago, before the dark days. Just walk along the shore and smile at the lake, and it would smile back at me. And it didn't smell salty and fishy the way the ocean does. Oh, yes, I've seen the ocean, too. Both oceans. There are two of them. I forget their names. And even during the dark days when Doc said it was safe to go out, I'd go out of a morning and walk along where the lake shore used to be. It's all swamp now, and there's some pretty weird things in it. Things that used to be fish once. Only they've gone through a lot of changes, and they're not fish anymore. Mutants, Doc said they were. Things that have gone through mutations, changes. Yeah, I don't understand it, but it's interesting. Doc said they might even get to be human beings in another 15 or 20 million years, if they're left alone. Doc said that's the way human beings started originally. The only difference, Doc said, is that it took a couple of million years for the first changes to take place. And with these fish things, it took place practically overnight. Of course, it was a pretty long night. I guess I was about 20 when the war started. I say I guess because I don't really know when it did start. I guess nobody knows why many people were buying and selling things to each other, and talking and laughing and looking at the lake in the sunshine and stuff, and just being people. And the next minute they were fighting and yelling, killing each other. Well, I guess just being people in another way. Yeah, it was pretty rough. My Uncle Bryce was in the last war, the one before this one. He had some pretty terrible things to tell us about it. He always said, well, Adam, if another war comes, that's all. Because this one will start without any notice, and there won't be any such thing as battlefields and soldiers and all that. Everybody will be in it, no matter where they are, at home or wherever. And everybody will fight with each other till there isn't anybody left. It'll be just like the Kilkenny Cats, Uncle Bryce said. And that's pretty nearly the way it was, wasn't it? Well, you know, there was an awful lot of people lived in this Chicago. I guess there was about 4 million. The houses and buildings they lived in were right up against each other. Well, about 4 million. Well, you know the stars? You look up at them some night and you see what an awful lot of them there are. And you figure there was about as many people living in Chicago as there are stars. No, there's lots more stars, but you can't see them without a telescope. Telescope, a thing. I got one somewhere. I'll show it to you. Yeah, that's right. There were 4 million people in this Chicago. And what's more, there was a lot more places around the country just as big, some of them bigger. No, I'm not making it up. I remember there was a place called New York, a place called Minneapolis, and a place called Los Angeles. Sure, they named all the places where people lived. Yeah, it seems a long time ago. Well, it is. I've kind of lost track of time, but it must be 30 years ago at least. And we've come a long way in 30 years. In the next 10, 15 million years, who knows what'll happen. Well, after the war started, this Chicago, was pretty well destroyed. The buildings got smashed, the people got killed, everything was just terrible. There was a lot of soldiers there, people that were paid to fight. But the soldiers couldn't get away, and there wasn't anybody to fight with because you couldn't see them. You'd be standing there, and there'd be a noise and fire and smoke. The whole big building would fall down right in front of you. People would scream and yell and run around and cry. I got mad at the soldiers, I remember. Pretty soon it wasn't safe for a soldier to be seen in the streets. For that matter, it wasn't safe for anybody, but a soldier especially. Because people would do terrible things to him. Well, as I said, the buildings were all being knocked down. It was getting along toward winter. And it was cold. People were having an awful time. So I looked around. There wasn't anything else to do. And I found me a place. It was a big warehouse. A place where people stored things. They'd buy furniture and stuff for their homes, and then they'd lock all the stuff up in the warehouse. I don't know why. It isn't important. Well, this warehouse was a great big, strong, heavy building. It was on the corner of a street that had a number and another big wide street with a parkway down the middle, all green grass and flowers and trees. You know, it was awfully pretty there where the warehouse was. It had got knocked around a little, but it was still a fine, big, safe place. The people that owned it had got killed or went away or something. So I just moved in. Well, it was a mighty good thing for me that I did. Because the second night I was there behind those nice thick walls and those big doors, somebody did something that blew Chicago off the map. Off the map. Yeah, that's an old saying. It means that a place just disappears. And that's what happened to Chicago. All except a little bit of this warehouse I'm telling you about, a little part way down deep underground where I was asleep. And where I found Doc. And I found Emily. I didn't know anybody else was there. My head hurt. It just seemed as if I couldn't hear anything or see anything, even feel anything, except my head hurting for the longest time. And finally I was able to get up. It was black, dark. I moved around a little. I got up. I found I could walk there in the darkness. And then somebody took hold of my arm.
Who are you?
I'm Adam.
You're what?
Adam. What are you laughing?
Boy, if I'm not badly mistaken, they gave you the right name.
Huh?
Well, that's just a little gag, son. You all right?
My head hurts. Who are you?
Well, my name's Fred Straley.
Well,
everybody calls me Doc. That is, when there was everybody. How do we get out of here?
Well, there was a door someplace.
I expected there would be.
What happened?
Well, that I don't know, son, but whatever it was. Hey, wait a minute. Where are you?
Here.
Don't go opening any doors yet.
No, I want to get out of here.
You got anything to eat?
Well, there was some stuff in here someplace, some cans and stuff.
Good.
How'd you get in here? I thought that...
I got lost.
You're not a soldier, are you?
Me? No, son, I'm not. I'm a scientist.
Oh?
That's a very vague term, though, isn't it? I'm a geneticist.
What's that?
Let's say that I kind of study. Well, you know what biology is?
No.
Well, it's the science of life, see? My racket's a special part of biology.
Oh.
What's the matter?
I thought maybe you were one of these fellows that makes bombs out of atoms or whatever it is.
No, I don't do that. I study the effect of nuclear fission and all that on human beings and whatnot.
Oh. Let's get out of here.
No, I don't think we will, Adam.
Why not? My
well,
goodness.
In the first place, Adam, I don't think it's very healthy outside.
Oh.
And in the second place, I seriously doubt we can get out of here.
Well, if we can't, we can make a noise, hammering or something. Somebody will come and dig us out.
Well, yes, except for one thing, Adam.
What?
I don't think there's anybody out there.
Well, maybe not right now, but somebody will come.
I doubt it.
Why?
Because I'm pretty fairly sure there's nobody left in Chicago, Adam, except you and me. See what I mean?
And so there was somebody else. Emily. We stumbled around in the dark for quite a while before we found her. When we did find her, she was so scared she couldn't talk. She had a flashlight when she came in the place. She dropped it, couldn't find it again. Flashlight, it was a kind of a thing like a stick, only it was metal. You pressed a button and the light came on. Finally wore out. Well, finally Emily found her voice again. Once she got started, we couldn't stop her for the longest time.
Walking, days, things. We lived out in Lake Forest, and we had a bad time out there. And people started dying from some disease nobody ever heard of. And I decided to run away, and I took some money. I was afraid to take any food because maybe it was the food that was giving people the horrible diseases and making them die. All I wanted to do was get as far away from Lake Forest as I could, and I walked and walked and walked. And then a soldier chased me, and a man hit him and knocked him down, and the man started after me, and I ran, and the door was open, and I ran, and something happened. What did happen?
Could you stop crying now for sure?
I'll try.
Because, believe me, it won't do a particle of good, young lady from Lake Forest.
My name's Emily.
It won't do a particle of good, Emily.
Are we going to die?
Not at just this moment, Emily, but I have an idea we may not be very interested in living after we know a little more about what did happen.
Are you hungry, Emily?
I haven't had anything to eat for... I don't know how long.
Well, there's some cans of stuff.
Yes, I think they'll be safe to eat, Adam.
Safe?
If anything, safe. Can you find them all right?
I think so. I think they're over here, or maybe...
Light a match.
A match? A little stick with something on the end of it, and you rubbed it on a wall or something, and there was a fire. We found it very useful. Well, I don't want to talk to you about that awful place. The awful, black, stuffy little place that saved our lives. Because we were down there for, I don't know how long it was. It must have been 2 months, 3 months. I don't know how long. There was water. There was more of the canned stuff than I thought. The part of the warehouse cellar we were in had been used for storing different kinds of food, so we didn't starve. But it was awful. It was awful. Finally, I said to Doc one day, I didn't know day from night, of course. I said to Doc, I'm going to get out of here. We're all going to go crazy if we don't get out of here.
I know that, son. It's been bothering me a little, too. Not that it makes any difference. We all three went crazy, of course.
I want to get out of here.
Why can't we get out of here?
Well, look, I told you I had a pretty good idea what happened, and I also have a pretty good idea that it wouldn't be very healthy outside for a long time. So that's why
I know you told us that, but aren't we ever going to get out? Have we got to stay down here forever?
No.
What?
What do you mean, Doc?
I've been out.
You have?
Yeah.
Can we go?
I've been keeping it to myself.
Why?
Well, I didn't like it outside.
But you're all right, Doc.
Yes, I'm all right. I'm alive, if you want to call that all right.
Is there anything out there to hurt us, Doc?
Anything to hurt you? No, there isn't anything out there to hurt you. In fact, there isn't anything at all.
And when Emily and I followed Doc out through the tunnel he had found, and through the dark caves the tunnel led to, with water dripping and little things scrambling out from under our feet in the dark, when we crawled out into the daylight, we found out Doc was right. There wasn't anything. Yes, just like it is now, just nothing. Only then the nothingness was so new. There wasn't any Chicago at all. Just a big flat prairie, everything all gray. A gray sky. I looked around to see if the lake was reflecting the gray sky. There wasn't any lake either. But a long way off I could see the edges of the marsh and the swamp it had turned into. And I could smell the dead fishes. That was all there was to smell. They were the only dead things left. And we three were the only live ones.
So dark.
Is it? I mean, what time of day is it?
The lake was on the east, wasn't it? Drexel Boulevard ran along this way. And this was 43rd Street, east and west.
There isn't a sign of...
So the sun's a little south of east. It's morning.
Morning.
About the time of day people be going to work.
Morning.
The sun seems so far away.
Doc, is it like this every place?
Well, that I don't know, Adam.
But it can't be.
It very well can be, Emily.
Are we the only ones left?
I don't know. And I don't think we'll ever find out.
I don't understand.
We might go away from here and maybe find somebody, but we don't know which way to go, and there's only one way to go. Walk.
But somebody will come and find us.
If there is anybody.
But there must be somebody.
If there is, child, they'll be just as dead as we'll be before very long.
Why?
Did you say something about the sun a little while ago?
Why?
I said it. I said the sun seemed so far away, didn't I?
Well, that's what you said.
Well, it is.
Is what?
Far away. And we're getting farther away from it every second.
I don't get that.
Let's go back, shall we? Cold out here.
This is what Doc told us down there in the cave where we'd found each other. This is what we listened to sitting there in the half-dark, the feeble daylight filtering in through a hole we made in our roof. Think of us sitting there, Emily's hand in mine. Doc not looking at us as he talked. This is what Doc said. Listen.
We had this figured out quite a while ago, Ross Wilson and I. We were pretty sure what had happened one day when the right kind of bomb went off. We knew what the physical effects would be on cities, on the surface of the earth, and on people. And we guessed what might happen if a giant bomb were set off. A bomb big enough to do what this one did. We worked on it for years. We had whole books of mathematical calculations.
Tell us, Doc.
Well, the Earth used to revolve around the sun. The sun was 93 million miles from the Earth.
Doc, why do you say used to? Why do you say was?
Well, because we suspected that a heavy enough blast of nuclear fission would throw the Earth out of its orbit.
What's that, Doc?
Well, you take a rubber ball on a string, you swing it around the circle. Now, that circles its orbit. The string is the sun's attraction that keeps it moving evenly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I get it.
And then somebody comes up and hits the ball with a stick while it's going round and round.
Yes.
And what happens?
The ball flies off at a tangent.
That's right. Well, that's what's happened to the Earth. The Earth has left its orbit, children. And this explosion did it. Set it off like a rocket, in a way. And so we're all of us, we three and whoever's left, we're off on the biggest joyride that ever happened.
What's going to happen, Doc?
Well, the sun will look smaller and smaller to us, and the days will get progressively darker and colder.
Won't the Earth ever come back, Doc?
Yes, it may. It may. Probably will. Won't be much use.
Why?
Because all the people, if any, will be frozen to death. And And that's, my dear children, is the reward of science. That's the big payoff. That's what happens as the end result of some caveman a couple of 100 million years ago discovering that 2 and 2 make 4.
What can we do?
Nothing.
But, Doc, can't you? I mean, you're a scientist
A scientist, my dear, without his tools is just another man, a highly useless man.
Yeah.
But, Doc...
What, dear?
Do we have to die?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Why?
I just told you.
I know, but you could help.
Without my tools, without my papers and my books, my laboratory, without why, I haven't even got a pencil.
But you know so many things, Doc.
What?
You know of...
What? Why, by golly, that's right. I do.
Why, of course.
I know. Say, I know how to keep us warm.
Why, you know lots of things, Doc.
I know how we can survive for a while. We've got food.
Why, yeah, sure.
And we can make tools.
Will you just tell us how, if the real old caveman had to start from scratch and they had to learn everything, even 2 and 2 are 4, why, we cave people had a real live professor with us to show us all the shortcuts, Doc.
Why, Emmy, you're wonderful.
And besides, Doc, if Adam and I are... Well, gee, Adam and Eve had children.
And the dark days thus began. Daily the sun grew smaller, and daily the cold grew more and more bitter. In a month there was no daylight, only a kind of heavy twilight over all the gray prairie. The little sun was red and tired looking in the sky where the stars never stopped shining. Doc showed us how to make our cavern not comfortable, but livable. The cold grew more awful. We huddled together over our little fire, existing rather than living. We'd insulated the place, following Doc's directions. Once in a while, we went out into the dead world, faced the frightful cold for a minute or two, to look at the dwindling sun, to see if we still fled from it. We talked very, very little, for our very breath froze at our lips.
Doc, will we ever go back?
We've got to go back. All the laws of nature.
And time went on and on and on. And we knew that we three were all that the world held of living people. We were very close to death. And Doc still encouraged us.
No, a day'll come. A day'll come, Adam.
Oh, I'm so cold. Hold me, Adam.
A day'll come. A day'll come will be the darkest day of them all. And that'll be the best day, Emily.
Why, Doc?
Why, that'll be the day when the earth reaches the end of this wild runaway ride. That'll be the day when we stop and start back.
But maybe we'll not be here to see it.
Oh, we will, Adam. We will. And Adam, listen.
What? Are you comfortable, Emily?
Better. What, Doc?
The day, the darkest day. That's the day I'm really going to start teaching you the things you'll need to know to survive. Because I'm older than you kids. I don't know how much longer I'll last. And I want to teach you and your children.
Pretty frightening, Doc.
Is anything frightening now, Emmy?
Nothing anymore, Doc.
A brand new world.
And Doc told us the secrets of the 9 planets. Sometimes we dared that frigid outside air to look up into the strange sky. It was always dark now. Nothing but the stars and the tiny, withered sun were above us. We saw Saturn's rings and the strange markings on Mars. We saw the Milky Way grow brighter and greater. The nebulous the Doc told us about. These we saw as no man has ever seen them. We suffered much, and we lived. We lived until that day when we could no longer find the sun in the sky, for all the sky was filled with stars, universes undreamed of. And our little sun was far away, and only another star among the billions. That day came, the darkest day the Doc had told us of. That was the day the Doc and I stood outside and saw our sun was lost. The darkest day. And we went back inside to Emily. While Emily slept, we talked.
Tomorrow? No, Adam. We won't see any change by one day. In another week, we should be able to see the sun again, to recognize it. And by another month, it'll be warmer. The sun will begin to get bigger. And in a few months...
It'll be longer than that, Doc. It took us a long time to get way out here.
But now we'll return faster, Adam. The sun's attraction, you see.
And then what becomes of us?
Well, there's so much to teach you.
What?
Oh, so many things.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, I'm almost afraid.
Afraid? Why?
Well, science did this to the Earth. Good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
No, Doc, let's talk some more.
I've got a lot of thinking to do, Adam. I promise you, I won't teach you anything that'll hurt you. Good night.
When I awoke, and Emily awoke, Doc was gone. I called his name. There wasn't any answer. Emily woke up and smiled at me. I got out and went to the door of the cave. I went on outside. I found Doc. Doc was lying there in the snow outside the door. And he'd opened up his coat and just lay there. And there was a smile on his face, that quizzical, crooked smile I'd got to love so well. And there was a frozen sheet of paper in his hand. Doc had found a pencil somewhere. He'd written across the top of the sheet, "To Adam, for the darkest day." And as I picked it up, I discovered something. Across the snowbank where Doc lay fell my shadow. I looked up, and there was the sun, a third as big as it used to be, but blinking cheerfully at me and the dead man in the snow. And as I stared, it seemed to grow bigger. I turned and went back into the cave where the paper Doc had left me. Emily, I said. Emily, Doc's dead. Doc left a note for me. I'm going to read it to you. Listen, Emily, I said, while I read it. Dear Adam and Emily, you make your own world without benefit of what I can teach you and your children. Because I'm a scientist, children, and I know too much. And I know I can't keep from teaching what I know. And the old world had all it needs of the things that come from knowing two and two make four. So good luck to you both and to your children. That's all there was. But, Doc, we didn't have any children. No, Doc. Not after the Earth got back where it belonged, and we had a good look at those things that used to be fish. Those mutants, those changes you called them, remember? No, we were afraid to. The darkest day, you said, Doc? They're all dark now. The title of today's Quiet Please story is Adam and the Darkest Day. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And William Adams played Doc. Emily was Kathleen Cordell. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a story for you called The Evening and the Morning.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. And now, a listening reminder. There's another dramatic adventure waiting for you on David Harding Counter-Spy this afternoon when this efficient law enforcement group becomes involved in the case of the senseless slayers. That's David Harding Counter-Spy. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
and Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Here's your host at the creaking door. Through these portals pass the world's most horrified people. Oh, what's the matter? Did my happy medium startle you? Sorry, I keep him around to get in the right spirit, you know. And now here's a little tale of horror that speaks for itself. The Edge of Death. Written by Frederick Matho and starring Larry Haynes in the role of Ralph. We're going to tell you of a night Satan played a game of murder along a deserted strip of Manhattan's waterfront. For his sport, he chose two friends. For his victim, a woman. And the weapon he suggested he had long ago placed in the hands of another murderer. The weapon was a long, slender, graceful rapier, which first drew blood at the hand of Rasputin, the mad monk of Russia.
Denton, open it. Open up. Denton.
Ralph Richard. Well, come on in, man. What's the matter with you? Your soap, no hat, no coat.
Denton, you're my best friend, my only friend. You've got to help me.
Well, I just got back from Chicago. I was going to drop over to your shop a little later.
You got back too late. You could have helped me. No, it's too late.
Well, what's the matter, Ralph? What have you done? Well, what's that in the package? Why, it's the antique sword I gave you when you were married.
Ralph. Naked steel always looks different. Coated with blood.
Ralph, you fool. You didn't...
Yes. I just pierced a woman's heart with that rapier. About 15 minutes ago.
Warned you about your temper ever since we were kids. You almost killed me once, do you remember?
You warned me about my hobby, too. You said I had a
psychosis. That's what we psychiatrists call it. Your unnatural love of steel blades, your worship of ancient weapons and tempered steel. Well, it's off balance.
There's nothing in the world more beautiful than a piece of true hand-forged steel. It's an art as old as man.
Yes, I know. We've been over all that before, but now you're a murderer. And I want to know everything that happened.
It's too late, then. I only
Maybe I can dig something out of you that might help your defense. Now, Ralph, close your eyes. Close your eyes and let your mind wander. Tell me the first image you get. Tell me every detail, no matter what.
I see the wedding. Here at your house. The guests have left. Ingrid is blonde and beautiful in white satin. She's standing beside me. And you come toward me.
Denton, it was so good of you to make such a beautiful wedding for us. You are the best man ever.
Oh, no. Maybe the second best man ever. Ralph was best today.
Well, you gave me some stiff competition, Denton.
I've got another wedding present for you, Ralph. I waited till now to bring it out because I didn't think the others would understand. Here, open it. Do you like it, Ralph? Is it a good one?
This is a good one. Why, it's the most beautiful rapier I've ever seen. What, the balance and the lines. Magnificent steel. Look, Ingrid. Isn't it wonderful?
It will be the very nicest sword in your collection, darling. As well as your last.
His last?
Oh, yes, then. I promised Ingrid no more auctions.
And he'll keep his promise this time. I'm going to change, darling. Won't take me long.
All right, darling, hurry.
You really like that blade, don't you, Ralph?
Like it. It's beautiful. Where did you find it?
Well, I saw it yesterday in a small, junky antique shop in the village. Little Russian fellow runs it.
Oh, did he tell you anything about the blade? I mean, where he got it?
No, but he said it was Russian. He said the hilt was black lacquer on rosewood and
The steel was superior.
He said something there.
He mumbled on about wanting to get rid of it before the full moon, something about it being an evil thing. He claimed it once belonged to Rasputin, the mad monk of Russia.
Say, I wonder if it did.
I doubt it. Anyhow, he finished by saying that whoever owned it would have evil luck, and failing to get rid of it before the full moon, would die by violence. I'll take it back to him if you like, Ralph.
No, not on your life, then. But don't mention that nonsense to Ingrid, will you?
I remember all that myself, Ralph. I left for Chicago that night. Now, what's the next scene that comes to your mind as important?
Well, about 3 weeks ago, I was working on some knives in the shop. Ingrid had left. I was alone. The shop door opened, and she was there.
Who, Ralph?
Stasha. She was beautiful. Tall. White as marble. Dressed in black. And beautiful.
I beg your pardon. What did you say?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said beautiful. There's no cause to be embarrassed. I have heard this said before.
What can I do for you, Miss...
Kossoff. Stasia Kossoff. You own something that I would like to buy.
Oh, what is it?
A rapier. A Russian rapier. I saw it in your window as I passed.
It's not for sale.
Oh, really? Are you sure? I will pay you well. Say, $100.
Sorry.
Very well. Perhaps you might change your mind. Here. Here is my card. Come and see me if you do.
Well, thanks, but I...
Shall we say before the next full moon, Ralph?
Ralph, if it weren't for that blood-stained rapier on the table, I'd say you were lying. How could this woman know your name or anything about the legend of the rapier?
I know how.
Well, what happened then, Ralph?
I've handled steel all my life. I've forged it, pounded it, tempered it, ground it to razor edge, and I've never cut myself. After Stasha left, I put the rapier to the stone. And as I worked, I kept seeing her eyes in the forge fire, glinting with evil beauty. I kept hearing her voice.
Shall we say before the full moon?
I turned suddenly to see if she was there, and I tripped. The rapier fell, and I fell against the upturned point. Ah! Oh!
Ralph, what happened?
I'm all right. Pull it out. Straight out.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
All right, I'll do it then. I'll do it.
Oh, Ralph, your arm is all blood.
Oh, it's not bad. It just has flesh. Call Dr. Burns.
Oh, those stupid knives. Why don't you get rid of them?
Well, Ingrid phoned. It told me that means certainly that my fate was tied to Stasha Kossoff's. That death was lunging at us with Rasputin's rapier, and I was unarmed. I told Ingrid about the woman. I told her about Stasha's offer of $100 for the blade. I shouldn't have.
And to turn down $100 for it, Ralph, that's the limit.
Ingrid, I can't expect everyone to understand some things about my character, but I do expect you to try.
I think I do understand, Ralph. I think you didn't want to sell that thing because you want that woman to come back.
That was your first quarrel, Ralph?
Yes. Well, lots more. Things got worse. We quarreled a lot. It wasn't Ingrid's fault. I was changing. I kept thinking of Stasia. Her eyes mocked me. I tore up a card in anger, but I'd memorized the address. It was an old Dutch mansion on Litton Street. I had to see her again. There was a light in the house. And oddly enough, the front door was open a bit. I rang a long time, but no one answered. I obeyed an impulse and walked in. There was a coal fire going in the high-ceiling living room. It cast dancing shadows on a life-sized oil painting above. A cold hand gripped my heart when I saw that painting. It was the painting of a man in a monk's habit. And his gnarled hand rested on the hilt of a jeweled rapier of exquisite beauty.
Yes, the man in the picture is long dead. But his mad spirit is in this room. It laughs from within you, Rolf Wittkuhn. It has seized your body.
Stasia.
So the Kossoff woman convinced you that the spirit or the ghost of Rasputin had taken possession of your body. And you fell for it.
Oh, I fought against believing it, Denton. But it did explain so many of the strange promptings that had been stirring me all up inside.
Did she say anything more about it?
No. I turned to face her. She was a smiling column of white beauty, sheathed in black satin. Miss Kossoff, how is...
Stasia. Call me Stasia.
How is it you know my name? What do you know about the rapier?
Does it matter? You have changed your mind, perhaps? About selling me your rapier?
No, I came to ask you about it.
Or you came because you are confused? We will discuss it. But first, let us have some tea. Yes?
I examined the room while she was out of it. On the wall across from the fireplace were 5 oil paintings. All of them portraits of men. At first I thought the light was playing tricks. It wasn't. Each face was painted with closed eyes. Each was a study in sleep or death.
You like my painting? Come and sit down. We'll have tea and talk.
Who are those men you painted, Stasia?
The 5 men you see in those paintings, each own the rapier you now possess.
Good Lord. Then they're...
Dead.
And the dates on the paintings?
Those are the dates on which they died, Rolf. Each on a day of the full moon. Each kept the rapier beyond the time he should have. More tea?
Stasia's eyes were eager and wide. My ears began to ring. I recall setting the cup down. I remember Stasia's voice a long way off.
Russian tea strong, my friend, and so are Russian legends.
This is all so fantastic, Ralph. Are you sure it wasn't something you dreamed?
Something I dreamed? No, she drugged me. It was no dream. Those portraits were no dream. The painting of Rasputin was no dream. They were there when I woke. Stasia was gone. The fire was on. My head ached. There was an easel near the lamp. It hadn't been there before. I shuffled toward it. There was a fresh painting on the easel. I stared at the face before me. Its eyes were closed in sleep. The face was mine. There was a date painted in it. It was January 15th. Yes, that's tonight. I couldn't find Stasia, so I dashed out of the house, cursing like a madman. It was 4 a.m. when I reached home. Ingrid was waiting for me. She was crying.
Rolf! Rolf, darling, where have you been?
Why? What difference does it make?
You've been to see that Kossoff woman?
Yes, I've been to see that Kossoff woman. I had to. I'm losing my mind, Ingrid. Something's trying to kill me. That woman knows about it. She knows how and when it'll happen. And the funny thing is, I don't care anymore. I don't care.
So? Where are you going?
Back to the shop. Back to that cursed rapier. In the shop, I tried to reason the thing out. I was toying with the rapier. There was a tiny green speck on the black hilt. Idly, I picked at it with my thumbnail, and the chip of lacquer snapped off. The hilt was supposed to be wood. But here was what looked like a large emerald. With hard pounding, I chipped and picked at the lacquer until bit by bit I uncovered the most dazzling and richly wrought collection of jewels I'd ever seen. Set in solid gold were pearls, rubies, emeralds, and a magnificent star sapphire. This was the bejeweled blade that Rasputin held in his hand in Stasha's painting. This was Rasputin's rapier. I returned to Stasha's house. Like the first night, the door was ajar. Like the first night, I walked in. I walked into the living room. I looked about. Nothing had changed. Nothing, that is, except that mine was the sixth painting, now hung beside the others. And the easel already had a fresh canvas. Stasha was already painting a new portrait. The face was indistinct, but the date was clear. 1 lunar month from tonight. I gave up and walked home with the rapier under my arm. It was drizzling and foggy along the waterfront, and I was sick inside. I kept hearing Stasha's voice locked in my brain.
Tonight is the last night you may own the rapier, Rob. But there is a way out.
A way out? How? There's no way out as long as either of us lives.
There is a way out, Rolf. Kill her and come to me. Tonight is the night of the full moon, Rolf. If I own the rapier, you will be safe. Kill her, Rolf. Kill her and come to me.
Somebody's following me. A woman. I could hear her high heels on the cobblestones. I just passed that little blind alley. You know, the one about a block away from my shop. I decided to trick her. I stopped short. I spun around and caught sight of a woman in black as she darted into the alley. It was Stasha. And there was no exit from that alley. I tiptoed to the entrance and leaped into its shadows. All I could see was a large empty curtain against the far wall. She had to be behind her. I gripped the jeweled handle of the rapier until it burned my hand. Only one searing thought in my tired mind. Stasha must die. I took a deep breath and drew the needle-pointed steel back, aimed at where I judged her heart to be, and thrust. I drew the blade out, and the body slumped forward. I lit a match to see her face. But it wasn't Stasha Kossoff I had killed. It was Ingrid. My wife. Ingrid.
It worked, Stasia. It worked. My plan worked. Ralph reacted just as I planned it.
You mean he did it? Killed
A
her?
psychological masterpiece. He told me the whole story at my office 10 minutes ago. He killed her thinking it was you.
So now that she is gone, you are happy. You will love me and forget her then.
Oh, perfect, perfect. She picked that stupid fool instead of me. Now she's dead, and he'll die too.
Oh, Denton, I am so glad. I would do anything for
Everything
you.
went like clockwork. This rapier I found in your attic, the legend I made up, the phony paintings of former owners, your flirtation, perfect. The perfect murder, I've done it.
Did my acting please you, Denton?
Oh, you were magnificent, but There's only one weakness to my plan, Stasia.
What is it?
When Ralph is picked up, there must be no way for anyone to find out that you and I know each other, Stasia.
No, and no one will know, darling.
Ralph's fingerprints are still on this rapier. He'll be electrocuted for one murder. Might as well be for two.
Denton. No. I love you.
I'm sorry, Stasia.
I love you. I will wait for you.
Very neat stroke, then.
Ralph!
I heard everything you said, Denton. But I didn't have to, I knew. No, don't move. The gun is faster than a rapier.
How did you know, Ralph? Something I said tonight?
No. No, something I saw. Stasia loved you. The painting I saw on her easel tonight, the one I told you she'd begun, was your portrait. The only way I knew was because, as an artist, she was conscious of a scar on your forehead. She painted that in first.
The scar you gave me as a kid. Oh, you've a lot more brains than I gave you credit for, but at least we'll burn together.
Sorry, Denton. I'll have to decline that honor.
Oh, Ralph, am I too late?
Ingrid, no, you're dead. Ralph, everything you told me at my house tonight was a lie.
No, Denton. Your plan almost worked. I told you the truth. Except for the part about murdering Ingrid.
You should have studied psychiatry, Ralph.
I did, Denton. I had a good teacher. You.
Are we going home soon, darling? You seem so far away, Ross. Is anything wrong?
No. I've been thinking about Denton. Odd the way things turned out. He made up that story about the rapier and its belonging to Rasputin and its owners dying on the night of the full moon.
You don't believe it, do you?
No. But what he thought was a cheap blade turns out to be a priceless treasure. It matches the one Rasputin held in his hand in the painting.
That was coincidence, darling. Come on, now put your work away. Let's go home. It's late.
Mm-hmm.
Such a beautiful night, Rolf. Let's walk home.
All right. You know that painting Stasia started of Denton, the one that gave us plot away?
Yes?
It had a date on it. I wonder what ghostly hand guided her brush as she wrote that date.
Why?
The date she wrote was today's. But there's a full moon. And tonight was the night Denton was electrocuted.
Well, wouldn't you say that's a story which gets down to fine points? Happy ending, too. Yes, you get a ghost-to-ghost hookup between Stasia and Denton. Ralph and Ingrid get an Exhibit A worth a few bucks and go back to the old grind.
Well, I'm glad Denton's plot didn't work.
Yes, Mary, but if it had, Ralph would have had a plot of his own, in the cemetery. After all, that's one of the best-selling plots I know of.
Nonsense, Mr. Host. If you think that's the kind of thought we want to leave our Lipton listeners with, you're quite wrong. Here's a much better thought for folks to carry away with them. Tomorrow, when you visit the grocer's, get a package of Lipton tea. Buy it, try it, and see if you don't agree that Lipton's brisk flavor gives you extra enjoyment. Oh, yes, there's a great treat in store for you when you first taste Lipton's full-bodied, zestful goodness. Ask your grocer for a package of Lipton tea tomorrow.
And now, friends, in case you're wondering, we do have a moral for tonight's story. It's short and sharp. Knife can be beautiful if you keep your temper. And look out for people with an axe to grind. They may be trying to get ahead of you. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Pavilion by Hilda Lawrence. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup bring you another grisly Inner Sanctum tale, directed by Hyman Brown, and titled The Confession. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment with Stasia and Denton. Yes, they've got the concession for hand-forged hinges where it's hotter than the hinges of... Until next Tuesday, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's drama took place in May of this year. Inspector Noah Danton had come up to my apartment for an evening of chess. Earlier in the day, a young man named Peter Sidney had received an important phone call at his home in Port Washington.
Hello? Yes, this is Peter Sidney. Who? Oh, the State Planning Board. Yes, of course. What? You have? Well, that's fine. $1.5 million. Just a minute until I make a note of those figures. All right. $1.5 million, yes, for 520 acres of my land bordering on the Snake River in the upper Ammonoosuc Valley region to be used as a dam site. Splendid. Is that agreeable to me? Oh, I should say it is. Very agreeable. Yes. Well, goodbye. Gosh, what a break. $1.5 million. Now Anita will be... Oh, Anita, come in. I was just going...
I want to talk to you, Peter. It's quite important.
Oh, and I want to talk to you, honey. Listen, the state...
Please, Peter. What I have to say can't wait. I'm afraid to let it wait.
Afraid?
Afraid I'll change my mind. Afraid my courage will fail. It's about our quarrel last night, Peter. I thought it all over. The things we said were...
Oh, is that all? Oh, forget it, darling. Look, I
Peter,
just...
please. I've decided our marriage was a mistake.
Oh? Oh, you have?
I don't want to be unfair or unreasonable. We're not children, Peter. It isn't right to go on pretending.
Have you been pretending, Anita?
I'm afraid I have. I didn't realize it until last night. I mean, all those vicious words we hurled at each other. Down deep, I'm afraid we meant most of them.
Oh, nonsense. We've both been drinking. Things said out of a bottle are never worth remembering.
But they are, Peter, they are. It was our real selves talking.
Well, it wasn't my real self. I love you, Anita. You know that. I've tried to give you everything I promised, everything any woman could possibly want.
That's what I'm trying to say, Peter. Don't you understand?
No, Anita. I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Oh, Peter, please, let's not be difficult with each other. You promised me so much, and I believed you. Oh, you've kept none of those promises.
Could that be the reason you stopped loving me?
You're completely selfish, Peter. I admit it frankly. I like nice things. I like things that money can buy.
Anita, you know what you're saying.
I'm sorry, Peter. I know it's cruel and unkind. I'm only trying to be honest with myself.
Honest with yourself? Isn't that a little ridiculous? If you weren't honest with yourself when you married me...
Thought I was. I was carried away. I believed everything you told me.
So, it was money you wanted.
Don't make it sound so wicked, Peter. Am I so different from other women? I'm young and beautiful and desirable. I don't want to become a drudge. Well, you misrepresented things to me.
Yes. Yes, perhaps I did. Perhaps I had too much faith in myself. Perhaps my hopes were too great. I did believe I could keep those promises. You know I did.
Yes, I know you did. I was willing to wait to give you a chance,
Oh,
but...
don't say it, Anita. It isn't too late. Listen to me. My land in the Amanuset...
How long did you think you could fool me with such a fantastic tale? I hate to have to tell you this, Peter. You probably think me rotten to have done it behind your back, but I investigated that mythical property of yours.
You what?
Yes. I found that it was worthless scrubland, owned jointly by your sister and yourself, valued at less than $1 an acre.
You did that?
Yes, I did. I wanted to give you every chance of being worthy of being my husband.
Worthy. Being your husband. So, that's the criterion. That's the deciding factor. That's what caused you to reach your decision?
If you want to put it in such a cold-blooded way, yes.
If I want to put it in such a cold-blooded way, that's good. That's rich.
Stop putting on an act, Peter. There's no need to have a scene.
Cold-blooded, she says. Me. Tell me, my dear. Just one thing. Who's the other man?
Other man?
Certainly there must be another man. You're not going to walk out on me unless you've got something better to go to. Not little Anita. She's too smart for that.
Oh, I see. You do insist on being obnoxious, don't you, Peter?
Yes, I'm obnoxious. Who's the boyfriend?
Nick Wilbur.
Nick Wilbur?
Yes, Nick and I are... Peter. Peter, what's the matter?
Nothing. I'm all right. Give me a drink.
Here. This whiskey will help. Peter, are you all right?
Yeah, that's better. For a minute, I thought I was a goner.
With your heart again. Are you all right now? Shall I call a doctor?
No. I'm okay. So, you weren't satisfied just to run out on me, Anita? You had to take my best friend with you.
Oh, Peter, for heaven's sake, you're making me sound like a wanton woman.
You are.
I knew you'd act like this. I told Nick you would. He said you were adults that you'd understand.
So, old Nick said I'd understand, did he?
Of course he did. He wanted to come here with me this afternoon to talk it over with me.
Oh, that was decent of him. But he is coming over tonight for dinner, isn't he?
Yes, we hoped we could make the final arrangements then.
Good. I'll be very glad to see my old pal, Nick. Yes, very glad.
Peter, what in the world are you doing with that gun?
Huh? Oh, the gun. Fill my glass again, will you, Nita? You don't think I'd do anything so melodramatic as to shoot you? Oh, not me, honey. People who shoot other people go to the electric chair. I'm quite comfortable where I am.
Peter, put it down. Guns frighten me.
Do they? What a pity. Perhaps you'd better leave. Yes. I think you'd better leave me alone, Anita, if guns frighten you.
There's your drink. Peter, I do wish you'd put that gun away.
Get out. Get out now.
All right, I'll go. Goodbye, Peter.
Afraid of guns, is she? Cold-blooded, she calls me. Me. $1.5 million. It's me. Old cold-blooded Pete. A millionaire. And Nick's coming to dinner tonight to apologize for stealing my wife. Oh, that's good. That's rich. My old pal, Nick, and Anita, who's afraid of guns. I drink to the lovebirds.
Sit still, Inspector. I'll answer.
Oh, sure. Just when I'm about to put you in a checkmate, the telephone rings.
Yes, Drake speaking. What? Who's calling, please? I see. You want to report a murder.
I knew it. Just when we get settled down for a nice, quiet evening of chess.
Quiet, Inspector. What makes you think it's a murder? I see. But there's no proof that... $1.5 million. Yes, certainly. That's an admirable motive for murder.
I've never heard of any better.
Yes, I do, but since you won't tell me your name, how do I know... I see. And tomorrow morning's mail. All right. We'll take the case.
We'll take the case, he says. Why the...
Yes, within an hour. Goodbye. Is your car outside, Inspector?
Sure, but...
Fine, let's get started. We're going to investigate a murder.
Wait a minute, Bart. How do you know?
I don't, Inspector. In fact, my informant, who refuses to give his name, says that when we arrive on the scene, we'll be told that Mr. Sidney died from natural causes.
Is that a fact?
But upon investigation, we will discover he died of unnatural causes.
Well. Was this informant of yours a man or a woman?
I strongly suspect that it was a woman trying to disguise her voice to sound like a man.
Sounds screwy. Did he or she tell you who was responsible for these unnatural causes taking place?
No, but he or she is willing to pay us for finding out. Inspector, get your hat.
Nick, is that you?
Anita, what's wrong?
Oh, Nick, I'm so glad you've come.
What's the matter, honey? What's happened?
Peter, Nick. He's locked himself in his study. He's been there since this afternoon. He won't speak to me. I can see him through the window, but when I call, he won't answer.
Did you tell him about us?
Yes, this afternoon. First, I thought he was going to be decent about it, and then he took a gun from his desk.
Gun? Peter? I can't imagine Peter with a gun. What did he do, threaten you?
No, I told him to put it away, but I was afraid of guns. He just laughed, a sort of wild, maniacal laugh, and told me to get out.
Well, in a way, I can't blame him. Telling him that you wanted a divorce to marry me must have been quite a shock.
I'm not so sure that it was. Sometimes I think he was almost glad. There was something strange about his attitude, Nick. It wasn't like Peter at all.
Did he know that I was coming to dinner tonight? And why?
Yes, I told him.
Good. Let's go up to the house. I think I can explain things so he'll understand. We've been friends a long time.
Let's go around this way. We can see Peter sitting at his desk through the window.
Yes, poor old Pete. He's always been such a mousy little character. Hard to imagine him objecting to anything.
Oh, he's weak. I don't know why I ever married him. Here, look. You can see him at the desk in his study on the second floor.
Yeah. Yes, the reading lamp arranged as though he might be working. Peter? Peter? Funny, he doesn't answer.
Oh, he's just being stubborn like a spoiled child.
Is there any other way of getting into the study other than the door from the hall?
No, and he's locked the door on the inside.
I don't imagine we'll have much trouble unlocking it. Any key to the other rooms in the house will probably fit.
Oh, why should we bother? If he wants to sulk, let him.
I think we ought to settle this now. After all, Peter's still your husband. Come along. Peter. Peter.
Oh, let him alone, Nick. He's always thought that acting like a spoiled child will get him what he wants. Well, this time...
No. Peter might sulk, but he wouldn't go to this extreme. Let me take that key.
It probably won't fit. Here.
Well, unless Pete's had a special lock put on the door. There, I knew it would. Still at his desk. Hello, Pete.
Nick, he didn't even look up. Oh, Nick, don't touch him.
Pete, what's eating you? Good Lord.
Nick, what's the matter with him? Why did he fall over like that?
Peter. Dead, Anita.
Dead? Oh, no.
He must have died while he was sitting at his desk. His heart.
Yes, that was it. He had a heart attack this afternoon when I told him I was in love with you.
It must have been more than he could take. Poor guy. Well, it had to come sooner or later, I suppose. What a pity it couldn't have happened before he knew about us.
Nick, what are we going to do?
Do? Summon a doctor, I suppose. There'll have to be a report.
Nick, look.
Note written in Peter's handwriting. Good Lord.
What is it, Nick? What does it say?
State Planning Board, $1.5 million for land in Andalusia Trout. Anita, the State Planning Board is paying Peter $1.5 million for his land so they can build a dam.
Paying Peter $1.5 million?
Yes, read it yourself. $1.5 million, Anita. Now it's all yours.
Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Not for that old scrubland. Peter, why did you do it? We could have been so happy.
Your husband died of natural causes, Mrs. Sidney.
Of course Peter died of natural causes. He had a heart attack this afternoon. I was with him. Besides, Dr. Barry has already signed his report.
Did Dr. Barry perform an autopsy, Mrs. Sidney?
Well, of course he didn't perform an autopsy. Why should he?
To determine the real cause of your husband's death, lady. That's usually why autopsies are performed.
I don't have to be sarcastic, Inspector Denton. We did everything we were supposed to do. It seems to me that your quarrel is with Dr. Barry, not with us.
Well, maybe you're right at that, son. We'll get hold of Doc Barry and have a talk with him.
Why should you do that? I'll not let you perform an autopsy on my husband's body.
I received a telephone call, Mrs. Sidney. We were told that your husband had been murdered. That when we arrived here, we would be informed that he died of natural causes.
And that's the way it worked out. So that's why we're suspicious.
Who made the telephone call?
We don't know.
I knew it. You're lying. This is some kind of hoax. I don't believe a word of it.
Is it true, Mrs. Sidney, that your husband received an offer from the State Planning Board of $1.5 million for some land he owned in the Ammonoosuc Valley?
Well, how did you know that?
Our informant on the telephone told us. You see, if he knew that much, it's quite likely he knew other things, too.
Especially when you failed to mention anything about that $1.5 million.
Well, why should I mention it? What business is it of yours?
None at all, Mrs. Sidney. Except that we already checked with the State Planning Board, and we've learned that no such offer was made to your husband.
No such offer made? Well, it's nonsense. I thought I saw the note myself.
What note, Wilbur?
Why, the note that Peter wrote. Must have taken it down over the phone. We found it lying on his desk.
Mm-hmm. May we see it?
Of course. Need to show him the note.
No, why should I? Well, all right. Here it is.
Thank you. There's no doubt that your husband thought he was being offered a price for his land, Mrs. Sidney.
What do you mean, thought he was being made the offer? What possible reason could he have had for writing that note unless he'd been made the offer?
The way we figure it, lady, $1.5 million is as good a motive for murder as any.
Motive for murder? Well, who'd know about the offer besides...
Yes, besides you, Mrs. Sidney.
And, of course, your boyfriend here.
Now, see here, then.
Isn't it true that you two are in love with each other?
And didn't the lady tell her husband this afternoon that she was leaving him cold?
But how... could you know that?
Oh, we get around. Just answer me one question. Wouldn't you stand to inherit that $1.5 million if your husband should die?
Well, no, not all of it. Peter owned the land jointly with his sister.
His sister?
Yes, her name is Clara Sidney. She lives on the other side of town. If you're looking for people with motives, why don't you talk to her? She hated me because she claimed I abused her precious brother.
Oh, we'll talk to her, all right.
Why should you? Why should you talk to any of us? If what you say is true, no offer for the man was made by the planning board, and therefore there wasn't any reason for anyone to want to kill Peter.
That's just the point. What we want to know is, was the note a scheme of Sidney's to give someone a motive for murder?
To give someone a motive?
Yeah, figure it like this. Maybe Sidney was suspicious of someone. Maybe he reasoned that if that someone had a strong enough motive, they'd try to knock him off. Then he'd know what the score was.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Sure it is. Motives for murder are always fantastic. So we got to bring everything out into the daylight, understand? We want to know who it was called us on the telephone, and why.
But more important, we're anxious to learn whether or not Peter Sidney died of natural causes.
Of course he did. Oh, I see it all now. This afternoon I told him that I felt our marriage was a failure, and I was going to divorce him to marry Nick. Peter had a heart attack but recovered. It must have been more serious than I thought.
Pete knew he was going to die. He wrote that note to gain revenge on Anita. He wanted her to think he was rich.
And then he just sat there and waited to die, eh? Nope, we can't buy that. It doesn't add up.
Oh, I'll answer.
If you don't mind, Mrs. Sidney, I'll take it. Yes? Oh, yes, Dr. Barry. Uh-huh. I see. But, are you sure? That's conclusive, then. All right. Thank you very much, Doctor.
What did he say, Mr. Drake?
Dr. Barry's analysis proves, Mrs. Sidney, that your husband died of a dose of cyanide poisoning. This is Sidney's study here, Inspector.
Yeah. This is it, all right. Too bad we couldn't have gotten here before the place got messed up.
Messed up, Inspector?
Sure. How do we know what the setup was? Doc Barry had the body moved. Mrs. Sidney picked up the note. Everybody had plenty of time to arrange things just the way they wanted them.
Yes, because nobody suspected murder, Inspector. Death by natural causes. That was the doctor's first report.
Somebody knew it was murder.
Are we sure of that, Inspector? There's always the suicide angle, you know.
Suicide?
Mm-hmm.
Then who was it who called you on the telephone? And why did whoever it was say it was murder? And how did he or she know about the $1.5 million?
Yes, that's what we're out here to find out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see now. According to the stories we've been told, Sidney was sitting here at his desk.
You know, Bart, now that I think about it, maybe that suicide angle isn't so far off.
Apparently the poison was taken or administered with whiskey. There's still some whiskey in this bottle.
Yeah, just say, for instance, that Sidney was in love with his wife. All right. She gives him the brush. He decides to kill himself, and he does.
According to Mrs. Sidney and Nick Wilbur, the reading lamp was arranged so that the light came over Sidney's right shoulder. That would indicate he was left-handed.
Yes, sir, that's the way it happened. I'll bet 2 bits that telephone call was a gag.
People who are right-handed usually arrange the lamp so that the light comes over their left shoulder. Well, Inspector, that's all.
Coincidence. That's what it was, coincidence. The sister called up, disguised her voice, and told Sidney that the planning board was buying the land. She knew that Anita and Wilbur were pulling a fast one. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over that window?
It occurred to me as odd, Inspector, that Sidney would sit there at his desk with the light burning and not pull down the shades. Most people don't like to be peered in at. However, I found the answer.
Okay, what's the answer?
The shade stuck.
Well, there's no use looking around anymore. I got it all figured out. Suicide.
Suicide, Inspector?
Sure. Didn't you hear me figuring out why it was suicide?
No. Is that what you were doing all that time? Let me think a minute, Inspector. There's a false note here somewhere.
Let me think, he says. Look, Bart. I told you, you didn't have to think anymore. It was suicide. That telephone call came from the guy's sister.
Suicide. Here, hand me that phone, will you, Inspector? Huh? Quick. Yes, I'm almost sure.
Here's the phone. Now what's happened? Who are you calling?
Dr. Barry, Inspector.
Barry, does he figure in this? Say.
Hello, Dr. Barry. This is Barton Drake calling. Yes, that's right. I've 1 or 2 more questions I wanted to ask you. First, what time was it when you received your call from Mrs. Sidney? I see. And you came over immediately. Huh? And when you performed the autopsy, how long would you say Sidney had been dead? 7 hours. I see. And you're sure it was cyanide poisoning? All right, fine. Thank you very much, Doctor. Goodbye. Well, Inspector, I think you're right. It was Sidney's sister, Claire, who called him on that $1.5 million deal.
Sure. Just like I said. Suicide. Coincidence.
Coincidence, Inspector, but not suicide. If you come with me, I'll prove it to you.
We've already told you how we discovered Peter's body, Mr. Drake. Is it necessary to go through all that again?
I'm afraid it is, Mrs. Sidney. What time was it that you talked to your husband this afternoon?
About 3 o'clock. Why, is that important?
Very important. You say he had a heart attack when you told him of your interest in Mr. Wilbur?
Yes, he took a drink of whiskey. That revived him.
Now, look here, Drake. Is all this questioning necessary?
Look, come in, Inspector. Did you talk to Sidney's sister?
Yeah, I talked to her, and I had the deal figured right, too. It was she who called Sidney and told him about the planning board buying that land for $1.5 million.
Clara called Peter. Why, for heaven's sake?
Because she wanted to give you a motive for murder, Mrs. Sidney.
Give me a motive for murder?
Sure. Sarah knew about you and your boyfriend here. She was figuring on tipping off her brother about how things stood. The thing is, she was betting that you'd missed the boat when you tried to knock off hubby.
Well, that's utter rubbish.
Of course it is. I didn't even know about the sale of the land until Nick and I found Peter.
So, can you prove that, Mrs. Sidney?
Prove it? Why should I? Isn't my saying it enough?
No, I'm afraid it isn't. Because it was you who murdered your husband.
I murdered Peter. That's very amusing, Mr. Drake.
Is it? Maybe you won't think so when Drake gets through telling you how he knows. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. When you came to your husband's study, Mrs. Sidney, you had the cyanide with you. You dropped it in his whiskey glass after he had his heart attack, knowing he would take another drink after he'd recovered. The cyanide works instantly.
I didn't. Why should I want to kill Peter?
That was at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Later, after dark, you returned to the study, propped Peter up at his desk, and turned on the reading lamp so that anyone passing by on the street would see him sitting there, apparently working.
You're making that up. You haven't a shred of evidence.
Then you locked the door with a key from some other room and walked down to the corner store so that you'd have someone who could swear you hadn't been home while your husband was supposed to be dying of natural causes or committing suicide.
That's a lie. Tell him, Nick. Tell him I was with you all evening.
Anita, you didn't murder Peter, did you?
Of course not. How could I? I was with you, Nick. You know I was.
Then you must have been with John Gray, too.
John Gray?
Yep. We checked up and found that Nick was with a guy named John Gray until he came here tonight.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Anita. You should have taken me into your company.
Oh, no. Oh, no, no. You couldn't have been with John Gray. You were with me, Nick. Tell him you were with me. Oh, please, darling, please.
Inspector. You were going to place me in checkmate when the phone call came. Go ahead and move.
Was I?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. What piece do you suppose I was going to move?
I haven't the faintest idea, Inspector.
Neither have I. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Have I got to ask?
Ask? Ask what?
Oh, doggone it. You know what? Quit being so hard to get along with.
All right, Inspector. It was the light.
The light?
Yes, the reading light in Sydney's study. You see, Mrs. Sidney said she hadn't seen her husband since 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, Dr. Berry said he arrived at the Berry home at 9 o'clock in the evening. He performed his autopsy at 10:30 o'clock and found that Sidney had been dead for 7 hours.
Say.
That's it, Inspector. 7 hours from 10 1/2 hours brings the time of death to 3:30 in the afternoon, doesn't it?
That's right, by golly. And at 3:30 in the p.m., Sidney wouldn't have been sitting near a window with his reading lamp on, would he?
Naturally not, Inspector. So someone had to come in and turn on the light so Sidney would be seen from the street after it became dark.
Son, you amaze me, clearing up mysteries that way. Tell me, how you do it?
Oh, Inspector, I don't see why you ask. The answer to that is obvious. After all, you know, mystery is my hobby.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves. If you can. Where are we going? Why, we're going to pay a visit to the home of Albert and Louise Jordan. As nice a couple as you'd hope to meet. In a story I call Death is the Visitor. My story begins in the Jordan home late on a hot summer night. Albert Jordan is asleep and is having a nightmare about his mother-in-law.
No. You can't pull the wool over my eyes, Albert Jordan. I'm on to your ways. Think that my only child was foolish enough to elope with you. But you made her do it, Albert. You made her.
No. She wanted it.
As long as I'm alive, she'll be protected from you. Albert, are you listening?
Leave me alone. Please.
Darling, wake up.
What is it?
You were having a nightmare, dear. You don't want to wake Mother up. She needs a good night's sleep for a trip tomorrow.
Oh, yes, the trip. I wish it was tomorrow already. She was gone.
Are you sure you have everything, Mother?
Yes, Louise. Everything I need for my trip home is in this handbag. Oh, now don't forget to ship my trunk.
I've already notified the expressman, Mother. He'll be here to pick it up this morning.
Thank you, dear.
Well, it's almost 9 o'clock, Mother. You'll miss your train.
I've never missed a train in my life. You needn't be so anxious to get rid of me, Albert.
Not really, Mother. I didn't mean...
Oh, Louise, darling, I do hate leaving you alone like this.
But, Mother, I'm not alone. I have Albert.
Well, I don't mind saying it right to his face. I don't trust him, Louise, and I never will. I'm really wrong about people, you know that.
Now, see here, Mother. I've had about enough. Louise and I get along perfectly well when you're not here.
Louise, what a temper he has. Do you want me to stay, darling?
Really, Mother, I'm very happy with Albert.
Oh, very well, then I'll go, but you'd better be good to her, Albert.
Yes, Mother. I will.
Well, goodbye. And don't forget, Louise, Mother'll be back if you need her.
Yes, Mother. Bye.
Louise, if your mother pays us just one more visit, I'll leave this house for good.
Albert, what are you saying?
In the past year, she spent 8 months with us. She has her clothes here, a key to the house. Why, she's even listed in the phone book under our number. I tell you, I won't be responsible for what happens if she doesn't stay away.
I'll write to her, Albert, and try to explain. Really, I will.
Make her understand that we have our own lives to lead. You know, now that she's gone, I feel like a new man. I can breathe in my own house.
Oh, Albert, you won't forget to put the tags on Mother's trunk, will you? The expressman will be here for it soon.
No, dear. Shipping your mother's trunk to her will be one thing I certainly won't forget. Now, let me see. This is what's hence duck. 125 River Road, Ferndale, Pennsylvania.
That won't be necessary, Albert. My trunk can remain here.
Mother, but you went to catch your train.
I know I did, but I changed my mind about going. I won't leave my little girl alone. Why are you looking so startled, Albert? Are you hiding something from me?
No. No, of course not.
Where's Louise?
She went downtown an hour ago.
She should be home soon. I'm sure at least she'll be glad to see me. Oh, you haven't locked my trunk yet. That's good.
So you've come back. Again.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert. Keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. Yes, I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good. Frankly, I don't trust you.
You don't trust me?
No. I don't even know your background. For all I know, you may have criminal tendencies.
There's a certain amount of the criminal in all of us. Most people can control their worst instincts, and some can't.
Exactly. And I'm here to see to it that no one harms Louise.
But, Mother, who's going to look out for you?
Albert, why are you looking so queerly at me? Are you sick?
Yes, Mother, I'm sick. Sick of the sight of you.
Albert, stop looking at me that way. Why, you seem like a different person.
I am, Mother. You've made me different, and now you must take the consequences.
Albert, stay away from me. Don't you dare come near me.
So you would keep coming back, Mother. Well, you came back just once too often.
No, Albert. Don't touch me. Albert,
You should have taken that train, Mother. But at least now, I know you won't be coming back ever again. I didn't want to kill you, but you made me. Oh, but now I've got to get rid of you or they'll catch me. At the trunk. Yes, it's large enough. Even in death, you're a problem, Mother. But you won't be for long. There. Now I'll have to get rid of the trunk. Somehow. I'll think of a way.
Albert, are you home?
Louise, the trunk. I've got to close it.
Is that you, Albert?
Yes, dear. Yes.
Oh, I see. You're locking the trunk.
Yes, I was just getting it ready for the expressman.
He should be here by now. Albert, is anything wrong?
Anything wrong? What do you mean, Louise?
I don't know. Your face is so flushed.
Oh, it's just a little warm in here, that's all.
Oh, we forgot to pack Mother's robe. Look. Oh, you'll have to open the trunk again, Albert.
No, I mean, the trunk's full already. You wouldn't be able to get anything else into it.
Why, nonsense. When Mother and I packed it, it was only half full. Oh, please open it.
But it's locked, and we haven't got the keys.
Oh, yes, that's right. Mother has them. Well, we'll just have to mail the robe to her. Oh, I'll answer the door. It must be the expressman. Make sure the tags are on it, dear.
The tags. Oh, you can't go to her home. Oh, if I only had time to think. Wait, yes, that's the only thing to do.
Come this way, please. You'll find the trunk in this room. Here it is. Are you finished, Albert?
Yes, it's all ready to go.
Okay. Well, I'll make a racket of it. Now, let me see. It's being shipped to...
Perhaps you'd better load it on the truck first.
It's easier this way, mister. You're shipping it to Mr. William Smith, 345 Wood Street, Las Vegas?
What? Well, that isn't the right address.
Then, what is it on this shipping tag, lady?
Oh, Well, that must be one of my customers. I must have been thinking of someone else when I wrote it up.
Yeah, but what's the right address?
Oh, it's Mrs. Hortense Murdoch, 125 River Road, Ferrydale, Pennsylvania. That's right, isn't it, dear?
Yes.
Okay, I know your name and address. I'll put the right tags on later. That's mighty heavy.
Oh, please be careful with it.
Don't worry, lady. I'll get the place it's on.
Albert, did you get the mail just now?
Yes, dear.
Is there a letter from Mother yet?
No, just a few bills.
Oh, I'm really worried. It's a week now and no word from her.
But you mustn't worry, Louise. I'm sure she's all right.
Why, Albert, you're even worried yourself about her. You look so upset.
Oh, I'll answer.
I'll come with you. Maybe it's a special delivery from Mother.
Yes?
Hey, good morning. I got a trunk here for you folks.
What? It's Mother's trunk.
Yes.
You always wanted to get rid of me, Albert. But I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
Bring it in, won't you, please?
Okay, baby. There you are.
But I don't understand. Why should Mother send her trunk back to us?
Would you mind signing for it, Mr. Jordan?
What? Oh, yes. Here you are.
Thanks. Bye.
Albert, I can't understand why Mother shipped her trunk back to us and without even writing a word about it. Can you figure it out?
What? Oh, no, I can't.
Well, I'm going to put an end to this guessing.
Louise, what are you going to do?
I'm calling Mother. Hello, operator. I want to put through a call to Ferrydale, Pennsylvania. The number is 223.
Why bother, Louise? I'm sure there's a letter on the way.
Oh, I've waited long enough for one. I'm sure there's something wrong. Oh, hello? Oh, hello, Sarah. This is Louise calling. Is my mother there? What? Are you sure? Oh, and that's why you shipped the trunk back. No. Thank you, Sarah. Albert, Sarah says that Mother never arrived home. She sent a postcard saying not to expect her just yet.
Was Sarah the one who shipped the trunk back?
Yes. She thought that Mother had decided to stay with us longer and would need her clothes. But, Albert, where can she be?
Oh, now, Louise, I'm sure she's all right.
All right, she's been missing a week. How could she be?
Well, perhaps she's staying with friends.
You know Mother hasn't any friends. We've got to do something. Albert, I'm going to call the police.
The police investigated, but they had no clues, so they didn't learn anything. And George got rid of the embarrassing trunk just as fast as he could. Telling Louise he was going to put it into storage, he took it to a trucking company to ship it as far away as it could go. It was the only thing he could think of to do.
All right, I got it straight, I guess, now. Mr. Richard Jones, 65 Ocean Avenue, Los Angeles. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. He's my brother.
Yeah, and your name is...
Martin Jones.
Huh?
1635 Sherwood Road, Riverdale, New York.
Jones, Sherwood Road, Riverdale. All right, Mr. Jones, now let's see. That'll be $18.
Well, here's 20. Keep the change.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Jones. Here's your receipt.
It'll go out right away.
There's a truck leaving tonight. Don't you worry. This trunk will get to Los Angeles all right.
That's fine. It'll be quite a load off my mind when it's gone.
A week passed, 2 weeks, 3, and poor Albert was breathing more easily again. Until one morning when something most unexpected happened.
Louise, darling.
Yes, Albert.
Oh, darling, I have a present for you. Some flowers. Just saw them and thought you'd like them.
Thank you, Albert. You're very thoughtful.
Louise, your mother's been missing more than a month now. You can't go on like this. You'll have a breakdown.
Oh, Albert, where can she be? Why can't the police find her?
Well, darling, if she hasn't been found in 5 weeks... Oh, excuse me, dear. I'll answer.
Maybe it's news of Mother, Albert.
Good evening. I got a trunk here. I think belongs to you.
A trunk?
Yeah, that's right.
You always wanted to get rid of me, Albert. But I've come back, Albert. I've come back.
Do you recognize it? It's yours, isn't it?
Oh, no.
Huh? Well, ain't you the fella that shipped this trunk about a month ago? Didn't you give me a $2 tip?
I'm afraid you have me confused with someone else. Don't you know where the trunk goes?
Well, no. You see, it's come all the way back from California. It seems there wasn't no such address where this was shipped to.
Surely it had a return address.
Yeah, but the trunk got wet. The return address kind of washed off, so it came back to the office where it was shipped from.
Oh. But what makes you think it belongs here?
Well, you see, I kind of did a little detective work. The initials stamped on the trunk are HGM. Well, I looked it up in the phone book, and the only person in town with those initials lives here.
I'm sorry, but it certainly isn't my trunk.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'd have sworn you was the guy that gave me that $2 tip.
Where will you take the trunk now?
Oh, it'll be put to the unclaimed baggage, and then in a few months it'll be auctioned off.
Auctioned off?
Yeah. You'd be surprised what you sometimes find in them, just like a grab bag game. Well, sorry to trouble you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
What did you say those initials were?
HGM.
HGM. What? They're my mother-in-law's initials. Her name is Hortense G. Murdoch.
Oh, sure. That was the only name in the book with those initials. That's why I came here.
Well, that was a very clever piece of detective work. Yes, of course it's her trunk. I don't know why I didn't recognize it.
Well, you know, trunks, they kind of look alike.
Yes, that's right. Well, bring it in.
Trunks are funny things, aren't they? You have something valuable in one, just as likely as not it'll get lost. But put something you don't want in it, like a mother-in-law, and it'll come back every time. You can hardly blame Albert for being upset, especially since Louise wanted to open the trunk to look for possible clues. But Albert managed to get Louise out of the house, then put the trunk onto the trunk rack of his car and started out. Several hours later, he was at the receiving platform of an all-night storage warehouse in New York.
Yes, mister? Can I help you?
Pardon me, but you store trunks here, don't you?
Yeah, sure. We store anything in here. You want to store that trunk you got there?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, I'll make out a ticket. Now, what's your name?
Williams. John Williams.
The address?
313 Maple Street.
Yeah, but what city, mister? What city?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore. Okay. Charge is $3 a month. How long you want to pay for?
Quite a while. I'll be leaving the country and...
Well, what is it? Anything wrong, mister?
Oh, dear. I only seem to have $6 with me.
Well, that'll pay for 2 months. Then we'll send you a bill.
No, that won't be necessary. I'll send you a money order in a few days. I may be out of the country for several years.
Okay. Leave the trunk there. I'll take care of it. And here's your receipt. Just put the number of it in your letter when you send the money.
I will. I won't forget. Good night.
Good night. Hey, Mr. Williams. Mr. He's gone. There's a receipt on the platform where he dropped it. The nervous type. Oh, well, I suppose they can forward it to him from Baltimore.
When Albert found he'd lost his receipt for the trunk, he was badly upset at first. That meant he couldn't send any money for future storage charges. But after all, there was no identification inside it, and he'd rubbed Mother's initials off the outside this time. So how could anyone trace it back to him? Especially since they'd be looking for him in Baltimore. So in a few weeks, Albert was himself again. Except for a nightmare once in a while.
After all, what do I know about you, Albert? You may have criminal tendencies. I'm going to protect my daughter from you. Yes, I've come back, and you're not going to get rid of me. Do you hear me, Albert? I've come back to stay.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I can't.
Albert.
No.
Albert, wake up.
What is it, Louise?
You were moaning in your sleep, dear. You must have been having a nightmare.
Oh, yes, I was. But it's not important. It's just that midnight snack I had. Go back to sleep, darling.
But as the months passed, so did the nightmares. And finally, Albert was his old cheerful self again.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
I'm all right, Albert.
Fine. Say, I bumped into George Horton and his wife on the way home, and they asked us to come to the charity bazaar tonight.
That was very nice of them, Albert.
Oh, why don't we go? There'll be an auction, a raffle, supper, dancing. It'll do you good.
I know, but somehow I don't feel like meeting people.
But you can't go on this way, Louise, cutting yourself off from the world.
I've been unfair to you, haven't I, Albert? Keeping you home night after night all these months.
Oh, why, darling, you know I've been perfectly happy. It's been so nice. Just the two of us.
You've been perfectly wonderful, Albert. And I'm afraid I've been acting very selfishly. All right, I'll go to that charity affair tonight.
Now, what am I bid for this beautiful antique lamp? Do I hear dollar? Do I hear dollar?
I'll bid $1.
Ah, there you have a lady with a real sense of beauty. Now, do I hear $2? Do I hear $2?
Well, good evening, George.
Well, hello, Albert. Hello, Louise.
Hello, George.
Say, I'm sure glad you two came. Missed you both a lot these past months.
Well, I hope you'll be seeing more of us. And we've got quite a crowd here tonight.
Oh, yeah. We hope to raise quite a bit of money. Say, that auctioneer's a genius. Come on, let's get a little closer.
All right.
Now, that gentleman over there, the one with the superb eye for beauty, bids $5 for this lamp. Do I hear $5.50? Your last chance, ladies and gentlemen, going at $5 once, going twice, sold to the gentleman in the tweed suit, and very fortunate he is.
That lamp couldn't have cost more than $3 when it was new. Well, now we come to the raffle.
The raffle?
Yeah, the raffle for a mystery prize donated by yours truly, George Horton.
Oh.
Better let me sell you a few tickets, Albert. They're only 50 cents each.
No, thanks, George. We just came to be sociable.
Better take a chance. No telling what you might win.
Now, next, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the feature of the evening. A raffle for a mystery prize, which I have hidden here beneath this canvas cover. Now, I'm going to lift this cover and show you a locked trunk. Now, take a good look at it.
Trunk. Oh, no. It can't be. She's come back again.
Yes, Albert, I've come back, and I'm going to stay for good this time.
Oh, no.
Now, this is no ordinary trunk, ladies and gentlemen. It was donated by a gentleman who bought it for storage charges. Now, who knows what it contains? Perhaps the crown jewels of old Russia. Or better still, a case of skunk. Now, take a good look at it and try it again.
Albert, you're so pale. Is there anything wrong?
I know, of course not. George, where did you get this trunk? Oh, that big storage place in New York. You know, on the east side. Somebody did keep up the storage charges on it, and all the notifications they mailed came back,
Yes, I see.
Now that you've seen all the prizes, and particularly seen this prize, ladies and gentlemen, I know you're going to want to buy not one, not two, but half a dozen chances each. What can be in it? Guessing is half the fun. Well, now we're all going to adjourn for supper, and immediately after supper, the big drawing will be held. So buy your chances now and win yourself a trunk full of surprise and pleasure.
Well, Albert, changed your mind about buying a chance or two?
Yes, George. Yes, I have. I'll take all you've got.
Albert, I don't understand you. You bought every chance that was left on that trunk.
Louise, I know what I'm doing.
What on earth do you want with an old trunk that looks a lot like Mother's trunk, doesn't it?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
But of course it does, Albert. It's the same make and color. It has the same dent there. But it couldn't be.
Of course not. The idea is absurd.
Darling, you're acting so strangely. You didn't eat any supper, and
For
now...
heaven's sake, Louise, will you stop nagging me?
I'm sorry, Albert.
Hello. Feeling pretty sure you're going to win it with all those tickets, huh, Albert?
I hope so.
I knew the mystery of it would get you. Say, I'd even got a ticket on it myself. So you'll have some competition.
Oh, I'll win it. I've got to.
Well, I did my best. I picked out the heaviest trunk the place had for sale. So I don't want the winner to blame me if he doesn't like what he finds.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for the feature of the evening, the drawing for the locked mystery trunk. Now, my assistant has put all the ticket stubs in the wire wheel, and so I spin it thus. Round and round it goes, and where it stops, nobody knows. Now, the stubs are thoroughly mixed, and I stop the wheel so that this lovely young lady may reach in and withdraw the number of the lucky winner. Now, will you open your eyes, please, and read the number that you have drawn?
Number 38.
Number 38. Number 38. Number 38 is the winner. Is the holder of number 38 here, please?
Yes, I have it. I've won. I've won.
Well, good for you, Albert.
Congratulations, sir. May I have your ticket, please, so that I may compare it with the stub that the young lady drew?
Yes, of course. Here it is.
Thank you. Now, I place the ticket and the stub together, and we...
What is it?
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid an error has occurred.
An error? What do you mean?
The young lady misread the winning number. It is number 33, not 38.
No, you're lying. I won. The trunk's mine.
Now, I'm sorry, but mistakes will happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I must make a correction. The winning number is 33. Is the holder of number 33 present?
Oh, yes. Well, that's my number. Well, hard luck, Albert, but I guess you don't win after all.
Now, may I have your ticket, please?
Yeah, sure, here.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the lucky winner, purely by chance, is the gentleman who donated the prize, Mr. George Horton. And congratulations to you, sir. And I hope you'll open the trunk now and let the rest of us know what we missed out on.
I certainly will.
No, he can't open it. You haven't got the key.
No, but I have a bunch here that I borrowed from a locksmith, and one of them's bound to work.
You mustn't open it. George, I'll buy that trunk from you.
But I don't want to sell. Hey, I want to know what's in the trunk. That's where the fun comes in.
I'll give you $100. You can't refuse.
100? Well, if you want it that bad, all right.
I'll give you my check tomorrow.
Yeah, but there's one condition.
Condition?
Yep. That you open the trunk here so we can all see what's in it.
Oh, no, I won't do it.
Well, then the deal's off. Sorry, Albert, but curiosity has the better of it.
Come on, George, please listen to me.
Sorry, Albert, sorry. Just a minute, everybody. As soon as I find one of these keys that fit, I'll...
I told you I'd come back, Albert, and I have.
Oh.
You should have known I would.
Oh, no.
Darling, you're not well. Let's go home.
No, it's no use. It's just no use.
What on earth do you mean?
You will never be rid of me, Albert. Never. I've come back to stay this time.
I think I've got it. Yeah, this key's in it, Mr.
Wait.
Matter, what is it?
You mustn't open it.
Oh, Albert, fun's fun, but after all...
I had something to tell you. She's beaten me. I can't keep it hidden any longer.
That's right, Albert. Tell them it's the only way you can ever be rid of me. Go on, tell them.
Well, Albert?
I did it. I killed her.
Did what? Killed who?
Albert, what are you talking about?
I killed Louise's mother. Her body is in that trunk.
Oh, no.
Albert, that's a very poor joke.
Oh, it's no joke. I thought I could get rid of her, but I can't. She keeps coming back and coming back and coming back, and I can't stand it any longer. Go on, open the trunk now. You'll see I'm telling the truth. Go on, open it.
All right, we will. Please stand back, everybody. Come on, stand back, all of you. Auctioneer, help me, will you?
Yes, sure, Mr. Horton. I'll undo this catch now. There. All right, now lift us.
Albert, this trunk. Why, there's nothing in it but old books.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Poor Albert. He let himself be fooled by the wrong trunk. Maybe it was his guilty conscience. What happened to him? Why, he's getting the best of attention these days in a small but comfortable room with bars over the windows. The only trouble is the bars won't keep his mother-in-law out. She comes in every night to talk to him. So if you're ever tempted to... Oh, you're getting off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. Listen next week over most of these mutual stations to a tale titled
Murder is no accident.
Another Tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by the Mutual Network from our New York studios. Russ Dunbar speaking. Stay tuned to this station for another exciting crime drama, True Detective Mysteries, which immediately follows Station Identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories. Weird stories and murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your light. Turn them out. Have you heard the story, Reflected Image? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Dan, you gotta wait. I can't go a step farther. Gotta keep going. Oh, this heat. This desert heat. I can't go on.
Listen, Taylor. We keep going. We're bound to strike civilization before long.
Don't be such a devil, Dan. I gotta rest.
All right. For a few minutes, then.
Desert. I hate it. Walking for hours, sun beating down.
Stop it, Taylor. You can't go on that way. If you do, you'll go loco.
Come on. Let me have a drink of water.
We should wait till the sun goes down. Do us more good then.
You are the devil, holding out on water. My tongue's like a bale of cotton.
All right. You think I'm a devil holding out? There isn't any more water.
No more water?
I drained the last one when we took that drink 4 or 5 hours ago.
I don't believe it. Let me have a bottle.
Here.
No water. No more water. No more water.
Now, listen. Don't do no good to get panicky. Only make your thirst worse. Crying out like that. Just another day would bring us into a settlement.
Lost. Our bones will bleach white here on the desert.
Sit back and rest. It's getting cooler now.
Dan, look. Look over there, atop that rise of sand.
I'm looking.
Do you see her standing there?
I see the dead stump of a tree. So do you.
I see her. A beautiful woman. The breeze blow on her dress. So cool like. And Dan, she's waving to us, beckoning us to come on.
Taylor, where are you going? Come back here.
Wait. I'm coming. I see you. Don't go away. I'll get up. Just wait, that's all. Wait.
Follow me. I'll take you to our cabin.
Cabin? Water.
There's a well near the cabin. Follow me.
Dan, she's real. She's telling us to follow her. Dan, hurry.
Follow me. Follow me to the cabin. All the water that you want to drink. Follow me.
Dan!
Taylor, you got to get a hold of yourself.
I talked to her. There was a woman here. It was no dead tree. She said to follow her. That way. East, she said, to the cabin and water. Dan, you gotta believe. You gotta try it. Help me up, Dan.
Oh, Taylor, you're seeing things.
No, you gotta try. She was here, and she said to follow her.
I can't believe you saw anyone.
It's worth trying, isn't it, Dan? I talked to her. She said to walk this way. Come on.
It's getting too dark to see, Taylor. We ought to...
Oh, you're gonna try.
Well...
Come on.
Where's the woman now?
She went ahead. I saw her move this way.
Hello? See? No one answers. You didn't see any woman.
We gotta keep walking this way, Dan.
Oh, it's crazy.
Cabin. Water. The woman said this way.
There wasn't any woman. You've gone off your nut, Taylor. If you don't stop this crazy stuff, I'm going to leave you in the morning. Strike out for myself.
Look. Do you see?
Why, all that's good. A light.
I told you. Cabin, water, just as the woman said.
You must have seen a woman, Taylor. I didn't believe.
Come on, Dan, hurry.
We've struck real luck. Luck and water. Hello? We're coming. Hello? No one answers. It ain't a light in the cabin, Taylor. It's a star we see.
No, it ain't no star. It's a light in a cabin too big for a star.
It is pretty big, Taylor. You're right. I can see the shack now.
Sure.
Come on. The cabin door's open. They've heard us. The woman is waiting for us.
Hooray! Water!
Take it easy, partner. Don't drink too fast or too much at first.
That's enough, Taylor, for now.
Where's your outfit, stranger?
Lost it 3 days ago.
You ain't packing any guns?
No, we haven't any.
Then you're welcome to stay the night.
It was mighty nice of your wife to tell us we were welcome here.
What's that, stranger?
Your wife, or the woman that told us to follow her here to the cabin and water.
I don't savvy what you mean.
Funny thing. I could drink forever, but it don't seem to quench my thirst.
Let me take the cup now.
Both of you better take it easy. Like you said, too much ain't good all of a sudden. Strangers, what are you doing here in the desert?
A storm overtook us 4 or 5 days ago. We didn't even have time to unpack the animals.
And when the storm was over, horses, outfit, everything gone.
I see. What was this about you seeing a woman who directed you here to my cabin?
Taylor here. He thought he saw a woman waving to him. A woman who said there was a cabin and a well of water near. But I figured all the time he was seeing things. Sort of a reflected image on the desert sand.
Yeah. Folks drifting into insanity are always seeing things on the desert.
Sure. I know it. Now, how far are we from the nearest settlement?
The nearest settlement is about 35 miles due east ahead.
Not as far as I thought. We can start out in the morning.
Sure. I'll give you directions.
Fine, partner. Fine. You live here all alone?
Yep. My name is Fred Holker.
Well, glad to meet you. I'm Dan Torrance. My partner, Taylor Wiley.
You're welcome for the night. I'll rustle up some grub. And after eating, I'll tell you a desert story that'll put your seeing a woman on the desert in the small class as stories go. Yes. I'll tell you a real desert story, if you wouldn't listen. This story will tell you what horrible things the desert can do to folks. It was about 3 years ago that me and my partner got together all our possessions. We sold them for all the profit we could get. Then bought stuff to start out on a prospecting trip. For a while, we didn't strike enough gold to make expenses. Then one morning, Ab and me made a walloping strike and hightailed it to town with our samples.
What's all the shooting about,
boys? Me and Ad just come from the assaying office, that's what.
Go on, what's the news?
We stuck it, boys. We stuck it rich.
You hear that? Paul Cross and Ab have struck it.
I'll say we stuck it. No more grubbing for us. We're in the money, boys. We're in. Yep, we was rich. The first thing I did was to send back to the settlement for my girl to come out to me. Ab helped me get ready for her. We built this here cabin. Of course, it's no mansion, but it's a sight better than most desert shanties. Well, Lila came out, and we was married in El Toro, and then came back here to the cabin. Lila, she brought things along to pretty up the place. Curtains and such. We was real happy. Ab, Lila, and me. And the gold was still coming in. Night times, Lila and me would make plans as to how we were going to the big cities and live like king and queen. Then one morning, I comes into the cabin. Lila was sitting in that chair where you are sitting now, stranger. And Ab was standing there by the table. I could sense right away that something was up. I says, supper on, Lila?
No.
Time for grub, ain't it?
Maybe so.
Go on, Lila. Tell him.
Tell me what?
Lila don't want to stay here with you anymore, Fred.
I reckon Lila's able to talk for herself, Ab. What's this Ab is telling me, Lila?
Eb's got it right, Fred. I hate it out here. And you won't give up and say we got enough to move on.
Well, now...
Let me do the talking. I can't stand it here in the desert. Not any longer. I'll go crazy if I have to be here another day.
But I thought...
Go on, tell him all of it, Lila. It ain't only the desert you don't like. It's him. Lila's in love with me.
Is this true? Lila, tell me. Is it the truth what Ab is saying?
Yes.
Well, Ab, you desert rat, I'll break every bone in your body.
Now, take it easy. You won't touch me so long as I got the draw on you.
Fight like a man, you yellow-livered skunk. Put down that gun and fight like a man.
Yeah, don't listen to him. Don't you lay a hand on Ab, Fred.
I ain't afraid to fight him. There's my gun on the table. Now, come on ahead.
Yeah.
You...
Don't kill him!
That's what I aim to do. Kill him. You'll never walk out of here. You're poisoned like a snake.
I give up. No. I'll get out.
And I'm through with him. You'll crawl on your hands and knees.
No. Stop it.
You winged me.
I meant to kill you, you skunk.
I can still fight this rat with one arm. You...
No, Fred! No! I give up! No! Eb, speak to me. You killed him. You killed Eb.
You can't kill a skunk like him.
He's not breathing. Look, his head's all smashed from hitting the table. Eb, speak to me.
Let me see him.
Dead. You killed him, man, Fred Hillcroft. Eb.
You're to blame for this, Lila. You're to blame for it all. A no good woman. You tried to kill me. For all your sins you'll pay. You'll start paying right now.
Did I tell the sheriff about you being a murderer?
You ain't going to tell the sheriff or nobody else what's happened in this cabin. You're going to do just what I tell you to do. And no more.
3 men on the desert in an old cabin. 2 listen intently as an old man tells them a strange story of murder. The woman who beckoned them to the cabin that night, where is she? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
And now, the hermit again.
Fred Holcroft continues to narrate his strange desert story to the 2 men who were led to his cabin by a woman.
Well, sir, we buried Ab that night.
What do you mean, we?
Lila and me. The woman who had betrayed me. I made her handle the shovel. I can remember as well as if it were today. She was sobbing and carrying on. But I kept her shoveling. Keep shoveling. Cover up the man you love. Make him a good deep grave. Don't look to me for mercy. Keep digging.
You love me, what is this? You gotta have mercy.
I don't recollect you have no mercy for me. I hope he can still feel things while he's there in the sand. Yeah. I hope the sand chokes him. Burns out his eyes. Get up on your feet. He's buried deep enough now. And you listen to what I'm telling you. If anybody comes this way, we don't know what happened to Ab. You hear? We don't know nothing. I can tell by the look in your eyes that you figure I was mighty cruel to Lila. But you gotta remember, she had played me dirt. And what's more, she had tried to murder me to save that skunk of a man. I couldn't forget that. I didn't forget it. Every hour, I made her suffer for her sins. I made her work the mine with me. Made her stand out in the blinding storms, in the heat of the sun, till her skin was burned black and her eyes all puffed and faded out, till her beauty was gone forever. Well, as for me, I was salting away the gold, burying it right underneath his cabin floor, biding my time, and waiting till I had enough gold to buy whatever I wanted from this life. Then, Lila, she took down with a fever. One night when the moon was riding high, and the sky bright as daylight on the desert sands, she got up from her bed. I tried to stop her.
Don't touch me. I'm going away.
You're sick, Lila. You can't leave the cabin.
I'm going to Ab.
To Ab, is it? Ain't you suffered enough for your sins? You still got to mention his name?
Let go of me, Fred. I've got to find Ab.
Go then. And never come back to this cabin. Never come back. I stood at the door of this cabin watching her stagger away in the moonlight night. I never searched for her body. Her bones are bleached white by now from the sun. As for me, well, I always figured on moving on. But the sun and the desert, the scorching sands and the wild winds blowing, all of it so they got into my blood. And I've stayed on here, hoarding my gold. But one of these days I'll be pulling out for the city. And the lights, and music. All the rich things money can buy.
I don't understand it. Why are you telling all this to us, two strangers? How do you know we won't report you as a murderer?
I don't likely know why I'm talking. Unless it's that the loneliness in the desert has gotten her.
You let the woman wander off into the desert to die?
I told you just as it happened.
Don't you understand, stranger? That woman didn't die. It was her we saw tonight. Her that beckoned us into this cabin. She never died at all.
Taylor, you never saw any woman. You said the dead stump of a tree. You thought it was someone moving.
She talked to me, I tell you.
What was it?
Don't you know? It's her. Look. Look out the window.
Lila.
That's the woman who beckoned to Dan and me. She's standing out there at the window.
No. She died, I told you.
I never died, Fred. Never died. I've come for you.
Don't let her in this cabin.
Look. She walked right through the door.
It can't be her.
Look closely, Fred. I've come to finish up what I should have done years ago.
Stop her. Don't let her to that gun.
I've got it now, Fred. This time I'll do more than wing you.
She got me. Got me.
Grab him, Taylor.
Look at the blood.
I'm dying.
He's done for.
And the woman. She's disappeared through that door just like she came in.
She's gone. And you and I, Taylor, we're going to be accused of this murder. We're telling the story straight, mister. You've got to go out there and get his body. And you've got to believe it, just as we told you. The woman killed him and vanished. We're not guilty.
Sit down, stranger. Take it easy. What did you say the old guy's name was?
Fred Holcroft, he told us.
Old Fred, eh? Who struck it rich or thought he did?
That's him. He's lying there in the cabin now with a bullet through his heart.
I guess you two were really touched by the sun.
You got to go out to the cabin with us and see for yourself.
Listen, stranger. You ain't going to get anybody in Artura to go out to that desert shack to look for the body of Fred Holcroft.
What do you mean?
We mean there ain't no sense in looking for the body of him that's been dead for 20 years.
I don't get it.
Fred Holcroft's been dead for 19 or 20 years. I went out there at the time, recollected well.
I was in the party that went out there, too.
Sure. Found his body and that of his wife's, both stretched out on the floor of the cabin. Died of the fever, I reckon. Why, there ain't any cabin out there anymore. Blowed away long ago for the wind. Yes, sirree. You two have really been seeing things.
But you ain't the first ones that have come out of the desert telling about seeing a woman standing out there in the sands, beckoning them to the cabin in a water hole. Just a few months ago, a guy comes in here babbling about a woman who led him to a water hole. But ain't none of them ever been so touched before that they saw the old man or the cabin, or had a vision of a murder.
Did anyone ever find old Holcroft's gold?
Nope, nor his partner neither. Some folks reckoned he left Fred and his wife there to die and took the gold for himself.
Listen, then. It may be we saw a vision, but you come out there with us to the spot where the cabin did stand. Maybe we can prove to you that the story we heard last night was true. Here's where we stopped.
But you can see there ain't any cabin.
You said the gold was buried underneath the cabin floor.
That would be about here.
All right, for the heck of it, let's start digging.
Come on.
Gold. By cracky gold.
Just as we told you. Just as he told it to us. Visions, huh? Visions on a desert. But it was more than our being touched by the sun. We saw spirits of the dead. We saw them and heard them. And we've found the gold that brought about evil and murder.
reflected image of the desert. And yet it was not of the mind alone, but rather a ghostly vision of the past. Spirits that could not rest in their graves of sand. Ghostly visions returning to earth to walk the desert on moonlight nights. To speak to the living. To relate over and over the stories of their sin and murder. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. The solution of the St. George Club murder is known to possibly not more than 3 men. 1, the chief at New Scotland Yard at the time of the crime. 2, the murderer. 3, the detective inspector who investigated the murder. Down Pall Mall, festooned in evergreen, the snow-covered canopy of the St. George Club gleams in the crisp night air. Old Walter, the doorman, the whiteness of his hair rivaling the softly falling snow, greets the club members with the same formula he's been using for over 60 years.
Good evening, Sir William. Pleasant evening to you, Sir William.
Oh, good evening, Walter.
Cheerio there, Tubby. How are you?
I'm splendid, Fatty, splendid. Haven't felt better in years.
I say, tell me, Sir William, have you any idea how many times you and the Earl of Burke have greeted one another in the same manner?
You counted up every day in the year since the end of the Boer War.
Almost 28 years, by Jove. Quite a tradition.
Talking about tradition, I have something serious to lay before the members, the older members.
Oh, now, really, nothing serious?
Oh, certainly, yes. Come into the committee room. I wish to talk to all.
Well, if you insist, yes.
Yes, of course, but don't take too long, old chap. I have to be over the shop, you know.
And now then, Burke, what's in the wind?
I want to discuss this affair between Baxter and Hardcastle.
Oh, frightfully embarrassing, what?
Deuced bad taste, the way they are behaving, all right.
Not only bad taste, but bad blood. Quarreling the way they do. I tell you, I don't like it. And if I have to, much as I hate to do it, I shall exercise club authority over them.
I feel, of course, that it's none of my business. But I do think that Baxter showed frightfully bad taste, cutting in on Hardcastle when he's been going with Lady... well, the lady in question for over a year.
I noticed as we came through just now that they were playing cards again.
And for high stakes, too. 100 guineas a game.
Hardcastle can't afford to lose, and he always does.
Yes, we can hardly take disciplinary measures against them on that score.
But we can call Baxter in on the carpet and tell him what we think.
And I can tell you word for word what he'll say, and it isn't polite. I know. I had that young squirt as second lieutenant in my mob. I know.
Well, I think I can solve it for tonight anyway. George, over at the Shaftesbury, has invited us all to occupy the first 4 rows of the parterre to see Mary Garden and Melisande.
Oh, splendid, splendid.
So let's go through to the card room and see if we can't break up this place for tonight.
All right.
I bid 2 hearts.
3 clubs.
3 hearts.
4 clubs.
4 hearts.
5 clubs.
I'll take you out on that.
Clubs are trump, and there's the ace.
My deuce.
The king.
My 4.
The queen.
The 6.
The jack.
The 5.
Now the ace of spades.
Which is mine with the 3 of trump.
With the what?
The 3 of trump.
Then there are 2 threes of clubs, you rotten cheat.
Gentlemen.
You keep out of this, you old fool.
Mr. Baxter, restrain yourself, or I shall be compelled to call upon the house manager and his assistants to restrain you.
No man can call me a cheat and get away with it. I still say that you cheated.
And I say so also. I saw you pawn that extra trump, Baxter.
What is this, a plan to frame up?
How dare you, sir? Mr. Hevington, will you see that Baxter gets his hat and coat? I shall expect your resignation in the morning, Baxter.
You go to...
Don't you say it, Baxter. Don't say it. I may be an old fool, but I can still thrash a cheat. Now get out.
Baxter walks through the club lobby, gets his hat, stick, and coat from the check room, and stalks out into the street. Without glancing behind him, he turns down St. Martin's and stops to unlock the private iron gate into St. George's Park. A vicious twist of the key, and he locks the iron gate behind him. His footsteps ring out on the crisp gravel as he turns toward his apartment on the far side of the park. He stops. What was that? Footsteps behind him? Some club member coming to call him back?
Stick up your hands. Up. That's it. Now turn around when I go through your pockets.
Listen here, what's
Not
this?
a word or I'll plug you. Oh, so you carry a gun, do you? And here it is. The money you won by cheating.
Listen, you fool, I know who you are. I recognize you.
We'll be back with more of the St. George Club Mystery right after this. And now, back to the St. George Club Mystery on When Radio Was.
In a few minutes, the police find Baxter's body and carry it to the club. Suspicion immediately falls upon Hardcastle when the Dow Scots Detective Inspector Alec Drummond hears of the quarrel over cards.
Mr. Hardcastle, I have to warn you that whatever you say will be taken down in writing and used as evidence against you. Do you object to being searched?
Not in the slightest.
Then empty your pockets.
Keys, motor car driving license, watch, wallet with £64 in it, loose change, and, my dear Inspector, no gun.
We found the gun.
May I interrupt, Inspector?
Certainly, Sir William.
It's rather ridiculous, don't you know, to be accusing Hardcastle here. He hasn't been out of the club all evening.
Mr. Hardcastle was standing there in front of the gentleman's restroom.
There are only 2 entrances to the club, one in front and the other behind through the kitchen. Call Walter, the doorman, and Andre, the chef.
Let me see your hands, Hardcastle.
Delighted, Inspector. You'll find no powder smudges. You see, I've washed my hands. You sent for me, sir?
Yes, Walter. The inspector would like to ask you a few questions.
You heard the shots?
Certainly.
Did anyone leave the club immediately before that?
No one left the club since Mr. Baxter left, sir.
Aye, that is all.
And this is Henri, the chef. Will you answer the inspector's questions, Henri?
Could anyone pass through the kitchen without you seeing them?
Mais non, impossible. C'est impossible.
And no one has this evening?
No. Not one single person is here, Inspector.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hardcastle, for having inconvenienced you.
Don't mention it, Inspector. We all have our duty to do at times.
New Scotland Yard was on its mettle. The London papers blazed forth the story of the killing, and editorials were scathing in their denunciations, but still the murderer remained undiscovered. The scene is New Scotland Yard 1 week later. The chief is seated behind his desk talking to the detective inspector, Drummond.
Nothing new on the Baxter affair, Inspector? Not a thing, Sir B. I've followed up every slightest thing, but there isn't even a clue. Baxter was killed with his own gun. Fingerprints, Drummond?
Plenty. Almost every member of the club had handled that gun at some time or another. Baxter was quite fond of showing it off.
You followed Hardcastle?
Every minute of the day.
No trace of the money that was stolen from Baxter?
Not a sign, Sir B. The thing that gets me is that no one could get in and out of St. George's Park without a key to that gate. So it must have been someone who had a key. Either a proper key or a skeleton key.
And the doorman didn't see anyone?
Not a soul.
People walking along St. Martin's?
Plenty, including a taxicab driver, and he swears no one came out of the park.
Any ideas of your own, Inspector?
Yes, Sir B, I have. But you can't question the integrity of men like Sir William and the Earl of Burke. You can't hang a man with an ironclad alibi.
You're quite right, Inspector. You can't hang a man with an ironclad alibi.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the St. George Club mystery. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is New Scotland Yard, and the chief, sitting behind his desk, looks in amazement at the inspector who has just laid a report before him.
You're absolutely certain about this, Inspector?
Yes, sir. No, sir. We know that no one left the park, not by the gate, because the taxi driver was there all the time.
Yes, we went into that rather thoroughly. In fact, we're pretty well satisfied that we know who committed the murder. But how and what happened to the money?
The answers are in that report there, Chief. I've had men watching that park every day since the murder. And today he saw Hardcastle walk down the path.
Yes.
Hardcastle stopped by one of the iron benches, put his foot on the bench to tie his shoelace. The bench rocked. Hardcastle bent down and rearranged the wooden block that keeps the iron leg of the bench from sinking into the soft dirt.
By Jove, you've hit it.
Yes, sir. That solves the mystery.
Yes. That's where he hid the money after he killed Baxter.
I can see that scene now. That night. Baxter walking out of the club, the members dividing themselves into little groups, discussing the scandal. Hardcastle going to the restrooms, looking behind him as he softly closes the door.
Now the coast's clear. I'll open the window, slip out into the square. I'll creep up behind Baxter as he walks home and stick my pipe stem in his back. They think he's being held up. Then I'll take his gun, take that money he won by cheating. I'll hide the money under one of the wood blocks, kill Baxter, and be back in the restroom in less than 1 moment. There isn't one member of the club that will think I've ever left the club rooms. Now, stick up your hands.
Listen here.
Not a word or I'll plug you. Oh, so you carry a gun, do you? And here it is, the money you won by cheating.
Listen, you fool, I know who you are. I recognize you.
That being successful, now I must hide the money. Then, after I hide the money, back into the club rooms through the bathroom window.
And as the inspector said, you can't hang a man with an ironclad alibi. And so to the rest of the world, Scotland Yard has an unsolved mystery in the St. George Club murder.
That
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight, Crossfire. Our stars, Robert Young, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, and Sam Levine, with George Cooper and William Phipps, all playing their original roles from the current RKO radio picture, in an adaptation for Suspense, produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Crossfire.
Robert Young stars as Captain Finlay, Robert Mitchum is Keeley, Robert Ryan is Monty, Sam Levine is Samuels, and Marlo Dwyer is Ginny. With these performances and with Crossfire, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
My name is Finlay, Captain of Detectives, Homicide, Washington, D.C. I was the cop on the case. The call came in at 9:45, a girl. I told her to stay there, and we went up. It was an apartment on E Street, the third floor, number 307. The girl was still there and let us in. The place didn't look too bad, considering. There was a chair knocked over and a lamp and a little liquor slopped around, but aside from that, not bad. Except there was a man lying in the middle of the floor. A man named Joseph Samuels, and he was dead. Beaten to death. No. Take it easy, Miss Lewis.
I'm all right.
Was Samuels drunk when you left him in this bar, Miss Lewis?
No.
Had he been drinking?
Yes, but he was all right.
What was he arguing with the soldier about?
They weren't arguing. They were just talking. I sent Sammy over to talk to the soldier myself. The kid seemed so upset about something.
Here's a man's wallet, Captain. Found it behind the cushions on the sofa. Well, let's have it. Corporal Arthur Mitchell. What rank was the soldier, Miss Lewis?
Oh, I didn't notice. I left them.
Where did you go?
I went up to my room. It was the bar in my hotel.
Mm-hmm.
I had a change, so I told Sammy I'd meet him here in his apartment. We had a date for dinner. I rested a while, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, I phoned the apartment to say I'd be a little late, but there wasn't any answer. I came over as soon as I could find a cab. Then I called you. Do I have to stay here any longer?
No, I'll get somebody to drive you home. O'Hara.
Yes?
Take Miss Lewis home and check in the bar at her hotel.
Will do. Come on, Miss Lewis.
Oh, wait a minute. Take this wallet to the Provost Marshal's office and see if they can locate this man.
Sure. Well, what do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have the wrong place. What place are you looking for?
Well, I thought it was this apartment. I was looking for a buddy of mine. You're cops?
Yeah, we're cops.
Has something happened?
Tell us about your buddy.
Yes, sir. Well, we was here. He left before we did. He wasn't feeling good. He said he'd be right back. And
Who was we?
Me and another buddy of mine.
Who did you come here with?
With these two buddies of mine and this fellow.
What fellow?
This fellow we met in a bar.
Miss Lewis?
Yes.
Soldier, do you recognize this young lady? Come on, did you see this young lady in the bar?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lewis, is this the man who was with Samuels when you left?
No, it was another.
What's it all about?
Come in, soldier, and give a look.
Jeez, that's tough.
Yeah, isn't it? Somebody killed him. Could you identify him? Same fellow you met in the bar?
Yeah, that's him.
What's your name?
Montgomery, sir.
Were you drunk tonight?
Well, I had a couple, but I can handle that.
I see. How long have you been out of the service?
2 weeks, about.
Live here?
No, sir.
What are you doing in Washington?
I just came back to see some of my buddies.
Where are you staying?
At the Stewart Hotel. That's where I used to be stationed. I'm sponging a free bunk from one of my buddies.
What's your buddy's name, this one who was sick, the one who was coming back?
Mitchell. Mitch, we call him.
O'Hara, hand me that wallet.
Here you are, sir.
Corporal Arthur Mitchell.
Yeah, that's him.
Ever see this wallet, soldier?
Where did you find it?
In the sofa.
It must have dropped out of his pocket, but believe me, Mitch couldn't.
What's his outfit?
Same as mine was.
What were you in?
Signal Corps Detachment. Stewart Hotel.
Mm-hmm. Well, O'Hara, let's clean it up. Get the coroner up here and give me a full report.
Okay, boss.
Let's go, Montgomery.
Sure, but where are we going?
To headquarters.
See what I mean? Routine, just routine. I put a man on to finding this Mitchell, the one who belonged to the wallet, and I talked some more to Montgomery. Nothing. The cooperative type, but nothing. Pretty soon my man came back. He couldn't find Mitchell, but he had his roommate, a guy named Keeley, the uncooperative type.
There he is, Captain.
Oh, thanks. You, Keeley? Sergeant Keeley?
Yeah, I'm Keeley.
I'm sorry to break up your Saturday night game, Sergeant.
You want to see me about something, Captain?
Yes, I want to see you about Mitchell.
What about Mitchell?
About Mitchell killing a guy.
Killing a guy?
You know Mitchell, don't you?
Yeah, but who's he supposed to have killed?
Sit down, Sergeant. We'll talk about it. When did you see Mitchell last?
This afternoon, 2 o'clock.
Where was he going?
Crawling.
Where?
Nowhere. Soldiers don't have anywhere to go unless you tell them where to go. When they're off duty, they go crawling. Or they go crazy.
What did you do before you got in the Army?
What's that got to do with it?
It might help me understand your answers.
I worked on newspapers.
Oh. What sort of a job are you doing now?
Ink job. Purple ink. Instead of the Purple Heart, we get purple ink.
Mitchell, too?
And he's an artist. He used to do cows eating grass. He's branched out now. He does signs. Keep this washroom clean. If you think he killed anybody, you're crazy.
Why?
He's not the type.
Everybody's the type.
He couldn't kill anybody.
Could you?
I have.
Where?
Where you get medals for it.
I see. This Mitchell boy couldn't do that either?
No.
Tell me about this afternoon when Mitchell left.
There wasn't anything to tell. He left.
What did you talk to Mrs. Mitchell about?
Why, I just...
Yeah, here it is.
Here, what is?
According to the hotel charge slip, you called Chicago at 2:30 and talked to Mrs. Mitchell. His mother?
His wife. It was personal. It wouldn't interest you.
What did you call Mrs. Mitchell about?
She called me first last week. She was worried about him. He hadn't written.
Why?
I don't know.
Then guess.
He's homesick. His wife's sick. I don't know. Anyway, he's got snakes. He's been nuts, but not nuts enough to kill anybody.
How was he this afternoon?
Oh, he was trying to act like a soldier. I think he went out to look for a girl. What's your name, anyway?
Finley.
Look, Finley, this sort of life doesn't bother some soldiers. I haven't seen my wife for 2 years. When I do, maybe we'll pick right up again. Maybe we won't. But I don't worry about it now. Mitchell's not like that. He's not tough. He needs his wife. I called her this afternoon and told her to hop a plane and come cheer him up. Here's her wire. She's on her way. She'll be here tonight.
That's good.
Still don't know what this is all about. Why'd you pick me up?
You're Mitchell's closest friend, aren't you?
I don't advertise it.
Well, Mitchell's other friend told us about you.
His other friend? Who's that?
Hello? Harry, let's have Montgomery back.
Right away. Where does Montgomery come in?
He was with Mitchell and a boy named Floyd Bowers this afternoon in a bar. They met a Mr. Samuels there and went up to his apartment. Mitchell left first, but he told Montgomery to be back. We were looking at Samuel's body when Montgomery came back looking for Mitchell.
You're taking Monty's word for all this?
Not entirely. You ever see this?
That's Mitchell's wallet. How'd you get it?
We found it in Samuel's apartment, down behind the sofa cushions.
Where's Bowers? Did you ask Monty?
Ask him yourself.
Hey, Keeley. Did you hear all this they're trying to pin on Mitch?
Part of it.
This is serious. They're crucifying the kid. You know Mitch. He won't have a chance.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Captain, I just mean that Mitchell's not the kind of guy who knows the scoop on things like this. He's an artist. He's sensitive.
And you know all about things like this?
Well, sure, like I told you. I've been a cop myself in St. Louis. 4 years in the jungle on the east side. I know the score.
Well, then you can understand my problem, why I need your help.
I'm not helping anybody stick my pal in trouble.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking for facts. How did all this get started in the bar with Samuels?
Like always. Bunch of people in a bar. Something happens, and first thing you know, you're talking to somebody.
What happened?
Leroy knocked a drink all over this, what'd you say her name was? This Miss Lewis.
You didn't tell me about Leroy.
Oh, he's just a dumb hillbilly. He's a friend of Floyd's. He come in with Floyd, but he didn't stay long.
Go on. Tell me about it.
Well, like I said, we was talking. Me and Floyd and Mitch. Only Mitch was getting high and clamming up. I was worried about Mitch. What's eating you, Mitch?
Nothing's eating me. Come on, man, let's go.
Sit still, Floyd. You don't get to meet people going in and out of one bar after another. Hey, look out. Leroy, that tray.
Oh, my dress.
I'm sorry, lady. I didn't mean to spill.
You silly hillbilly. Why don't you watch what you're doing?
That's all right. It was an accident.
A lady with you?
Yeah.
I'm sure sorry about my buddy.
Oh, that's all right. Here, honey, here's a napkin.
Waiter, give me that towel. Here, miss.
Thanks.
You'll have to forgive Leroy here. Leroy's from Tennessee. He just started wearing shoes. Apologize to the lady, Leroy.
I said I'm sorry.
It was just an accident, soldier.
Leroy's all right. He's just dumb. We won the war with him by not letting him go across. The crowds had caught him and...
Hey, Leroy, where you going? I'll see you, Floyd.
Well, now, look there. I hurt Leroy's feelings.
I'd better change. I'll meet you up at your place, Sammy.
Sure. Take your time. Hey, soldier. Yeah? Buy you a drink? Sure, why not?
Over here. Sit down.
Well, Captain, as Samuels and Mitch went off to the other end of the bar, and me and Floyd was just sitting there talking. I don't know how long. This Floyd can really talk when he gets started.
Man, what I couldn't do with $1,000.
What would you do with $1,000?
Man, with $1,000, I'd go to Mexico. I'd fish and live on the beach and eat and just
Mexico?
live on that beach.
I've been to Mexico. Them guys down there would have your $1,000 before you was there a week.
Yeah, not my $1,000, they wouldn't. I'd steal me an air-cooled machine gun and
Hey, Floyd, look, they're leaving.
Who?
Mitch and his pal. Come on, let's go.
Oh, why do we have to go?
The Jew boy is setting up the drink someplace.
Who?
The Jew boy. The Jew boy. Well, Captain, we followed them to Sammy's place and just walked in. We all had a couple of drinks. Next thing I knew, Mitch was getting a little green, and pretty soon he left. Floyd was getting kind of stinko, too. So after a while, I got him out of there and started walking him back to the Stewart Hotel. But then I got worried about Mitch. So I put Floyd in a cab and went back to look some more for Mitch. And that's when I met you, Captain.
And you came up to Samuel's apartment even though you saw the police cars outside?
Well, how'd I know they had anything to do with Samuels? You're just a bunch of hick cops down here anyway. You'll never pin anything on Mitch. Not in 100 years. I'm sorry. I'm just worried sick about Mitch.
Did you have any sort of an argument with Samuels?
Well, what was there to argue about? Liquor was good. Everything was okay.
Had you ever seen him before?
No, I told you. I just met him in the bar. I never seen him before.
You're sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Of course, I've seen a lot of guys like him.
Meaning what?
You know. Guys that played it safe during the war. Scrounged around, keeping themselves in civvies. They got swell apartments, swell dames. You know the kind.
No, I'm not sure that I do. Just what kind?
You know. Some of them are named Samuels. Some of them got funnier names. You'll be at the Stewart? Sure, I got nowhere else to go. I'm just sponging a bunk with one of the boys. You coming, Keeley?
There are one or two more questions I want to ask Sergeant Keeley.
Well, so long, Captain. If there's anything else, just call on me.
You should look at a casualty list sometime. There are a lot of funny names there, too. I said Monty's illiterate. I said he ought to read more. I was just philosophizing.
I'm not interested in philosophy. I'm trying to solve a murder.
Pardon me.
Mitchell was in a strange mood tonight. You admit that. He left Samuel's apartment intending to come back. We arrive and find Samuel's beaten to death. We find Mitchell's wallet on the sofa. I say Mitchell did come back. Some sort of an argument developed.
I say nuts.
Why? Or don't you think Mitchell would kill Samuels that way?
I don't think Mitchell would kill anybody anyway.
You still don't know where he is?
No, I don't. I didn't know when I came in here, and I haven't suddenly gotten any brighter. You don't believe he did it yourself?
He could have. He was there.
So were Monty and Floyd.
But they left. Mitchell said he was coming back.
According to Monty.
According to Monty.
Monty's a liar. What makes you believe his story?
It just happens to be the only story I've got.
Then why did you let him go?
Did I?
You don't really think he'll lead you to Floyd Bowers, do you?
I don't know.
Is that all for me?
Yeah, I guess so for now.
Okay. You know where to find me. I'm Keeley. You've heard from me already. I was Mitch's friend. And, brother, when I walked out of that smart cop's office, I knew if I didn't find him before the fuzz nabbed him, he was a dead pigeon. When I got back to the hotel, the lobby was so full of cops and MPs they were dancing with each other. So I rounded up a couple of my scouts, told them Mitch was up to his ears in trouble, and I stationed them around the lobby to keep an eye out for him. I also told them to keep on the lookout for Floyd Bowers. He might know something. Then I waited at the counter of the coffee shop where I could see the street from the window. Sure enough, about half an hour, I saw Mitch cutting across the street for the hotel entrance. I managed to get outside and put the snatch on him before the cops knew what I was up to, and 10 minutes later, we were sitting in the balcony of an all-night movie house with nobody around but a few drunks and bums. And I gave him the pitch.
Keeley, I couldn't have killed
But
him.
that's not the point. You've got to have a story for the cops. They've got Monty's, and it sounds pretty. But not for you. Now, I want you to tell me everything you did tonight. How drunk were you?
I don't know. Pretty drunk, I guess.
How long were you with this girl?
Well,
Oh, you ought to know. Was it 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
I can't remember. My head hurts. I can't remember anything very well.
So it hurts. You've got to remember. You ran into Monty and Leroy and Floyd, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went in a bar with them.
That's right.
Okay, now take it from the bar. Take it slow and remember everything you can.
Well, we were there quite a while, I guess. I got restless and I wanted to shove. I was sick of Monty and I was sick of Floyd. I wanted to be somewhere else. So I drifted off to the other end of the bar, and this fellow Samuels came over and he sat next to me and began to talk. First, I didn't pay much attention. I was feeling so low myself.
My girl is worried about you. She says you're not drinking, but you're getting drunk anyway. Anybody who can do that has got a problem.
So what?
It's a funny thing, isn't it, how it gets worse at night? I think maybe it's suddenly not having a lot of enemies to hate anymore. The war is over. And now we don't know what we're supposed to do. We don't know what's supposed to happen. We're too used to fighting. But we don't know just what to fight. Know what I mean?
I guess so.
You can feel the tension in the air right here in this bar. A lot of fight and hate that doesn't know where to go. A guy like you may start hating himself. One of these days, maybe we'll all stop hating and start liking things again, huh? What sort of an artist are you?
I did a mural once for the WPA.
Oh, a lot of fine artists came from there. I saw one that was...
He seemed like a nice fellow, this Samuels. A real nice fellow. I think he must have been on a newspaper or something. We talked a while. Then we decided to go up to his place. He was going to meet his girl there. Monty and Floyd must have followed us because after we got to the apartment, they walked in. I guess I must have been getting pretty tight because I don't remember exactly what we talked about up there or how long it was before Monty and Floyd came. All I remember is that the radio was on, playing some nice music. Debussy, I think. Monty was yammering away, doing most of the talking.
You're doing all right, Floyd. You're doing all right, Mitch, kid. Sammy, let me tell you something. Not many civilians will take a soldier into his house like this for a quiet talk. Is that right, Floyd? That's right, Mike. Well, let me tell you something. A guy's afraid to take a soldier into his house, he stinks. He ought to have the screws put to him. Am I right or am I right?
Sergeant, don't you think...
I asked you a question, Sammy.
What was that?
You know what was that. Am I right or am I right?
You're right, Sergeant.
You can say that again. You're all right, Sammy boy. You're okay.
Mitch, are you all right?
I'm all right. I just need a little air.
Can I get you anything?
No, I'm all right. I'll be right back. I'm all right.
He's all right. You heard him say he's all right. Let's have another round.
I'm afraid there isn't time, Sergeant.
What kind of a brush is this? What's the matter, Jew boy? Afraid we'll drink up all
You know how I am, Keeley. I hate to hear anybody yelling at anybody. so I decided not to go back when I got out. The air felt good. I must have started to walk. I don't remember how far or in what direction. But the next thing I knew, I was in a joint called the Red Dragon. I was talking to this girl named Ginny and buying her drinks.
Do I have to tell you my name again? Well, it's Ginny, because I'm from Virginia.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Oh, this joint stinks. I sure get tired of it here.
What do you work here for, then?
For laughs, dear, for laughs.
Every night?
Every night. Come on, up with your glass. Here's to nothing.
You work here until when?
Until we close.
Then what?
Then I sleep. Me and myself in my great big bed we sleep. You know, I could have killed my roommate the other morning. She was
You got that in quick, didn't you?
Drink up and be nice.
You know what I'd like to do?
Yeah,
No,
I know.
I'd like to take you dancing.
Well, that's what that music's for. I work here.
I mean, really take you dancing. The two of us going somewhere, eating something, talking about ourselves.
You're a character.
I'm serious.
Sure, I know. I remind you of your sister.
You remind me of my wife.
Look, be nice. Order some more drinks, then we'll dance.
I've had enough to drink.
Well, toodaloo.
Wait, Jenny, don't go.
I've got some things to do.
I was looking all over for you, Jenny. What did you leave for?
Well, you didn't want to drink. All you wanted to do was yap. I don't make money on that.
You're not getting so rich out here in the terrace all by yourself.
Well, it's nicer out here on the terrace all by myself.
What's wrong with me anyway?
You're corny.
Well, what did I say? We were just talking.
Is that what that was? You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to take you dancing. You remind me of my wife. What's the idea of saying a thing like that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you.
You know something? I haven't really been dancing for almost 2 years.
Why not?
Because I haven't.
Why?
Because I've been working for a living.
What do you do when you're not working for a living?
I live.
How much would you charge to dance with me here?
A lot.
Gee, you're a smooth dancer, Jenny.
You're not so bad yourself.
It's nice out here.
Yeah, you know, this used to be a spaghetti restaurant with tables out here. They don't use the terrace anymore. Say, how would you like me to make you some spaghetti?
You mean here?
Oh, no, silly. Look, I live at the Rego Apartments on Southern Street. You could wait for me. Well, I won't be there for a couple of hours, but well, you could sleep or something. Here's the key.
Jenny, will you let me kiss you?
Oh, you're nice. Look, I'll try to get away early, but if you don't want to wait for me, you can just lock the door and put the key in the mailbox.
I'll wait. I guess it was a crazy thing to do, Keeley, but it made sense at the time. Besides, I thought I could use a little shut-eye. So I walked around some more, and then I went up to Jenny's apartment. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I remember, somebody was knocking on the door.
How about some light?
Sure.
Hasn't she come home yet?
I don't know. I don't think so. You mean Jenny, don't you?
What do you mean?
I guess I mean Jenny. Do you belong here or something?
Or something. How long you been waiting?
I don't know.
That's great. Have a cigarette?
Thanks. I just woke up. I don't even know what time it is. I've got a key here somewhere she gave
I
it.
know. I saw you with her at the joint.
Oh? Who are you?
I'm a man who's waiting for her. Is that all right?
Sure.
Want some coffee?
Sure.
I'm a husband. I'm Ginny's husband.
Oh, yeah?
I was a soldier, too, but I conked out. Guess you're wondering about this setup, aren't you?
I guess I am.
Well, ask her about it, then. She was a tramp when I married her. I didn't know it at first, but I knew it before we were married. It's one of the reasons I enlisted, to get away from her. I couldn't wait to get out and come back to her. When I did, she didn't want me. Funny, ain't it? And I still want her. I still love her.
How's that coffee doing?
I'll be ready in a minute. You know what I just told you? Well, it's a lie.
I see.
I'm not her husband. I met her the same as you did, the dirt. I can't keep away from her. I want to marry her. She won't have me.
I see.
You believe that? Well, that's a lie, too. I don't love her. I don't want to marry her. She makes good money there. Got any money on you?
While this screwball goes on with this double talk, I suddenly remember you, Keeley, about having to meet you at the hotel at midnight. So I decided to get out of there. I went straight back to the hotel, and the next thing I knew, you were pushing me around and hauling me out to this joint.
Listen, I don't like all-night movie houses any more than you do. But you're in a jam. Now, how long was it from the time you left Samuels to the time you met this Ginny?
I don't know.
That's a help. How long were you in her apartment altogether?
Well, I think...
You ought to be kept in a cage.
Keeley, what's happened? Is everything suddenly crazy? I don't mean this. I mean everything. Or is it just me?
No, it's not just you. The snakes are loose. Anybody can get them. I got them. But they're friends of mine.
I think Samuels understood it.
Yeah, maybe he did at that. You still in love with your wife?
I guess I am.
She's still in love with you?
That's a screwy thing to ask.
Well, maybe it is, but she's here now, and she should be. I've got to figure out how much of this to tell her.
Mary? Here? Well, what's she...
Don't worry. She doesn't know anything yet. She was coming anyway.
Why?
To see you. I talked to her this afternoon. Maybe she's here now. She was supposed to be on a plane. Well, you sit tight. I'll go see if I can find her.
Keeley, I couldn't have killed this guy, could I?
Hey, there's Leroy. I wonder what he wants.
Keeley, listen, I found Floyd.
Floyd? Where?
In a room in a place down on Maryland Street where he's hiding out. He just phoned me and tried to raise some dough for something. He sounded awful scared.
You got the address?
I don't want to have nothing to do with this. I shouldn't have told you. I don't want to get in any trouble, Keeley.
You won't get in trouble. All you have to do is tell us where Floyd is. Then you can go back to the hotel and stay there and forget it. And you, Mitch, you just keep right on watching the picture and don't move. Don't even move to another seat. You want Leroy to bring you a sandwich or something?
No. But, Keeley, where are you going?
I'm going to see Floyd Bowers. I didn't have any trouble finding Floyd. He was just where Leroy said he was. Crummy little room on the second floor. And he was scared to death. And wanting to get rid of me the worst way. Why? I didn't know then. I talked to him for quite a while, but I couldn't get a thing out of him. Well, I didn't have all night to waste either, so after 15 or 20 minutes, I got up to leave.
Well, thanks for dropping around, Keeley.
It's okay. You sure you haven't got anything on your mind?
No. Not a thing, Keeley.
Oh, I'll be seeing you.
Sure. Sure. So long, Keeley.
Night, Floyd. I went on out and down the stairs. I couldn't figure it out. Of course I couldn't. Because what I didn't know was that all the time I'd been in that room, Monty had been there, too. After I left, he was still there.
It's okay, Monty. He's gone now.
I know he's gone.
Monty, I didn't call Keeley up here.
No?
Oh, Monty, don't.
Told you not to go out anywhere, Floyd. You went out, Floyd. You didn't do like I said. You went out and got in touch with Keeley. You shouldn't have done that.
No, I didn't, Monty. I didn't get in touch with Keeley. I called Leroy. Leroy must have told him. Criminy, Monty. All I did was try to get some dough. Now, look, you got plenty of dough, Monty. Give me some dough.
I had everything figured out. Just what we was going to do. I told you to stay here. You went out and phoned. You spoiled everything.
I didn't, Monty. I didn't spoil nothing. I told Keeley I hadn't seen you. You heard me say that. Nobody can pin anything on you.
That's right, Floyd. Nobody can pin anything on me.
Oh, now, look, Monty. I'll go to Mexico. I'll never come back. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I don't want to get mixed up in it, Monty. Criminy, Monty. You went crazy or something. Samuels didn't do nothing to you. You went crazy.
I didn't do nothing to Samuels either. Except I flicked him like that. Not that hard, maybe. More like that. Or that. Or that.
Not hard enough to hurt anybody.
Stop it, Barney! Barney, stop it, you nuts! I've got nothing against any Jews.
I just don't like Jews. And I don't like nobody who likes Jews.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, our stars are Robert Young as Captain Findlay, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, and Sam Levine in Crossfire. Tonight's study in Suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Act Two of Crossfire, starring Robert Young, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, and Sam Levine, with George Cooper, William Phipps, and Marlo Dwyer, in a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Like I said before, I'm just a cop. By this time, I was a tired cop, dog-tired. I'd been doing a lot of work for the last 6 hours, most of it leading nowhere, because still no Mitchell. But by this time, I had Mrs. Mitchell right in my office. And figuring maybe she might be anxious to see her husband, too, I asked O'Hara to locate that helpful character, Keeley.
Okay.
And bring him in.
Right. Why, here's Sergeant Keeley, Captain. Come on in, Sergeant. Captain Finley was just sending me out to find you.
I've been waiting to see him.
Hello, Keeley.
Mary, what are you doing here?
We picked up Mrs. Mitchell at the airport.
Oh, well, what do you want me for?
Floyd Bowers is dead, Sergeant.
Dead? He was alive a couple of hours ago. I just saw him.
Well, when I saw him about 20 minutes ago, he was good and dead, strung up by the necktie.
I just came here, Captain, to tell you I'd talked to Floyd.
If you'd come here right away, Sergeant, as soon as you found out where Floyd was, I could have talked to him myself, and he'd still be alive.
You win, Captain.
Now, don't you think you'd better tell me where Mitchell is, Sergeant?
Why?
I don't want anybody else killed if I can help it. You might as well work with me now if you really want to help Mitchell, because you're in custody, in case you didn't know it. I'll listen to anything constructive you have to say, but I won't stand for any more interference.
You've got a mind like a dog catcher. Okay, I'm in custody. Everybody's in custody. What does that prove? Except that you've got a big jail. You want Mitchell so bad you can go out and find him.
All right, I was just hoping there was an easier way.
I talked to Mitchell a little while ago.
Where is he?
I said I talked to Mitchell, Captain. He couldn't have killed Samuels. He didn't go back to Samuels' apartment after he went out for some air. He went straight to a joint where he met a girl.
Oh, Keeley.
Take it easy, Mary. Mitch was in this girl's apartment for the next couple of hours.
What does that prove?
It proves he went to a joint and he met a girl. Would a man who's just killed somebody do a thing like that? I'm sorry, Mary. And it proves where he was for 2 hours.
Which 2 hours?
He doesn't remember. But all you have to do is ask the girl.
Who is she?
She's a girl. She calls herself Ginny. Mitch knows where she lives.
When did he tell you all of this?
Just before I went to see Floyd.
Did he know where you were going?
Yeah.
Then he could have killed Floyd himself.
He didn't know the address.
He could have followed you.
Captain Finley, if Keeley tells you where Mitch is, will you let him go, and will you promise to let me see Mitch first, by myself?
No, I won't let Keeley go. But I'll let you talk to your husband alone. I'll be waiting outside, wherever he is.
Please tell him, Keeley. Please.
He's in the balcony of an all-night movie, The Regent, about 4 blocks from the hotel.
I took Mrs. Mitchell to the Regent Theater and waited downstairs by the popcorn machine while she had her private talk with her husband. I don't know what they said to each other, but it wasn't hard to imagine. A guy and his wife separated for 4 years and then Sacco, this deal. But you could tell from the way they looked at each other when they came out that whatever came between them from now on, it wasn't going to be that other girl. I put Mitchell in the squad car with O'Hara, and then Mrs. Mitchell and I went on to pay our call. Mitchell had given his wife the address, Regal Apartment, Southern Street, the name Ginny.
Captain Finley.
Yes, Mrs. Mitchell.
Can I go in and talk to Ginny first? I mean, go in alone.
Why?
Well, she might tell me more than she'd tell you.
All right, I see the transom's open. I guess I won't miss anything.
What is it?
Ginny?
Well, who's there?
I'm Mrs. Mitchell.
Great. How's Mr. Mitchell?
My husband...
Look, what do you want anyway? It's late.
I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to a girl named Ginny. My husband's a soldier who was here tonight.
Well, there aren't any soldiers here now. Just me. I don't have anything to do with soldiers. Sorry. Good night.
Please wait, please. I've got to talk to you. It's terribly important. I know it's late, but you've got to help me. Can't I come in for just a minute? Please.
Oh, all right.
My husband's in trouble.
Look, I don't know anything about your husband. Honest, why don't you go home? Maybe he's waiting for you.
He's in jail. They say he killed a man, but he didn't.
Okay. Then there isn't any problem. What do you want from me anyway? A character reference?
All I want you to do is to say that he was with you tonight.
Tonight's a long time ago. I wouldn't be able to remember.
You'd remember Mitch.
Why? Does he have two heads or something?
You danced with him. You danced with him out in back of where you work, in a sort of a terrace garden. You gave him your key and you told him your address.
He told you that he was up here with me tonight?
Yes, he...
Well, he lied to you. If he was here, I didn't know about it. And I don't know where you got my name and address. I can't tell you anything else. You better go now.
Hello, Jenny.
Who are you? What do you want?
I want to talk to you. What's your name?
Are you a cop or something?
What's your name?
I don't like cops.
Nobody likes cops. What's your name?
Virginia Tremaine. Why?
Where are you from?
From here?
Before you were from here.
Pennsylvania. Wilkes-Barre. So what?
What do you do?
I work.
Where?
The Red Dragon. Well, what's wrong about working there? Does that make me a criminal or something? Does that give you the right to bust into my house and start asking a lot of questions?
Is that where you met Mitchell at the Red Dragon?
That's where I meet a lot of people. I never heard of this Mitchell.
You live here alone?
Sure. Is there something wrong in that?
Jenny, the police won't hurt you. He promised me. All we want you to do is to tell the truth.
Sit down, Virginia. Now, about Mrs. Mitchell's husband. He's in pretty deep, Virginia. Looks like he killed a man, maybe two. Mrs. Mitchell doesn't think he did, of course, but that's only natural.
Jenny, don't you see? I know he was here. He told me. But that doesn't matter anymore. Never mind me. You've got to think of him.
Oh, brother. Listen to that. Never mind me. You've got to think of him. Oh, now, isn't that sweet? Isn't that just too sweet? He wasn't here with me, see? He could have been, but he wasn't. He could have come up. I could have cooked him something, and we could have talked. And what would have been wrong with that? What's the matter with me being with her precious husband? Does he break or something? Where was she? Okay. Where were you when he needed you? Maybe you were someplace having beautiful thoughts. Well, I wasn't. I was in a stinking gin mill where all he had to do to see me was walk in, sit down at a table, and buy me a drink. And that's all I know about it. I didn't ask it if he killed anybody.
Virginia, listen. You're not involved in this murder, so nothing's going to happen to you. That's the first point. Got it?
You bet I got it.
Okay, now, what time? What time was Mitchell with you at the Red Dragon?
I don't know.
We found the body of this man, Samuels, about 10. He'd only been dead about a half hour. So if Mitchell was with you from, say, 9 to 10, he's all right. Was he? Tell me the truth.
No.
Oh, no.
I gave him my key. I don't know, maybe 8:30. I liked him. I felt sorry for him. I was sick of the stinking joint. I was going to ditch early, only I couldn't. I didn't get home until 1, maybe 2. He wasn't here. He had been here, and he'd gone. He left the key. But I don't know what time.
Ginny, is that the truth?
I said it's the truth. What do you want me to do? Light up like a Christmas tree?
We're wasting our time, Mrs. Mitchell. This isn't going to help your husband. Let's go. By the time I got to my office, it was dawn. Gray and dirty, which is how I felt. Plus disgusted. Mitchell and I were going around in circles.
I didn't murder anybody. Why would I murder him? What motive would I have?
Maybe you didn't like him. Maybe you hated him. Hate's a good motive.
Why would I hate him? I hardly knew him. I only talked to him for a couple of hours. He seemed like a nice guy.
You know he was a Jew?
No.
You mean to say you didn't know he was Jewish?
No. I didn't think about it. Well, what would that have to do with it?
Got Montgomery for you.
Yeah, all right. I'll see him in a minute. I'm through here with Mitchell, but I want to talk to Keeley again.
Okay, boy. That's all, Mitchell. Over there.
Okay.
Here are the papers you wanted from the War Department on Samuels.
Oh, yeah.
Hit on Okinawa. Got a medical discharge last summer.
Well, let's give a look. Samuels Joseph, ASN 392-32880, Army of the United States. Joseph Samuels was discharged 28 August 1945 upon recommendation of a medical board because of disability from wounds received at Okinawa. So that's our stinking civilian. All right, O'Hara, let's have mine.
Okay.
Come on in, Monty. Okay. You want to see me, Captain? Figured it must be important. I want to help all I can.
Yeah, sit down.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, how did you know Samuels hadn't been in the Army?
Huh?
When I talked to you early this evening, you were sure that Samuels had never been in uniform. How did you know that?
Well, like I said, you could tell. You could see. Those kind of guys got ways of keeping themselves from getting dirty. Why do you ask that, Captain?
I was just curious.
You know who killed him yet?
Yes, I think I do.
Was that all, Captain? Didn't you want to ask me something else?
No, that's all.
I can go now?
Yeah.
Okay, then, Captain.
Oh, Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
You haven't seen anything of this friend of yours, that, Floyd Bowers, have you?
No, sir, I haven't. I can't figure
well,
out...
let me know when you do, will you?
Yes, sir. So long, sir.
O'Hara, send Keeley in.
No? Now what?
You look all in, Keeley.
Thanks for the concern.
Sunday morning. Mrs. Finley is just about leaving for early Mass.
Now that I know that, can I go back to bed? No, what's the matter? Thought you were going to have this all solved by now. I'm in a cage. I'm not doing anything except breathing. You've got Mitchell. You've got your little fairy tale over it. Drunk, couple at home, can't tell a clear story. Open and shut. What's holding you back?
Is that all?
That's all.
All right, then. You really want to help me wind this up?
Thought you didn't like me.
You talk too much sometimes.
You're appealing to my better side.
Yes.
Making me some sort of a proposition?
Yes.
I'd like to sleep on it.
You can sleep all day when we're finished.
Okay, then.
You, usually have to know something about a man to have a reason to kill him, don't you, Keeley?
Yeah, I guess so.
You have to know him well enough to be in love with his wife, or well enough to know he has some money.
Mm-hmm.
Samuels didn't have any money. He didn't even have a wife.
So what?
So this. None of these men knew that or anything else about Samuels. They hadn't known him well enough or long enough to have an ordinary motive for killing him. Mitchell talked to him for maybe an hour, the others less. So it had to be something else. A motive inside the killer himself.
Go on.
The killer had to be someone who could hate Samuels without knowing him. Who could hate him enough to kill him. Under the right circumstances. Not for any real reason, but mistakenly and ignorantly.
You interest me, Captain.
Well, once I figured that out, the rest wasn't too hard. I looked around at my suspects. I thought back over the answers I'd had tonight. Some of them fit.
You booked them?
No, not yet. I'm taking the chance that you're smart enough to know what I'm talking
You
about.
don't have to draw me pictures. I know what you're getting at. I think you're right. What do you want me to do?
Yes, I've nothing on Montgomery, nothing at all. I might never get anything. I want to take a long chance on nailing him quick. How well do you know him?
Well, I've tried to like him, but he's not my type.
Does he have many close friends?
He had one, Bowers. I think he killed him.
So do I. What about that other southern boy, Leroy?
No, I don't think so. He was in Monty's platoon. But
Just how do you think he feels about Monty?
You're getting ahead of him.
Well, I was hoping he didn't like Monty.
I think he's scared to death of him.
Is he really as dumb as Monty says?
Well, he's pretty young. He doesn't always know which end is up.
Monty doesn't think he's smart enough to lie. What if Leroy told Monty a fantastic story? Would Monty believe him?
Yeah, he might.
I'll risk it. Hal?
Yes, sir?
Keely's on his way out. I don't want to see anything in the papers about Floyd Bauer's killing. Not a word. As far as we know, he's still alive. We've never heard of him.
Will do, Chief.
Keely, I want you to get Leroy out of the Stewart Hotel without being seen and bring him here. Can you do it?
If I have to sandbag it.
In an hour on the nose, Keely was back at headquarters with Leroy. But it wasn't going to be easy. Leroy was suspicious and he was scared.
It isn't that I don't want to help, Captain. It's... I've never been around with Monty and Floyd much. Monty never wanted me around. He says I'm stupid. I guess I am. Sir, how do you know he really killed him like you say?
We don't. That's what we want you to help us prove.
Keely, I told you I didn't want to get in any trouble.
You're not going to get in any trouble. And stop worrying about Monty. Captain Finley won't let anything happen to you.
Maybe you're right, sir. But I can't think he'd do a thing like that. Without no reason.
He thought he had a reason. You know the way Monty feels. You've heard the things he says.
Well, yes, I guess I heard him say a couple of times about Jewish people living off the fat of the land while he was out there. And you say that's all lies. I guess it is. I don't know, but... Look, maybe Monty roughed this guy up a little, and that was all.
That was all he started out to do, yes. He didn't have a plan or anything like that. This business of hating Jews comes in a lot of different sizes. There's the you can't join our country club kind. The you can't live around here kind. Yes, and the you can't work here kind. Because we stand for all of these, we get Monty's kind. He's just one guy. We don't get him very often, but he grows out of all the rest. Look, Leroy, you know we have a law against carrying a gun?
Sure.
We have that law because a gun is dangerous. Well, hate, Monty's kind of hate, is like a gun. If you carry it around with you, it can go off and kill somebody. It killed Samuels last night.
Monty was in my outfit.
It killed Floyd.
I hate to think of anything like that happening to Floyd. And I hate to see Monty get away with anything. But look, I'm getting out soon. I might get in trouble. And I don't see this as any of my business anyway.
Has Monty ever made fun of your accent?
Sure, lots of times.
Why?
I don't know.
He calls you a hillbilly, doesn't he? Says you're dumb. He laughs at you because you're from Tennessee. He's never even been in Tennessee. Ignorant men are afraid of things they don't understand. They end up hating them.
You get me all mixed up. How do I know what you're trying to do? How do I know you aren't a Jewish person yourself or something?
You don't? But would it make any difference?
I guess not.
Well, all right, Leroy, but just one more thing, then you can go if you want to. About 100 years ago in Ireland, the potato crop failed. A lot of Irish immigrants came over here. Their talk was different, like yours, Leroy. They were Catholics, most of them. One of them I knew about stayed in Boston. He thought of himself as just another American, until suddenly one day he looked around and saw that something had happened. It frightened him. Fear and hatred of all Irish Catholics had developed and spread like a terrible disease. He saw he wasn't an American anymore. He was a dirty Irish Mick. He didn't understand, didn't know what to do. But one day, when a bunch of men attacked his parish priest on the street, he waded in to help him. That night, on the way home from work, he stopped off for a beer. When they left the bar, 2 men followed him carrying empty whiskey bottles. They didn't mean to kill him. They were just going to rough him up a little. They just started out hating, the way Monty started out. But 20 minutes later, my grandfather was dead.
Your grandfather?
That's history, Leroy. They don't teach it in school, but it's real American history just the same. Thomas Finley was killed in 1848 just because he was an Irishman and a Catholic. And last night, Joseph Samuels was killed just because he was a Jew. Do you see any difference, Leroy? Hating is always the same, always senseless. One day it kills Irish Catholics, the next day Jews. It's hard to stop. It can end up killing men who wear striped neckties. Or people from Tennessee.
Will you tell me exactly what to say?
Yep, I'll tell you exactly what to say. If If it would work at all, I knew it would be just the same as if I'd been listening in on them. I already knew what Leroy was going to say, and I thought I'd sized up Montgomery well enough by this time to figure him out, too. Leroy cornered him in the hotel washroom while he was shaving.
Hiya, Monty.
Hiya.
You heard about everything that happened, Monty?
Uh-huh.
I heard they got Keeley and Mitchell and they're holding him. I guess it's a good thing I left the bar when I did, or I'd be mixed up in it, too. Floyd didn't have anything to do with it, did he, Monty?
Knock it off.
What's the matter, Monty? Monty, no kidding. Floyd couldn't have done it, could he? Floyd wouldn't bump anybody off, would he?
I don't know.
He sure acted funny when I saw him last night.
When did you see him?
I saw him after.
After what?
After all that happened. He wants to see you, Monty. He asked me to tell you he wanted to see you.
He did?
Honest, Monty, I didn't know whether I ought to tell you or not. You don't want to get mixed up in anything any more than you are, but he was acting crazy, Monty. He gave me a crazy thing to tell you. He said, tell Monty the necktie wasn't any good. What do you mean by that, Monty?
What was this you saw, Floyd, Leroy? How did you happen to see him?
He called me and asked me to come over to where he was.
Where was he?
Some old place down on Maryland Street, on the second floor. Let's see, I wrote down the address. What'd I do with it? It was on a little piece of paper. Must be in my other pocket. Gosh, Monty, Floyd was really acting crazy. He said you shouldn't come today. He said to come tonight before 10. Well, here it is. 404 Maryland Avenue.
That's it. Huh?
Will you go see Floyd, Monty? Will you give him some money?
I wouldn't say anything about this if I was you, Leroy. Understand? I wouldn't say a word. To anyone.
It was a long shot, but what else could I do? O'Hara and I went down to the Maryland Avenue place and waited. We'd been waiting about 20 minutes when we heard steps on the stairs. They stopped on the landing, then started shuffling along the hall. They stopped again outside the door. Somebody was fumbling at the doorknob. Then the door opened. It was Montgomery. Hello, Montgomery.
Well, I was looking for Floyd Bauer's room. Somebody said he was here.
Well, that's too bad, Sergeant. Floyd was here, but he isn't anymore.
Well, what's wrong? Has something happened, Captain?
Bowers is dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm. He was killed today.
You know who killed him?
Not yet. How did you know he was here? When I talked to you last night, you didn't know where he was.
I didn't then. I didn't know then where he was. A fellow back at the hotel, he told me Floyd was here, and Floyd was scared, and he wanted to see me about something. I just come. I didn't even know which room it was. I was looking for the right room. He was knocked off in this room.
Mm-hmm.
The same guy who knocked off Samuels, maybe.
It could be.
I like Floyd, Captain. I like Floyd a lot. I naturally came to help him. This fella said he needed some dough for something.
Well, you should have come right away.
Well, this fella said, Floyd said not till tonight. I figured if Floyd said that, he must have got a reason.
I see. Well, it looks like somebody was stringing you along.
Yeah.
What was this fellow's name, the one who told you Floyd wanted to see you?
Look, Captain, I don't want to be a pigeon, this guy.
What was his name?
Leroy something. He was a friend of Floyd's. Maybe you'll remember me mentioning him.
Yeah. You, never been to this house before?
No. I never been here before. I never even been in this part of town. I didn't know which room it was, except it was on the second floor, like Leroy said. I was looking for the right door.
Seems like you have a lot of trouble with doors, Sergeant. First time we met, you were looking for the right door.
That's right, sir.
But you knew the address. You knew which house to come to.
Sure. Leroy, give me the address.
Was it written down on a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Do you still have this piece of paper?
Yeah, I guess so. Here it is.
Let me see it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to arrest you, Montgomery.
Why would you arrest me, Captain? What would you arrest me for?
For the murder of Samuels and Bowers.
You're kidding, Captain. I never even been here before. Why,
You didn't look at this paper carefully. This is the address of the house next door. I wrote it down myself. You made a mistake, Sergeant. You came to the right house anyway.
Gee, Captain, you got this all wrong. Just let me explain.
You
See? The next thing I knew, I was on the floor and O'Hara on top of me. Montgomery hit him so hard he bowled me over like a 10-pin. Then O'Hara was up and going down the stairs after him, and I was over at the window in time to see him come out onto the street. I tried to get the window up, but it wouldn't budge. I smashed the glass with the butt of my gun, then I took aim. Montgomery! Stop! Montgomery! That was all. By the time I got down to the street, Montgomery was dead. The crowd was gathering, and Keeley was standing there looking down at what lay in the street and sort of shaking his head.
Break it up now. Break it up. Step back, everybody.
I'm afraid he was a bad boy.
Bad? Maybe. Ignorant. Fed with it. Fed to the teeth with it from the day he was born.
Yeah. All right, O'Hara, clean it up.
Okay, Captain.
How's Mitch?
With his wife. Want to see him?
Oh, I guess not.
Can I drop you anywhere?
No, thanks. Well, good night, Captain.
Good night, Sergeant. And, good luck. Sincere thanks to a wonderful cast. To Robert Young, who was Captain Finley, Robert Mitchum in the role of Keeley, Robert Ryan, who played Monty, and to Sam Levine as Samuels. To George Cooper as Mitchell, and William Phipps as Leroy. To Marlo Dwyer as Ginny, Julie Bennett as Mary, Bill Johnstone as O'Hara, Bill Lally as Floyd, and Louis Van Rooten as the man. Our thanks for your superb performances in this suspense adaptation of Crossfire.
Robert Young may currently be seen in Relentless. Robert Mitchum will soon be seen in the RKO radio picture Rachel and the Stranger. Robert Ryan will soon appear in Berlin Express, and George Cooper in Blood on the Moon, both RKO radio productions. Sam Levine's next picture is the Babe Ruth story. Crossfire, based on the original novel The Brick Foxhole by Richard Brooks, was adapted for Suspense by Robert L. Richards and Henriette Martin, and was produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Bud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Marowek composes the original scores for radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You know what I did in the war? Oh, there was a war, don't you? I sold $2 million worth of bonds. Me and my horse, Pistol. Oh, how I hate that animal. Tell me, what'd you do in the war?
It's been a long time. I forget.
You forget? I'm stuck here with a moron on the one hand and a blonde dream on the other. Look at her. She's going to cry again.
Stop it and leave me alone.
Relax, Romeo. That's about enough.
Is it, boy? Is it now?
All right, Bo. Come on. Over here.
What you doing?
I'm feeding my dog.
For the rest of us eat?
That's right. You see, this dog works.
Well, I don't know about that, but he's not going to eat. Why, you...
Oh, you're going to have to eat your dinner up off the floor. But first, come on and take a walk with me. If I don't get outside fast, I'm going to kill a man. I apologize, Bo. I apologize for the whole human race. I stood for a moment in the middle of the swirling darkness and the storm. Only a few hours before this had been my home, mine alone, free from the bickering world and the men who made it. Now the storm had brought me these two. And in a blind moment of hot, boiling anger, I knew that I'd almost taken a man's life. I felt the cold on my face, clearing my head and calming me. The storm would go. By morning, if I were lucky, they'd be gone too. I could be alone again. Alone the way I wanted to be. Well, then I walked through the flock with Bo at my heels, shaking some strays out from the false comfort of the drifts. Then I went back into the wagon. The wagon had grown cold. The radio had been turned on and was operating faintly. And Iris was still crouched behind the stove. I stooped over the lambs to settle them for the night. And I groped around for the old quilt I'd put over them.
He took it.
What?
The quilt. He took it to wrap up in.
Oh, he did he?
Please take my coat here. Wrap him in this. He's finally gone to sleep. Now, don't start a quarrel now. He's drunk.
This quilt was meant for lambs.
Hey, well, what you doing? Give me that quill. Hey, get that dog outside. If he sneaks over and he's snoring my guitar, I'll kill that mangy hound. You mongrel, get away from that guitar. All right. You break my guitar, will you? I'll kill that dog now.
Put down that bottle.
Get out of my way. Stupid hound. We'll have his hide.
Put down that bottle.
Is he dead?
From what? We were just mauling each other. I didn't even hit him.
He had his head on the stove. Oh, he's dead or not? He's dead.
Hey, wait a minute.
Roger Miles, the celebrated cowboy star. He insisted on driving on to fulfill a personal appearance through the most severe blizzard witnessed around these parts in many years. Billings, Montana has reported no word on Miles yet. For the benefit of thousands of his fans throughout the country, we can only pray
Turn off that radio. I want to listen to his heart. Yeah, you're right. He is.
Oh, I can't look at him. Throw something over him.
All right. Now hold on to yourself.
They'll say we killed him. They'll be looking for us. Don't you see? The whole world will be looking
Now
for us.
listen to me. And listen carefully. Just keep looking at him and get used to it, because he's our baby, and we're going to sit right here with him till morning. Now, tomorrow we'll decide what we're going to do.
Oh, what can we do?
All we have to remember is to tell him just what happened. That's the only way we stand a chance.
But we don't. We don't stand a chance at all.
On the disappearance of Roger Miles. The militia was ordered out as soon as the snowplows were underway. Meanwhile, worshippers gathered quietly in churches this morning throughout America to pray for the safety of the idol of millions. In Hollywood, Mrs. Miles emphasized that her husband had always been a sportsman and that she prayed he would not lose his battle with nature. There were also indications coming in.
Are you awake?
Yeah. I've been awake all night. Were you able to sleep?
No.
They'll never stop till they find it. It'll get bigger all the time. They'll be covering the countryside.
Now, it's going to be all right, Iris.
Is it?
Now, look. We're going into the sheriff at Sheridan together. We'll tell him the same story.
The flock won't drift too far. I can get back by tonight.
Oh, it's no good. They'll pick us up long before we get there. Don't you see we're as good as caught?
We can't be, that's all. We can't let them find us. Once they do, we lost the advantage.
What are we going to do?
I got the car clear and put on chains. Now, I can't locate the drifts toward Pierre, but I think I can figure out where the crests are and ride between them going west. Don't matter where we give ourselves up, as long as we do it first.
Listen, they're still
By
talking
Miles'
about
press agent this morning that the cowboy may have been the victim of foul play. He is known to have carried large sums of money on his person for his own spontaneous charities. Local authorities everywhere are requested to watch out for a blue convertible car with a California license plate.
Turn it off. I went through his pockets. He wasn't carrying any money.
I know. Oh, you should have seen how he spent it when he was drunk.
Time we were going.
All right.
You better take that fur robe off him. You'll need it.
No, I can't.
He's dead, Iris. Dead as a doornail, and I personally don't care. I didn't expect to see you get sentimental about it.
I can't touch it.
All right, I'll get it. I better take my roll, too.
Is that where you keep your money? I'd keep mine in the bank if I had that much.
Closest bank is 20 miles. This old sock does just as well. Now, come on, Bo.
Oh, are we taking the dog, too?
I always take the dog.
Oh, but there's no road. It's all covered in the snow.
I'll find it. I know this neighborhood.
Wait, I just remembered. The description of the car, they'll recognize us.
Oh, no, they won't. I've covered the license plates with axle grease, and the car's covered with ice. Now, you better cover up with this. Here, Bo. Get in there. In the back with you. There. Come on. Come on. Come on. Here we go. It'll all be over in a few hours. By tonight, we'll both be able to forget we ever saw Mr. Roger Miles. By tonight, Iris, we'll be safe. You tired?
No. I'm just afraid.
You don't have to be. We'll be in Sheridan in a few minutes, and then it'll be all right.
After all, it was self-defense, wasn't it? What else could they prove against us?
That's right. That's exactly what it was. So you can relax.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I can. We both can. You know something funny?
Right now, I don't know anything close to funny.
Us two together like this. And the night we spent back there. What I mean is, I've only known you a day, and still I feel so easy with you that we might have known each other all our lives.
Yeah. We had quite a night together. I never want to see another one like it.
And you know something else? I don't even know your name.
It's an easy one to remember. Sid Latch.
Sid Latch. Yeah. I'll remember it.
How'd you happen to get tied in with a man like that?
I've been asking myself the same question.
You're not the type, Iris. It doesn't make sense.
He promised to marry me.
And you went for it, knowing he had a wife already?
I went for it. He had money, and he was famous, and he could take me away from Wallace. I felt as though I were being rescued from a grave. So I was willing to take the chance. It doesn't make me sound like a very nice person. I suppose I'm not.
Well, you're just a young kid. I guess you're allowed a mistake or two when you're young.
You're young, too, Sid.
Yeah. My mistake was taking him in. But then if I hadn't, I wouldn't have met you. So you see, it all has a way of sort of working out.
Thanks, Sid.
So we're coming into a town.
Oh, would this be Sheridan?
Yeah, this is it. Now, I'll park the car a minute and go to that dive and get us something to eat. It's a cinch the sheriff won't be serving us tea.
I want to come too, Sid. Don't leave me alone.
All right. Come along. Now, Bo, you stay here. We'll be right back, Bo.
You got all your men together, Al?
How about 30 of them? That's be enough.
30, huh? Yeah, that's a good search party.
I expect we'll find him before nightfall.
If you can't, Al, he's not going to be found, that's all.
Hey, how about some service, mister?
Huh?
Couple of hamburgers to start with.
Now, hold on, young fella. I got a rush order here for 30 hot chocolates and 60 ham sandwiches. These men hunting for Roger Miles got to be fed. Hey, tell me, Al, where you going to search?
Well, I've been thinking of heading out towards Buffalo. I got a hunch he might have got stuck on that road coming up from Clear Creek.
That's an idea. Hey, mister.
Yeah?
You're just driving from the south?
That's right.
See anything of a blue convertible with California license?
I wasn't looking.
You wasn't looking.
You got an echo in here, friend.
What kind of a guy are you, anyway?
Guy who minds his own business.
This happens to be everybody's business. You know what's been going on around here?
No, but I got an idea you're about to tell me.
Now, look, pal,
Oh, here comes the noon bus for Billings, Nick.
Yeah, I see that.
You'll really be busy when they come piling in here.
No, that bus only stops to pick up passengers.
Hey, there's a bulletin on the radio.
Well, turn it up. Turn up that radio.
And we'll repeat that bulletin from the state police. At 10 a.m. today, a county plow from Gillette came across the body of Roger Miles in an abandoned sheep wagon on a branch of the Powder River. Police say there are indications Miles fought desperately for his life and revealed his assailants escaped west in Miles's car. Carlton Sturgis, a local rancher, says that a young veteran by the name of Sid Latch has been running sheep in that vicinity. Latch, Sturgis said, has a Montana sheepdog called Bo. There are also indications...
Hey, how about some service here? Do I have to wait all day for a couple of your lousy sandwiches?
Quiet down there.
My eye. I want to eat, and I want to eat now.
One more peep out of you, and I'll wrap your skull with this bottle.
And so the manhunt begins. The dragnet is out. A dog called Bo, a girl named Iris, and a man known as Sid Latch. The only thing the police can be sure of is a dog called Bo who will respond quickly to his name. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. A blue convertible and a black and white dog called Bo. The whole nation awaits the apprehension of these criminals. We now return you to Joe Franklin of the Order.
Al, what's up? Bob just pushed the mice off that car outside, and it's blue. Blue? And I wiped the license clean, and it's California. There's nobody inside. Only a black and white dog.
Well, that's it. That's what we're looking for.
Come on, Nick. You want to be in on the kill?
Yeah, I want to be in on that reward, too.
Oh, we're finished. They've got us.
Now listen to me. Whatever happens, stick at my side. And don't run. Don't give it away by running.
What are you planning?
That bus outside is about to go. We're going to try to make it.
Oh, Sid, I'm too scared to move.
Move, baby. Now.
Yours, name's Bo.
Yeah, okay, when I called him?
Okay, we'll wait for him here. Well, they're not going to skip town without a guard.
You just made it, folks.
Yeah.
Why do people always wait till the last minute? Got your tickets?
We didn't have time. 2 to Billings. Take it out of this tan.
Now, the company doesn't put up ticket offices just for scenery. All right, here's your change.
Why, the crowd around that car back there. Wonder what it was.
Oh, just a dog. Probably threw a fit. Dogs do anything for attention.
Sid,
Yeah?
will we go to the sheriff in Billings?
That's right.
I saw a mob after a man once. They seemed crazy. Wild crazy. They didn't give him a chance to talk to anyone. They killed him the minute they caught him. They took a rope and threw it over a tree and then...
Stop it. Stop it. What are you talking like that for?
Now that Bo is with us, Sid, we won't be so easy to catch. Maybe we shouldn't give ourselves up. Maybe they won't give us a chance. Maybe we just should run away, Sid, together.
No.
Is it because you don't want to be with me? You see, I've been hoping that maybe you and
Well,
I...
it's not that, Iris. It's just that we're not going to run away. That'd be wrong. Now, we'll wait in Billings till the police snap out of this stampede. Then when they catch their breath, they'll know we didn't kill that prize bull because we didn't have a motive.
All right. I'm sorry about Bo, Sid.
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry, though. You'll be able to go back and find him when this is over.
Well, I won't have to do that. He'll find me. He's done it before.
Sid,
What?
I've decided I won't be afraid anymore. Not as long as I'm with you.
Billings special stopped at the bus station north of the tracks. We got off and stretched our legs. It was already dusk, and a cold wind was beginning to blow again. Iris was pale and drawn, and, well, I was pretty tired myself. It's high time we had a full night's sleep. Tomorrow morning would be soon enough for me to nose around and find out the temper of the town, and, well, if all was well, hunt down the sheriff. But tonight, what each of us wanted most was sleep. So I picked a small motel at the edge of town, off the heavy traffic of the main streets. A great big fat man got out of his chair in the office and pushed the register toward me. While I began to sign it, he began to ask questions.
Been on the road long?
Maybe we have.
Think you might stay a few days?
I think we might.
Come from Sheridan way?
What if we have?
You don't talk a lot, do you?
No. People seem to do my talking for me.
This little woman is your wife, huh?
You want to know quite a lot.
Nothing personal. I just got to have it on the register.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
It's all right. I'll fix it. Phil Wolf, huh?
That's what it says. Phil Wolf.
Okay, I'll just add, and wife here.
Thanks.
First one over here. Just a few steps.
All right. Come on, honey.
Nice room. Sure you'll find it homey. Got 2 hot plates in it so you can do all the cooking you like.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Here we are. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. This one won't do. You don't want twin beds, do you?
Oh, twin beds is just fine. Yeah, we'll take it.
Or whatever you say. You notice you got a radio, too. There's one in every room. We like our guests to be at home. You just turn it on whenever you like. No extra charge. Here.
Well, we're a little tired, so if you don't
Just
mind...
a minute. Ought to be time for that news broadcast.
Different phases. And Dr. Frederick Chess warned that this is merely the beginning of such lawless terrorism on the part of young, maladjusted criminals. Iris Johnson, Dr. Chess says, was assigned the role of luring Miles to latch his lonely wagon on the pretext of guiding him to Billings. And there, for some nebulous motive, possibly blackmail, but more likely for the mere thrill of the deed, the two participated in his murder. Police state that the pair abandoned Miles' car in Sheridan this afternoon. The dog called Bo eluded the police there, and the assumption is that he has a favorite rendezvous with his master and will head for it. We now return you.
Yes, Iris Johnson. He's a hard, cool character. Regular tiger.
Why do you say that? Do you know her?
No, ma'am. That's just the way I got it figured. This Miles fella probably played her for a sucker. When she found it out, she hated him enough to want to see him dead. So first she latched on to this fella, this Sid Latch. Yeah, she latched on to Latch.
And, what do you figure he's like, this Sid Latch?
Him? Well, they say he's an orphan. Kind of, discontented war veteran. He hates people naturally, see?
Yeah, I see. I'm not sure I blame him.
Anyway, that's how it begins. She makes a bargain with the boy. If he helps her kill Miles, he'll be her lover.
I think you're wrong, mister. Ordinary people don't act that way.
I've lived a long time, Mr. Wolf. I've seen a lot of ordinary people. They can sure hate hard when they want to.
And what do you suppose happened next?
Well, we know that Miles died from a blow on the back of the head. Girl probably crept up on him with this broken end of a bottle they found. But before she could use it, Latch gets a stranglehold on Miles and pounds him to death in this iron stove in the wagon. Now, don't that make sense?
I see you're following the case pretty close.
I'm getting to be an old man. Not much to do around here. Yeah, I follow him. This one's got a big reward that goes with it. Who knows? Maybe Ed Jacobs will collect.
Who's Ed Jacobs?
Why, that's me, son. Guess I should have introduced myself.
Oh, I wish you luck, Mr. Jacobs.
Thanks. All I got to do is keep a sharp watch for a little dog named Bo.
What? I suppose it's lucky for us that we don't own a dog.
That's right. The only thing they got to go on is that dog. The other two are a dime a dozen. Man could look at you two kids and say you were just what they wanted.
But he'd be wrong, Mr. Jacobs.
Sure, I know that, son.
Now we're just a little tired, Mr. Jacobs. Maybe
I'll leave you be, Mr. Wolf. Enjoy yourselves while you stay. You meet anybody on the street, just break right out and say howdy. That's the kind of folks we are around here. Except when we run up against murderers. We're not quite so friendly then. Not quite.
Do you think he suspects anything?
I don't know. You can't tell with a windbag. They go round and round. I don't know.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Howard Culver stars as Sid in The Search by Grace Amundsen. Tonight's study in Suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Look over here, Mac. You won't find anything in that alley except a mess of cats.
Oh, just run my bug light through for the heck of it. Meet you at the other end.
I reached around blindly for the first doorknob. It turned under my hand. We pushed inside, and I shut the door quickly, listening in the darkness to Mac's feet coming slowly toward us. He was nearing us, trying all the doorknobs as he came. I braced my feet on the floor, put my back against the door, and threw my hands out against the narrow walls for support. And then the knob turned. Mac rammed his weight against the door to test it. I bunched up every muscle in my body and pressed back.
No lock on this one. Nailed up. That's funny. I'd have sworn this was Copper Pete back there.
He's gone.
Oh.
Safer, Safe from what?
Who are you?
Who are you is more to the point. Wait a minute now. Get some light in here, see who I'm talking to. Yeah, splendid. What? Well, a boy, a girl, and a dog.
We thought this was a restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh? You in the habit of coming into restaurants by the back door?
Yeah. That's the way we do it.
See. Well, this is Copper Pete's bar, and I'm Copper Pete. Now, who are you?
Mr. and Mrs. Phil Wolf.
Howdy.
Hello.
Your dog looks hungry.
He could be.
I think I got a box of Faye's cereal here someplace. Yeah, let's see. There, here it is. Radio says it's only cereal with double flavor. I'll fix it up for you, dog. Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. You two listen to the radio very much?
No, we don't.
Too bad. Lots of interesting things come over there.
Such as what?
Oh, music, commercials, news items. You can keep right up with the times.
We don't like the times.
Don't blame you. You've been on the move, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't what it used to be. Time was in this country when a man could get out of the way. Ain't no frontiers anymore. All a man can do now is sit in one spot and listen to the radio. Oh, but you don't care for that, do you?
No, like I told you.
Radio's all over these days, just like the law. Me, I'm for the wildcatter. I used to be a wildcatter myself. Company beat me out. Ain't no day for wildcatters anymore. Radio beats them out. You two hunting space for the night?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Tell you what. Take the same door out you come in. Down at the end of the alley, there's a flight of back steps. Try 'em. Ask for Edie. Edie's a wildcatter from way back. You'll get a room there. You see, the town's full up on account of this guy what got erased. Miles something.
Never heard of him.
No, of course you ain't. That's 'cause you don't listen to the radio. Why don't we try? Might be some more news about that fella.
Mrs. Miles issued a shocking statement. Dora Miles told newspapermen that she had been living and praying for years that something like this might happen to her husband. It was only a miracle, Mrs. Miles screamed, that she hadn't murdered him herself. The physician attending Mrs. Miles stressed the fact that she is suffering from hysteria and that no importance can be attached to her statement at this time.
Radio. Quite an institution. Hey, I thought you two were gone already. What are you waiting for?
I can't make up my mind.
About what?
I wish I knew if I could trust you.
No way of knowing, son. Just have to take a chance.
All right, Pete. I think I will.
Yeah?
Evening. Copper Pete told us to come up here.
Come on in. Just the two of you?
That's right. And the dog's with us.
That's some dog.
We'll keep him out of the way. He's a quiet dog.
That's a quiet girl, too.
My wife.
How do you do?
How do you do? So you two are on the lam, huh?
We'd just like a room if you're not filled up.
You must have been having a rough time, son, snapping at people that way.
We'd just like a room, nothing else.
I see.
Please forgive us, Mrs.
The name's Edie.
We've been traveling all day, and we're terribly tired.
Yeah. I see that, too. That's some dog.
We always take Jack with us when we travel.
Yeah. You know what? Black and white dogs get to looking like old dust moths. That's what. So, Copper Pete sent you.
He said you'd have a room.
Take the one at the top of the stairs. The bath to your left.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Edie.
Wait a minute,
Yeah?
You'll find a box of henna in the medicine chest. Do something about that dog.
Yeah. I will. Thanks again. I locked the door behind us and threw Bo into the bathtub. And when I pulled him out again, he was dyed a dull mahogany red. We'd never be recognized by having a black and white dog with us anymore. But there was one more thing to be done before we were safe. One last thing. I put Bo in a corner and went to the opposite side of the room, and then I began calling him to me. Come here, Bo.
What are you doing?
Giving Bo a lesson. Taking his name away from him. Come on, Bo.
Do you have to?
Yes, I have to. Come here, Bo. Bo, you gotta learn this if it's the last thing we both do. Come here, Bo. It went on for half an hour. Me calling his name and Bo coming over to be cuffed. At last the lesson dawned on him, and when I called him after that, he just sat there looking at me and not moving. So, Bo had lost his color and his name. And it looked as though we might make out all right.
Open the window, Sid. It's awful close in here.
Oh, sure. Hear that, Iris? Freight train.
Yeah. I hear it.
We'll be on one tomorrow. We'll be away from here. Away from the manhunt.
Oh, Sid, what good is it? What good is it when you have to keep running? When you're afraid of every man you pass in the street and of every hotel you have to stop in at night?
We're not going to run forever. I told you what we're going to do.
Oh, it gets so lonely, Sid.
Lonely? I've been lonely all my life. You get used to it after a while.
Do you?
No. That was a lie. You never get used to it, Iris. Never.
I want to tell you something, Sid. If you don't believe me, I won't blame you. I can't expect you to. Not a girl like me.
All right. Tell me.
I want to tell you, Sid, that I love you.
Iris, when this is all over and we're both free again, will you marry me?
Oh, Sid.
Oh, well, now, don't cry, Iris.
Oh, Sid. It's not because I'm unhappy. Oh, Sid, darling.
Now, look, I got $5,000 in my old sock here. Every cent I've ever saved. That's going to be our start. Maybe we could go south. We can have our own home and our own land.
How can you be sure? Be sure that you want me. How can you be sure?
Because I started hating Miles when I first saw you. When I thought you were his girl. Because I was glad when he died in the wagon. Even though it meant we were under suspicion and had to run for it. I was glad because we'd be running together. Oh, now, don't worry about it, Iris. I am sure. We were awake at dawn. We scribbled a note of thanks to that great lady, Edie. I pinned a $5 bill to it. Then we slipped quietly downstairs and stood a minute in the hallway, looking out at the gray, angry sky.
It's beginning to rain, Sid.
It's all the better. There'll be less people around.
Do you want me to walk with you?
No. Now, look. I'll go ahead with Bo. You follow a few blocks behind. I'll toss Bo into a southbound freight at the yards and give you the high sign to come ahead when it looks like she's ready to roll.
Oh, I wish we could have seen Edie in person to thank her.
Well, maybe we will, Iris. Someday.
All right, then. You go first.
Right. I'll see you in a few minutes. Bo and I tramped toward the freight yards. Every once in a while, I looked back over my shoulder to see Iris coming slowly far behind us. A produce truck rumbled down the alley ahead of us. Then a paper boy with a few wet sheets under his poncho fell in step beside me. The truck stopped up ahead, and the driver got out to unload. I just happened to glance at Bo, and my heart jumped up into my mouth at what I saw. The paper boy would see it, and he missed.
Paper, mister?
Not today.
Come on, be a big shot.
All right, here.
A whole quarter. Gee, thanks.
That's a bribe. Now disappear.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Hey, wait a minute. Your dog's bleeding.
He always does that. Now scram.
No, he ain't bleeding. What's that stuff running off of him? Funny thing, I ain't never seen that dog around here before. Hey, mister.
Be quiet, can't you?
But that ain't no red dog. That's a black and white dog.
The truck driver was staring, and now he began moving toward us. I turned in sudden panic and began to run, Bo streaking along at my side. As I got near Iris, her white face staring at us in bewilderment, I motioned for her to turn and run, too. We clattered down the alley, doubled around the block to Copper Pete's, burst through his back door, stood inside, breathing hard, listening to the sound of men's racing feet go by the door and fade in the distance. So now we were back where we started from, and freedom was as far away from us as ever.
Well, hello again, you three. So you didn't make it.
Oh, some kid recognized Bo.
Yeah, that's the way it is with kids. Nothing gets by them.
Well, I guess there's nothing else to do. Iris.
What's that?
We'll have to take our chances with the mob. We'll give ourselves up.
Oh, no, Sid, no. Don't kill us.
You still got a chance. It's your last one.
What's that?
Well, there's a drugstore around the corner. It'll open up in about an hour.
And?
Just walk in and buy some chloroform.
What for?
I know how it is, son. You promised him no life for Riley. But you do like I say. You kill that dog and kill him quick. With him around your neck, you got a one-way ticket to the grave.
Not a chance.
I'm just telling you the one way of keeping him alive, son.
We could be on our way south, Sid. By nightfall.
No. Not a chance. An hour later to the second. The door to the drugstore opened, and I moved in out of the rain. First customer of the day. The druggist looked at me sharp-like. Guess he didn't often have business that early in the morning. I just stood there looking at him. Seemed like minutes, and then I finally got my mouth open. I want some chloroform.
Chloroform? What for?
Well, You have to know why?
Afraid so. It's the law.
The law?
That's right.
I want to get rid of an animal.
What kind of an animal?
A rat. A big rat.
Well, now, you don't bait rats with chloroform. I thought there was something funny.
Well, what do you use?
Simple. What you're after is rat poison.
Yeah. I guess that'll do it.
Believe me, son. It'll do it all right. Get it, son?
Yeah.
Well, sooner the better. Maybe you want me to do it for you, huh?
No. No, I'll do it.
Rat poison, huh? Well, that's good and strong. Want some ground meat to mix it with?
No.
Okay. You'll give it to him straight, huh?
I don't know.
Oh, let him do it, Sid, please.
No. If I've got to, I'll do it.
And you, Iris, you gonna let him kill that dog?
Oh, what can I do? We've got our own lives to think of.
I was just asking, Iris. Just wondering. Why'd you figure this out, son? We might as well see what's going on in the world. Great little invention here. Radio.
And now an item of national interest. Stephen Wall, personal physician to the late Roger Miles, flew to Pierre from Hollywood late last night to be present this morning at the autopsy. The autopsy revealed that Miles was not killed from a blow on the head, as had been previously believed. That wound on his head was caused when Miles fell to the floor, and in falling struck his head against an iron stove. The actual cause of death was discovered in Miles' bloodstream, where, together with high alcohol content, traces of arsenic were found. The police, checking on all drugstores in the 100-mile area, found that poison had been sold on the morning of the murder to...
Why'd you turn it off? They were about to...
Not much point in hearing it. The police will be here any minute.
The police?
Yeah. When you went over to the drugstore, I excused myself from Miss Iris, went upstairs and called them.
And I took my chance on trusting you.
Can't trust anybody in this world. You found that out yet?
We're both much beholden to you for the lesson.
Well, you see, early this morning, while you two were fast asleep, Edie and I paid a visit to your room.
We can't just stand here. Why don't we run for
Wait
it?
a minute. I want to hear him talk. I'll take care of him when he's finished.
And in the course of our visit, we looked through your things. Now, you, son, you're carrying a wad of $5,000 wrapped in an old sock, ain't you?
Keep talking, Pete. It's going to be your last speech.
And you, sis, you're carrying a wad of $7,000 and a little bottle that's marked danger, poison. Ain't you?
Sid, said the man's raving. He's afraid of you.
They claim Miles had a roll on him, maybe several $1,000, but they couldn't find
I
him.
tell you, this man is insane. They're dying.
When I went out of the wagon for about an hour that night, he was drinking hard. He was drunk. You could have put poison into his bottle.
Sid, I love you. You know I do.
Stop it. Did you kill him?
Did you?
How can you ask me that? How could I kill him? He was taking me away from that horrible son. He said he married
You
me.
already knew he was married.
He loved me. He said he did. Why should I kill him?
You're lying. When we picked you up that morning, he hardly knew you, and you hated him. I saw that. It was the money, wasn't it? You found out about the money. That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Sid, you've got to listen to me.
It was the money. And when were you planning to kill me for mine? Not until I'd gotten you away from here, gotten you out of danger, huh? Then you'd have done it to me the same way. Ain't that right? Well, why don't you say something, Iris?
Well, that'd be the constable.
Well, Iris.
Okay. So now you know.
Just a minute, I'm coming.
Pete.
Yeah?
Pete, if you don't mind,
What is it, sis?
I'd rather go out to them.
All right, sis. Whatever you like.
Goodbye, Sid. Thanks for the buggy ride. It was nice being married to you for a while.
Like a drink, son?
No.
What are you going to do now?
Take my dog and go home. Round up my flock. Go back to work.
Yeah. You got to forget her, boy. You know that, don't you?
Yeah. I know.
Women. I tell you, son, women make the best doggone wildcatters of us all.
Our thanks to Howard Culver, who played Sid, and to Sandra Gare as Iris for their excellent performances. The Search by Grace Amundsen was produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Lud Gluskin is our musical conductor and director. Listen again next week to radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.